big son. Make them follow walk away. When they follow walk away, yeah.
Alana Reid, second place. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm very excited knowing that I came out here and I did my utmost best. I've been training hard, attending track meets and trying to come out on top. And I am very proud of myself and both my teammates because in training we've worked extremely hard for this. So all I can come out here and do is give thanks.
So are you pleased with how you executed your race today?
Honestly, I am very pleased. At first, I was overthinking about it, but knowing that my teammate was there with me kind of made things a little better. And knowing that both of us came out on top, that really gave me a great moment. I know that she is proud of herself also.
So how much Karika Hill push you?
Well, honestly, the aim was for both of us to go there. If I am at the front, I pull her, or she's at the front, I go with her. But we came out here and we did what we could do, and we got our results.
All right, and what's next for you?
Well, the 100 is over. I have the 200 meters left. And the relay for the 200, I know that I'm going to do my utmost best because that is my favorite event. From a relay team, I know that we'll come out here and we'll do our utmost best to be on top as well. So we'll just have to see what's in store for the rest of the week.
Karika Hill, a woman with confidence. What a wonderful run. Was it what you expected?
Definitely, most definitely.
So how have you been training, preparing for this year's championship?
Well, I've been training very hard, like consistently. I've been training with Alana and Brianna as my guidance, so I expect this, and it wasn't unexpected at all.
All right, and what's next for you?
I have the 100 meter hurdles.
What can we expect from you going into the 100 meter hurdles?
Special things.
All right, all the best to you guys and congratulations.
Thank you.
How much all the hard work my coach and I put in, and I was able to come out here and give it my pretty overwhelmed about it.
Were you at all worried about the competition scene that you had Cedrica in the finals?
No, I never had no negative thoughts on my mind because I know that I come out here, I trained hard, and there was nobody else that could beat me than myself. So come out here with a positive mindset, and so I played my part.
Thank you and all the best.
Thank you.
Oh, what a performance. It was my last jump that basically saved me because I was 0.01 of a centimeter in front of the guy that was leading. I want to give God thanks for that. I can't tell you how happy I am right now. You might not see it, but I'm really grateful, and I'm really hoping that I can PB again next week at the Caribbean, yeah.
First and second place. How are you guys feeling today?
We're really happy, thank you.
All right, so did you run your expected race?
Well, no, the race was a dogfight, like I said before. But I guess that's what championships are about. Coming out here and being competitive. We didn't get the times that we wanted to. I guess the times didn't really matter because we got what we achieved. We got what we came out here to achieve. And that was first and second, and we're glad for that. So, yeah.
All right, and how about you? How are you feeling with your second place?
To be honest, I don't feel how I'm contributing to my team, so I'm not with that.
All right, thank you, and all the best in the rest of the event.
Speaking to the winner of the Class 2 boys 100 meters, Mark Anthony Miller. Mark, initially there was some tremor in the blocks. Did that put you off at any point in time?
Yeah, it kind of, the nerves are in the race, and the callbacks, I don't do too well with those. At the first false start, I kind of went with the guys, so I was kind of scared of that. But yeah, that's it.
And tell us about the race. How did you compose yourself and get back to focus? And
well, the false start had threw me off, so I didn't get the best start that I would hope for, and I saw my friend Gary Card from Woolmers a bit ahead of me, so I kind of had to come clutch for my team and get those 9 points.
10:76. How happy are you with that time?
I felt like it could have been better had it not been for the false starts, but I'm still proud of it nevertheless.
What's next for you?
What's next? I have the 200 meters heats tomorrow. I'm looking to come into the finals with that and hopefully get a gold medal. And then we have the 4x100 meters.
Thank you, and all the best for the rest of the championship.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I want to tell you about my champs experience. It was one to remember. Over the years that I was at champs, I can remember, especially on Fridays when I am running the 1500 meters, there was a lot of crowds. And, like before, like in the morning, because I remember one year we stayed at Savannah Park and I could hear the KC, students coming from North Street, going all the way up to the stadium to go pack up the stadium. And when I reached the stadium, it was like, oh my gosh, it was like a festival, a carnival. It was so many beautiful music, drums playing and, persons are like, dancing, the bands, everything. It was, oh my gosh, amazing. And I just want to encourage all the athletes that are competing this year. Just go out there and do your best because, listen, just go out there, have fun. When I hear that music, the beat of that music playing, just use it as motivation because, trust me, it helps me a lot when I was in high school. And I just go out there with confidence, knowing that, hey, you got to run hard to beat me. So it was wonderful.
Champion, Tiana Lee, personal best 11.60. How are you feeling about that?
Well, I am feeling super great tonight.
So was it your intention to run your personal best tonight?
Yes, it was. My aim was to come out, execute, did what I have to do, and that was exactly what was done. Yes, it is. Well, knowing I'm a first year in the class, it makes me feel super well knowing I am overcoming my fears for the bigger girls.
My champs experience was amazing because I got to compete with a bunch of my friends. We had fun. We just enjoyed the experience. We fed off the vibe of the crowd. I had friends from at every school. So I had Elva, Dentil, my Vertec peeps, Saini, Kamika. I had friends at like Jago, Calabar, Wolmer's, Casey, JC. To this day, we're friends because Champs was just where we got together and just showcase our talent. And the fan made it so special because they pour so much into us, and the vibe that they give you and the vibe that you feed on makes you want to perform and do well. And to this day, it's been one of my most valuable experiences, our most treasured memories are boys and girls champs. Because before boys and girls champs were separate, so it was kind of not as exciting. But once they merged it and we got the bigger crowd and the females got the same level of support that the guys were getting, it was just amazing. And it was just amazing to perform in front of your family, your friends, because I had like a whole bunch of people coming to support, and my sister was there, my brother Cableton, and the crew would come and he would bring all his entertainer friends because I met Beanie Man used to come to track with my brother. So it just was a wonderful experience and I enjoyed it, and hope you guys are having fun this year. Do your best. Aim for the sky, and love and blessing.
Purchase these and other Carlon CSET textbooks at Sangsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlonpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlon Publishers, partners in the education process.
Hello and welcome to Trackers.com in partnership with ISSA coverage of the ISSA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. My name is Noel Bravo Francis, and I'm a World Athletics correspondent as well as a senior writer at Trackers.com. My co-host is Oliver Elmo Harris, a veteran track and field analyst who has been around before the national stadium was built. Uh,
And you may be quite right.
Our coverage will focus on previews, interviews, analysis, and updates. And it is brought to you by our sponsors, Royal Computers, AppVision, Loud Fashion, Burger King, Popeyes, Little Caesars, Honeybun, Continental Bakery, and Total Hardware. Please note that you will not see a live feed as TVJ has exclusive rights to broadcast. We appreciate your feedback. Nevertheless, we ask you to be respectful in doing so. We know our viewers are quite knowledgeable, Elmo, and love their track and field. Therefore, would like to, interact with them at some point in time. And throughout our coverage, we'll ask a few questions, to test their sharpness.
And they'll be sharp.
Yes, I agree. So I just want to welcome you again, Elmo. How are you doing?
Well, these are the championships. Boys and girls championships, you have to be doing well.
Okay. So from your perspective, how has the championship been going?
Okay, we can look at two things. So as the point standings are concerned, the favorites, people who are the teams that are expected to win championships, they are currently leading. As far as the performances are concerned, we have had some great performances. However, I must say, the wind has been terrible to us. The main event yesterday, we had a problem where the wind was negative 2.80.
And I might add, the wind was okay up to that point because everything was positive, like 1.60 and so forth. But when that final came along, the girls class 100 meters, it was negative 2.8 meters per second. And actually, when I adjusted the time with my wind adjuster calculator, the race would have been 11 seconds flat, which would have been the record.
It would certainly have been the record. And if they even got a positive one, we'd be talking about two schoolgirls running below 11 seconds.
Yes, and that would have been a phenomenal feat. Yes, but another thing though, Elmo, we are still awaiting our first outright record. We saw the record being equaled in the class to 100 meters by Kerika Hill of Hydel High. But we're still awaiting an outright record. But we're still at the halfway stage. We have 14 finals to go today. And let's hope that we'll see some records.
Right.
Because, the conditions are okay in the evening. So to have some.
Well, the condition, it depends, because one of the records that I think everyone thought would go was the 100 meters. And we saw what the wind did. Now, Liston, I am sure, is going to think that the way to redeem that loss to Tina Clayton is to actually put that 200-meter record somewhere where no one can touch it.
Yes,
but if she
Simone Facey,
right, Simone Facey ran 22.71, but Brianna Liston has already run 22.66. However, the conditions will determine a lot. If the conditions are good, there's no doubt she's going to run about 22.5. But, and it's a big but, the conditions. So we hope and we pray that things will work out that way. We think that the Edwin Allen 4x1 team should massacre the class 1 4x1 record.
Yes.
So, records will come. We're just hoping that the conditions will be such that, things can happen.
Okay. So looking at the events that are to come today, we will have the 400 meters to close our proceedings. And I'm sure you're looking forward to that.
On the 400 meters, girls and boys. I mean, let's talk about the boys and let's talk about St. Jago and the big man himself, Mr. Gregory Prince. He's just picked up the 400 meters. He just ran relays. Usually, now he has the fastest time in the 400. He ran 46.6 in the heat. And I think if he gets still wind, 0.0. If it's still wind, because we don't want swirling wind. If we get still wind, I think will run 45 low, even below 45.
He's an exceptional athlete. I saw him at the Gibson McCook relays. He ran 2 relays, and I was very impressed. I think he anchored the 4x100 meters out of lane 8, and he had so much time to look across on the Jamaica College athlete, before going past him like in a whisker. And then I think he ran the second leg on the 4x4 where he actually just took the race away from everyone else. So an outstanding athlete, and I agree with you. I expect a lot from him, and I saw him today. Going through the rounds, and he looked impressive.
Right. The girls' class 1 is going to be an interesting race. For me, especially because there is an athlete who we haven't seen all year. And she turned up this year. The young lady from Clarendon College.
That young lady, I was looking throughout the development meets to see, if she was still in school, because I was very impressed with how she ran last year to beat Anika Makanov. And I was very surprised when she took out that race. I mean, she really went all out, and I thought she was going to die in the straight, but she didn't.
Right.
She held on. It was an excellent win. And as you say, that young lady, she's going to be dangerous.
And for the fans, just remember, we're talking about young lady by the name of Oakley. She's from Clarendon College. She actually won the Class 2 event in 52 seconds, right?
Yes.
She beat the favorite, Makanov. She actually will be in both the 200, well, she'll be in the 400 finals, and she qualified in the 200 today. Not sure why they would love, I'm thinking that she was coming back from injury. So one would have thought she just run the 400. But I guess the powers that be think that she is fit enough to run both the 2 and the 4. And I don't think she'll give Liston too much trouble, but she's certainly in medal contention for both events.
And as you mentioned, the workload of Dejana Oakley, also have to look at Makanov. She's running the 400-meter hurdles as well.
Right.
Do you think that's a bridge too far?
What is good about the schedule and her schedule compared to what's happening? Today, she will run the 400 meters. That's her only race today, the 400-meter finals, because I think she ran the 400 hurdles heats. Was it Wednesday or Tuesday?
Yes.
Right.
It was.
And then tomorrow, she'll just turn up again just for one race.
So she'll get enough time to recover.
Right. I think we have the 4x4 heats tomorrow, but Heidel does not have to use Makanov. They have Aliyah Baker in Class 2. Well, granted, they're going to have to use somebody, and maybe they're all in finals anyway.
Qualify, yes.
Right. They have, right. So, so her workload isn't going to be too bad. 2 rounds of the 400 hurdles, and was it 2 or 3 rounds? Because in Class 1 girls tend to have just 2 rounds. But maybe she had 3 rounds of the 400. I think maybe it was 2.
And looking at the Class 1 400 meter, you didn't mention the young man from Kingston College, Huta. You think he has a chance to push sprints?
If you had asked me that in early season January, I would have said Huta would be sure to be on the medal podium. But he had some medical issues, right? So he was out for a couple of months. His first race back was at the Carifta Trials, where he ran the fastest time in the heats, but he couldn't repeat. Maybe it was the conditions. He couldn't repeat, placed about 3rd or 4th. But granted, that was a month ago, so we're not very sure what his physical condition is. But he looks good. But he has some serious athletes to go up against. Gregory Prince. We're talking about Watkins from Jamaica College. We're talking about the Carifta Trials winner Kennedy. And you notice that Edwin Allen is doing very well, not just girls. So the boys, Kennedy,
we have to remind
really
persons that Edwin Allen is a co-ed school.
It's co-ed, right.
And the young man, Brian Level, who I spoke with last night, it was very tight in the mixed zone to get interviews because, they were being rushed to go to the presentation. So as soon as CVJ interviews them, it's really difficult. It's a scramble to get them. However, Level recognized that I was World Athletics and came back and he gave me a very good interview. He said that, even though he didn't get the start that he wanted, he wasn't worried about the competition, even though it was stiff. He just executed and he pulled through. And he's saying that the 200 meters, and you would agree that 200 meters is his favorite event. So he said he's going to come out and really give it his all in that one.
I really can't see him losing the 200 meters, but, and I have to say, but, again, it's back to Gregory Prince. Gregory Prince is running the 200. And we have not seen Gregory Prince running at 200 meters all out. They actually ran in the same heat at Central Champs. And both of them jogged through the tape in about 21.2.
They jog here today.
Right, but he did not turn up for the 200 finals because he had a serious schedule. Where he ran the 400 and 4x4s and all of that. So we will see what happens. But Kennedy, who is considered to be one of the favorites, he won at Carter Trials. He's an Edwin Allen boy. He's in the 200-meter semis, but today we think that he just may make the medal podium for that 400 today.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other name that impresses you?
Well, in the class, just quickly, in the class 2 girls, watching Aliyah Baker, but there's a massive but again. There's a first-year class 2 girl from Fern Court. By the name of Abigail Campbell.
Yes.
And she takes no prisoners. Right.
She takes no prisoners.
Right. But Aliyah Baker looks good. And I know that the top medals will be shared between those two. Right. In class 3, I think Gallimore from Homewood. And remember, Homewood used to be a 400-meter powerhouse. They still have something to say. And I think Gallimore will win. And she's hoping that her teammate, Abigail, Abrina Wright, will accompany her to the podium. So we have some exciting races. On the boys' side, it's really crazy.
I saw a young man today from Kingston College, Marcino Rose. Very, very impressive. He shot it off early in the home straight, but I tell you, I expect a lot from that young man, and really expect him to really run very fast. What do you think about him?
Well, in the previews that I had done, I thought he will be part of the Kingston College Quinella. He has not beaten his teammate, Taj Marcus White, Turbo we call him, at the 400. Turbo will run at Carifta. He won at Corporate, and Rose came second to him both days. I think today Rose had better decide that I will have to do it because I am sure I saw Taj Marcus looking as if he might be injured. But we'll see.
A slight niggle, but we'll see.
We'll see.
They said the brave may fall but never yield, so they normally come out and
they normally come out.
However, injury is one of the things that cuts speed. So we will see what will happen there. But I agree with you that both of them will have to bring their A game.
Right. In the class 3 event, again, Kingston College should have been one of the top teams in that event, but things are not working too right. Brown ran 50.9 last year, came 3rd, and was back in the class, and one assumed that, he's going to be the favorite. He hasn't broken 52 seconds all year. So that's going to be a problem. Bennett from Excelsior, tough. Creary from JC is tough. But the top man so far this season is all the way from Manchester. Fleming's from Manchester. But that race could go anyway.
What sort of time is Fleming doing?
Fleming was the first guy to go under 51 seconds.
Okay.
And Fleming ran his 51 less than an hour after running the 800 meters at the Central Championships. But since these championships, we have seen where Creary from GC has run 50 points. We have seen Bennett from Excelsior running 50 points. So now we have 3 guys who are just about there. And there's a dark horse for me in that race. There's a tall gentleman from the East. And when you have people because Eastern Championship athletes tend not to do very well at champs.
And when they do well, they are recruited.
And when they do well, they are recruited. But something I always say, if your school has a serious program, athletes will stay.
But that sense of loyalty.
Right, that kind of loyalty. Because we saw it in the West. Folks like Antonio Watson, people were knocking at his door, but he wasn't going to leave Petersfield, right? But there is a young man from Port Antonio in the 400-meter class 3 finals. And he looks as if he certainly has the talent. Now, what we're not sure of is his condition, because we haven't seen him all season. We're not sure of his condition. We're not sure.
And you have to have that mental
strength. The mental strength. Because we know schools like Jamaica College, when you run your semifinals, they put you on the medicine board, all the masseurs come around, you're resting in the hotel. Whereas in some of these schools, it's a different thing. You're eating bun and cheese, you wasting energy in the sun, and when time comes to race, it's not there. But let's see what happens.
Okay.
We don't want to be pessimistic and think the worst.
On track now is the 4x1 relay. Anika Makanov now giving the baton to that is Brianna Liston on the third leg, and she's just cruising, coming around to give to the anchor leg runner. So let's see the time that will come up here. So Idol really looking large and in charge here, being chased down now by St. Diego and being passed. So Heidel has given up the advantage there, winning flash time 45.50 seconds for St. Diego there. So impressive running by the ankle leg runner, but Heidel might have been going through the motions there.
Right, Heidel was going through the motions. Heidel has, because I think they have two girls who were in the 100-meter finals. That's Liston and their sprinter hurdler, Anika Wilson. But St. Diego have Linton and they have Shanika Walker, who was at Heidel last year. She's now, she's at St. Diego. So St. Diego has a fairly decent team. Of course, everyone will look to the Edwin Allen team too, to see how it goes. But, Heidel will certainly expect that if they don't win, and they know it's tough for them to win, that they're going to get the silver medal. But St. Diego may have something to say. Liston can only run one leg, right?
And speaking of Heidel, they have been trying for many years. The predictions this year, I believe, is a bit closer where they have Edwin Allen to win by about 24 points. But 24 points is not really any comfortable gap for you to have because relays, as you know, anything can happen. 12 points for a victory. And Heidel has a chance.
Right, they do have an outside chance. They do have an outside chance, but you still have to think about the depth of Edwin Allen. I know when I was doing my preview, I got 20-something point difference.
That's
right?
what I got as well.
Right, so Heidel has improved in those traditional weak areas, so that's good. Their middle distance has improved slightly. The throws have improved slightly. Actually, I think did they have two medalists in the girls' class, one shot put? I know they had two girls who were in the finals, and they were in the top three at one point. Not sure how it ended,
there, yes,
but they picked up points there, right? But Edwin Allen is going to pick up points all over the place in the throws, and you can't afford to let Edwin Allen get away from you. And actually, Edwin Allen in some of the races are doing way better than I actually thought.
Yes.
They did very well in the 1500 yesterday. They won class 3. They won class 2. Looked on the verge of winning class, getting the double in class.
One
when that
they had that,
happened.
yes, because I was even speaking to someone about it earlier today, where in fact they both collided or they touched in some
It's such
way.
a strange
and it
thing.
was a strange
Because
incident.
because apparently what happened was that Jessica McLean might have cut in a bit. She went, she was in lane 2 and she's cutting into lane 1. And the rule say you need to make sure that you give the athlete enough space. But then I wonder, why does she even have to go into lane? This is your teammate.
Yes.
Just stay beside her and both of you run to the
Finish
thing.
1-2, but
You don't need to go into. She's actually wasting time. But hey, these are youngsters. And I guess when you're told that when you pass, you get into lane 1 as quickly as you can, but that might have cost them some points.
I think so as well. So there will be 14 finals today, as I stated earlier in the broadcast. The relays are on track just now. Some of the finals that will coming up is the shot put. You have the boys class 2 shot put, and that should go off at 7:05. That would be the last field event before the 400-meter finals, and the finals go off at 8:15 p.m. all the way through to 8:49. That is if they run on schedule. As you know, sometimes races are called back. And one of the things to Elmo, I must say, you can't get away from it, but there are not a lot of drama in the blocks, not a lot of false starts. I know that's not a commentator's curse, but I just
Uh-huh.
hope that we don't have any of those incidents,
Yes,
really,
and maybe I
because they
should
want
not
to
be
see.
talking about that one false start that had me saying, "Why did you do this?" There was a young man at Central Champs from Steertown Academy,
Mhm.
and I thought to myself, "This guy is going to give a lot of trouble at Champs." He ran so very well in the heats in negative wind, and I'm saying, this guy's going to give a lot of trouble. He false started in the finals. Today again, he looks good in the 200 heats. So I'm
Well, I hope he has gotten the butterflies out of the
right,
way, the
because
nerves out of the way, and
these are
he
the
will
championships,
just
and
try
I
and
guess
make amends, because yes, it is very difficult to travel all the way.
right, you're getting points
distance.
your school.
Yes.
Your school is not accustomed to getting points.
Mhm.
When you fall start, you don't get anything.
Mhm.
So you may not win, you may not come second, you may not even medal.
Mhm.
But when you make the finals and you run, you have put your school and yourself on the track and field map.
Okay. All right. So relays are still on track. It's time to give away some things, for Elmo, from our sponsors.
Why not?
And I hope you had listened to the names that of our sponsors that I called earlier. But I am a generous person. What I'll do, I'll just run through the list again. So our coverage is brought to you by Royal Computers, Abvision, Loud Fashion, Burger King, Popeyes, Little Caesars, Honeybun, Continental Bakery, and Total Hardware. So I have a question for you. Name two products made by Honeybun, and the winner will get a gift bag. So name two products made by Honeybun, and the winner will get a gift bag. I think we have the put it in the comment section, because I know that our knowledgeable track and field fans are really commenting on the broadcast. And again, I said that TVJ has exclusive rights, so you will not see any live feed here. What we do is provide you with interviews, analysis, and updates, as well as previews. So name two products made by Honeybun, and the winner will get a gift bag. So on track, we still have the relays going on. This should be the boys
I think it's the boys class 3.
Yes, class 3, 4 by 100 meters on track, and expecting some fireworks when it comes to the final. Persons are just trying to make their way into the finals here, so you know that it's the fastest times that will get into the final. So people will be really working hard. No one will have any leeway to take it easy, as we see the young man from St. Diego in the high jump there took down the bar. So you will have more attempts. Well, hopefully that's not his last try. So you need to go back to the drawing board and just get it right.
Yes.
I think he approached it a bit too fast. So when he was trying to elevate, he brought the bar down.
It went more horizontal than vertical. I must say though that the class 3 boys high jump standard this year is not where it used to be. And I'm trying to wonder if you think the COVID and this kind of thing has any effect on this. I mean, the top high jumpers is jumping 175.
No, that is not good enough. As you say, the standard was a bit high. I think I remember a young man who used to jump for Calabar. Perhaps he still has a record. I think it was 1.9 something.
He just Reed. There were two guys.
Cayman Islands.
That's
the
Reed.
young man.
Reed, right?
Yes.
Reed.
Very impressive at the time.
Right.
Didn't go and have the sort of I don't like to say career at high school level, but didn't go the performances that I was expecting.
Well, let's put it this way: he didn't do as well in class 2 or in class
1, but he was very impressive. I remember him clearing, I think, 1.99 at the time. So very, very good. So we are coming up on a break. So stay with our YouTube channel, trackalerts.com, in association with ISSA, and we will be back to bring you updates and previews. Soon come.
Purchase these and other Carlon CSET textbooks at Sangsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlonpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlon Publishers, partners in the education process.
Balvin Israel, a 7.33 jump, your personal best. Tell me how you're feeling about that.
It's an amazing feeling, Miss. I came out here to just do my best, and it was above my expectations. So I'm just very elated right now.
All right, and you have the triple jump next. What can we expect from you in that event?
Honestly, I just started to do the triple jump. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do tomorrow, but I can assure you it's going to be my best.
So do you think you have met your goal today in the long jump?
Well, not really. There's always something you can work on to achieve a greater distance. So it's back into the lab and try to get a further jump next time.
All right, all the best tomorrow on the triple jump.
Thank you, miss.
Brianna, listen. Geraldo, that's mine. 11:24. Is it so you're backing off? Is it a strategy for you not to use too much energy in that race?
Well, as my coaches say, it's a energy saving championship. You have to know how to qualify yourself and save some energy. So I know that I would have in the automatic spot to qualify. So I just relax and take it easy. Well, because no doubt, I was a bit doubting myself. Didn't have a lot of confidence at one point. But you know, my mother is the driver of all this and my coach. Without them, I wouldn't have my confidence up back so that I could take this title. Yes, a bit pleased knowing that my season doesn't end here. It continues on until August. I am very pleased and I know that more down in the season I will run a faster time. Well, well, she was a very competitive person, but I try to hold my composure, not to tense, not to I just relax and take it to the line.
In the semi-final, a big smile from you. Just watching the race, watching her run. That it was a strategy, or what was the game plan?
Well, it was the coach's instruction. Hit the first 30 and take it from there. Make sure you qualify, and that's what I did because I know that there was a bit more in the tank, so I did what was supposed to be done.
How happy you are?
Well, I'm very happy, knowing that at one point I wasn't very confident, and my mother speak to me and tell me that, look, you have it in you, and she made sure that my confidence was up back. Thank you. Well, from now on, you know, after this we have Crafter Trials, Crafter, and you know, World Junior. Hopefully, I will go at the World Championship Trials and further on my season there. Well, you know, no specific time. You know, the areas can be wind that will mess up the time, so there's no specific time that I placed on the board to run. I'm very happy, and knowing that I wasn't very confident at one point, and my mother and my coach tell me that I have it in me. I've done it already, and I've done it now.
How are you feeling today?
Well, I'm feeling very great.
Are you pleased with how you executed your race today?
Well, I am not pleased because I wanted the second place, but as I expected, I get left in the start. So I just had to run back and give my points. My school the points that they need.
All right, congrats. You did your best. And Carifta, what can we expect from you in Carifta?
Well, I can expect great things because I will be there.
Greatness in the Clayton sisters. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I was going to change for about a week near the champs there because I don't finish there and they come here and get the win, so it's very overwhelming.
Who do you want to shout out?
sir, I must thank God for letting me finish this race, sir. I thank my coaches, my coach, the Powell, sir, manager, coaching staff, mother, father, friends, school friends, teachers, everybody that is supporting me, sir. Thank you, sir.
What's next for Brian?
Well, miss, what's next for Brian is that just continue my seasons, miss, and just do my best that I can.
Speaking to Carletta Bernard of Mount Alvernia. Carletta, you have had some injuries over the years and you have come back this year, getting the bronze medal. Let's tell us about your journey and what has happened.
It's been a very, it's not really frustrating, but a hard journey. But I have to give God the glory for taking me through this race injury-free. Yes, it has assisted me.
The next event for you, you're going to run in the 200 meters?
Yes, I will be running the 200.
What are you expecting there?
Just expecting to make it to the finals again and finish the race injury-free.
Thank you and all the best for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
My champs experience was amazing because I got to compete with a bunch of my friends. We had fun. We just enjoyed the experience. We fed off the vibe of the crowd. I had friends at every school. So I had Elva, Dentil, my Vertec peeps, Sayini, Kamika. I had friends at like Jago, Calabar, Wolmer's, Casey, JC. To this day, we're friends because champs was just where we got together and just showcase our talent, and the fan made it so special because they pour so much into us, and the vibe that they give you and the vibe that you feed on makes you want to perform and do well. And to this day, it's been one of my most valuable experiences, our most treasured memories are boys and girls champs. Because before, boys and girls champs were separate, so it was kind of not as exciting. But once they merged it and we got the bigger crowd and the females got the same level of support that the guys were getting, it was just amazing. And it was just amazing to perform in front of your family, your friends, because I had like a whole bunch of people coming to support, and my sister was there, my brother Cableton, and the crew would come and he would bring all his entertainer friends, because I met Beanie Man used to come to track with my brother. So it just was a wonderful experience and I enjoyed it, and hope you guys are having fun this year. Do your best, aim for the sky, and love and blessing.
I want to tell you about my champs experience. It was one to remember. over the years that I was a champs, I can remember, especially on Fridays when I am running the 1500 meters, there was a lot of crowds. And, like before, like in the morning, because I remember one year we stayed at Savannah Park and I could hear the KC, students coming from North Street, going all the way up to the stadium to go pack up the stadium. And when I reached the stadium, it was like, oh my gosh, it was like a festival, a carnival. It was so many beautiful music, jumps playing and, persons are like, dancing, the bands, everything. It was, oh my gosh, amazing. And I just want to encourage all the athletes that are competing this year. Just go out there and do your best because, listen, just go out there, have fun. When they hear that music, the beat of that music playing, just use it as motivation because, trust me, it helps me a lot when I was in high school. And I just go out there with confidence, knowing that, hey, you got to run hard to beat me. So it was wonderful.
Welcome back to our coverage of the ISSA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. The relays are on track, but before we go into anything else, we just want to tell you about the point system for the relays. So for the winner of the relay, you will get 12 points. The second place team will get 10 points, third, 8 points, fourth, 6, fifth, 5 points, then 4, 3, and then 2 points. So it's very important. We saw a spill a while ago at Kingston College. We await to see what will happen there, if the team has made it or they have been disqualified. But usually when you are passing the baton, the outgoing runner can't pick up the baton if it falls to the ground. It has to be the incoming runner who takes it up and pass the baton to the outgoing runner. So we'll see what will happen there. Also, we have some point standings to give you. We will start with the girls. And in 10th position, you have St. Catherine with 8 points. In 9th position, Petersfield with 10 points as well. In 7th position, you have 8th position, you have Excelsior High on 13 points. And in 7th position, Camperdown on 19 points. In 6th position, Immaculate Conception with 24 points. In 5th position, Woolmer's Girls with 33 points. In 4th position, you have Homewood Tech on 35 points. In 3rd, St. Jago High on 48 points. In 2nd, you have Idle High on 59 points and leading Edwin Allen on 83 points. So defending champions are out in front on the girls' side. So let's look at the boys. In 10th position, Magati High on 9 points. In 9th position, Clarendon College on 10 points. In 8th position, Edwin Allen with 13 points. And in 7th, you have Herbert Morrison Technical on 15 points. In 6th position, Calabar on 17 points. In 5th position, Woolmer's with 18 points. In 4th, St. Elizabeth Technical on 23 points. In 3rd, we have St. Jago High on 28 points. And in 2nd position, Jamaica College on 51 points. And leading is Kingston College on 68 points. So that is after 8 events scored. And on the girls' side, it's after 10 events scored. So we have more results and updates to give you for the relays that just concluded a while ago. This is the girls 4x100 meter class 3. The winner of Heat 1 was St. Jago High School with 47.26 seconds. Second was Excelsior, 48.66. It is the top 2 from each heat, and then the next 2 best times. So there are 3 heats, and I must also add that Immaculate Conception and Bridgeport High were this did not finish, and one did not start in the first heat. In the second heat, the winner was Hydel High, 48.08 seconds. And second, you had St. Catherine High, 48.69 seconds. So those two qualified for the final. And in Heat 3, Edwin Allen, 47.09 seconds, the fastest time. And Homo Technical finished second, 47.54. So the qualifiers for the class 3 4x100 meters final are Edwin Allen, St. Jago, Hydel High, Homo Technical, Excelsior High, St. Catherine, Alpha Academy, and Woolmer's Girls. So the next result we have here is for the girls class 4, the 4x100 meters. And the qualifiers are Immaculate Conception, Hydel High, Edwin Allen, St. Jago, Woolmer's Girls, Excelsior, Vere Technical, and Ferncourt High. And we'll give you some 200 meters results. Let me just see if we have all the relays intact. I think we're still waiting on the boys. So until we get those results, let me just tell you what happened earlier in the boys class 2 shot put final. Sorry, it's the preliminaries. So we had Zachary Campbell of Jamaica College, who qualified with 17.20 meters. Rajay Hemmings of St. Catherine, 15.40 meters. Matthew Blake of Calabar, 14.86. Despero Ray from Kingston College, 14.54. Ronaldo Alderson from Petersfield, 13.64. Devontae Edwards of Monroe College, 12.29 meters. So those are the qualifiers from the first flight. And in the second flight, the qualifiers are Delangelo Jackson from Jamaica College, 15.46 meters. Marlando Farquharson from Cornell College, 15.09 meters. Then you had Kavan O'Malley from Woolmer's Boys, 14.42 meters. Antoine Watkin from Kingston College, 14.41 meters. Alessandro Robinson from Calabar, 12.88. And the last qualifier from flight was Javon Forrest from Vere Technical with 12.42 meters. So as I said earlier, the 200 meters preliminaries went on early this morning. It was run in some negative wind, and the boys really had to fight hard to qualify from those heats. So heat 1, we saw the winner of the class 1 100 meters, Brian Level, stepping easily, winning that one in 21.78 seconds. Second was Shavin Hector Charles from Kingston College. He logged 21.99 seconds. Third, Ryan Weber of Excelsior. He qualified as one of the next best in 22.14 seconds. And fourth was Enrico Davis from St. Catherine High, 22.61 seconds. In Heat 2, we saw Adrian Carr of Kingston College. He didn't compete in the 100 meters. Excellent runner. 21.79. The wind speed there was negative 3.1 meters per second. Second, we had Delano Kennedy of Edwin Allen, 21.88. And third, Raheem Pinnock of St. Jago, 22.05. So he got one of the non-automatic qualifying spot. And in E3, DeAndre Watkin of Jamaica College won in 22.02 seconds. And Sandre Davidson of St. Catherine High, he was second, 22.19 seconds. And third, you had Richard Nelson, Clarendon College, 22.44, getting one of the non-automatic spots. In Heat 4, you had Jaden Reed of Jamaica College, 22.09 seconds. Then Remando Thomas of Camperdown High, 22.38 seconds. Third was Jordan Morgan of Lacovia High, 22.59 seconds. And in Heat 5, the winner there was Quayne Graham of Woolmer's Boys, 21.91 seconds. Second was David Lynch, Calabar High, 21.98 seconds. And third, you had Javel Wright of Veer Technical, 22.18 seconds, qualifying as one of the non-automatic qualifiers. As Elmore returns, Eat 6, Shamar Palmer of Manchester High. I think we saw him earlier looking very good. We spoke about him. He was in the heat with Gregor Prince. So he won in 22.34. Second was Gregor Prince, the young man we spoke about that to expect a lot from him. He's from San Diego and he logged 22.49 seconds. Third was Kalani Cook of Green and High, a young man who showed some promise earlier. He was third in 22.51 seconds. And fourth was Dylan Johnson of Herbert Morrison, 22.63 seconds. So he also got one of the non-automatic qualifying spots. So interesting semifinals. Hope to see the lineup to see who matches up with who. But expect a lot from Gregor Prince and the young man named Palmer from Manchester High.
Yes, it's great to see schools like Muchet. Those Western schools are doing very well this year. They might not win the actual gold medal, but the Western schools are doing well on the boys' side. The Central schools are doing well on the boys' side also. I mean, we just saw Level win the 100, you know. Jago is also a Central champ, so therefore we're not a urban school, and they have been doing so very well. So we would love to see that 200-meter semifinals, just to see exactly what the finalists will look like. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. People like Adrian Carr going to be there. But again, talking about, we still have the St. Catherine Davidson, Kennedy from the. So I am sure that those Western and Central Championship schools will do so very well.
All right. So far in the giveaway question, the closest person is Janoy Brady. He said cheese bread and coconut bread. So that's the closest. First, you let me know if you're going to give it to that person or you would want to see some more. You're going to give it to Janoy? Okay, Janoy. So we're going to give that one to you, all right? My question now was, when was the last time Homo Technical won girls champs? When was the last time Homo Technical won girls champs? All right, so that's my question. So you can post the answers in the chat. Let me give you some more results here. This was the last final, I believe, that was completed in the girls high jump class 3, which was won by Shaniqua Williams of Woolmer's Girls, and she cleared a height of 1.74 meters. She did so on her second attempt, and she failed at 1.76. So Daniel Williams from Woolmer's won the Class 3 girls high jump, and it was a 1-2 finish. It was a quinilla for Woolmer's because her teammate Daniel Noble cleared 1.71 meters. First time clearance, and then she had 3 failed attempts at 1.74 meters. So 1-2 finish for Woolmer's Girls, and then the favorite coming into the event, Aisha Mackay from Eden Island. She got third. She cleared 1.71 meters on her second attempt, so she lost on countback to Noble. So those were the top 3 that I had in terms of my predictions, but I had Mackay winning and Williams coming second and Noble third.
Right. I knew the Woolmer's Girls, well, the top 3 is the top 3. That's what I expected. Not necessarily in that order, but they were the top 3. But something interesting to note, we had just spoken about the Class 3 boys. Now look at the results of the Class 3 girls. Third place is 171. That's no joke.
That is no joke.
That is no joke. I know coming into the championships, third place for the boys, the third ranked athlete was 165. I'm hoping they did much better because I'm told that there were 2 Kingston College athletes when the bar was at 175. I don't know if they actually jumped it or what, but I guess we'll find out when we get those results.
Okay, definitely. But they should be jumping way higher than that.
180 at least. And maybe they did so today. Maybe they did so, but we'll wait and see.
Okay. Just some more rules because they brought in the international rules to our championships. So for relay pool, the guidelines are you can make 4 changes. 4 changes are now allowed, provided the substitutes were already listed and accepted on the entry form. So the schools must register a maximum of 8 athletes for all relays. So just like how we saw at the World Championship when the Americans brought in a whole new team to replace Alison Felix and all of them, brought in the hurdlers, Mohammed and the other young lady who brought the.
I think move and 800.
Mhm.
They brought in the
So-
2 400-meter hurdlers. And
Yes.
Jamaica was actually having a problem because we were saying, should Sharika, both 3 girls were running the 100 and 200 meters. And we said, now who's going to get rested? So it's good to know that you can make 4 changes.
And you make it starting at
Right.
the
Just
boys
like
and
they
girls
have to be
champion.
on the team.
Right. So you just name it at least
Name
on the
at
entry form. So you solve that problem. You just do it and forget about it.
Right.
Instead of having the headache of not doing it and trying to
Right.
get the a replacement if there's an injury or anything untoward that has taken place over the days of competition. So also for the medley relay, any athlete nominated for a track event may not be nominated for the medley relays. So you have to be like a specialist, Elmo, And the first 500 meters, as you will see, will be run entirely in lanes. After which, athletes may leave their lanes at the start of the straight on the back straight. The race will start using the 4x100-meter start line afterwards. So no class for athlete can, a male or female, may be nominated for an open event, which includes the medley relay. So those are some of the rules for the medley relays.
Quite a number of rules. The class 4 thing, they're trying to protect these poor little ones, but who knows? I know a lot of schools don't particularly like it because they have. I remember that there was this young lady from St. Diego. She was class 4, and she would have been the favorite to win the 3,000. All right. I think she won it last year. Not sure, but we could check.
Oh, and another thing too. Remember we had instances where athletes were competing in several events and they had to scale back. Remember, I think it was when Bulmers won in 2010. I think Dwight Extol would have run the 400-meter hurdles, the 400 meters, and the 200 meters. I remember him and Julian Ford coming across the line, almost touching each other with their palms. So for now, no athlete may compete in more than the maximum allowed events, such as A, Class 1 boys, Class 1 girls, and Class 2 girls are eligible to compete in 2 individual events and 2 relay events. So no athlete will be able to compete in 3 individual events. An athlete competing in field events only, is allowed to take part in 3 field events. So that's the only time you can take part in three events if you're doing field events.
Right. And Christopher Young from Edwin Allen will say thank you. So I'll therefore win the class 1 discus. I'll win the class 1 shot put. And I'll win the class 1. What's that? Spear looking
Javelin.
The javelin. So, and he will, it's interesting to see what Christopher Young and Trevor Gonzalez, his partner, will do. But they will dominate the class 1 throw. So he gets a chance to do three events. You know, they've been fixing and turning and twisting those rules. I have kind of decided, something, I can't follow the rules. You have to look at them when the time comes. But it's good that the field eventers can, you can do 3 events. I mean, I don't have a problem with somebody doing the long jump, the high jump, and the triple jump. We understand the sprints and so on because you're really trying to cut down the injuries, the overwork, having to run 3 rounds of 400 meters, 3 rounds of 200 meters, 3 rounds of 100 meters. But the field events are a little different. And even with the relays, you don't have to run the events. You may just come in for the final. So we can understand some of those rules.
And my producer will let me know if anyone has answered the question that I posed. Let me just say it again for those who are watching this feed. When was the last time Homewood Technical won girls champs? When was the last time Homewood Technical won the girls' championship. So still looking at the rules for Class 2 boys, athletes are allowed to compete in 2 individual events and a relay event. So that's for Class 2 boys. Athletes are allowed to compete in 2 individual events and a relay event. Also, an athlete may compete in 1 individual event and 2 relay events. So at all times, it's 3 events that you can compete. So you have to know which
Make up your mind.
yes,
what's
what you
happening
want to
there.
do. Third, an athlete competing in field events only is allowed to compete in 3 field events, as we
Really
mentioned
Class 1
earlier
boys,
for
right?
Class 1 boys. And for Class 3 boys and girls now, athletes are allowed to enter 2 individual events and a relay event. So athletes are allowed to enter 2 individual events and a relay event. And boys in first year Class 3 are allowed to compete in 1 individual event plus the 4x100 meters. What do you think about that?
I know they're
Class 3?
trying to protect these athletes, so anything to protect the athletes, I will say, okay, I can manage that. But there are always times when you look and you say, hold a second, look at that big boy. I mean, that boy is,
can manage.
That boy can manage. I remember Jamaica College with Telfia. I don't remember the days of Telfia when I guess Jamaica College were in the extreme. Telfia and I think I can't remember Patrick something another, and they did 6 individual 100, 200, 400 high long hurdles. So I guess from that day they said no, we can't manage that. But Telfia and those guys are big guys.
We had Michael O'Hara in recent memory, not doing 6 but doing
right.
I think at least 4.
He
for
certainly
Calabar.
used to do the 1, the 2, the hurdles. Trying to remember whatever it is. And the relay, certainly the 4x1.
And he was a very good quartermaster.
Right. So in Class 2, he did both relays and both the 1 and the 2.
And looking at the Class 4 girls now, athletes are allowed to enter 2 individual events and a relay event. So for Class 4 girls, athletes are allowed to enter 2 individual events and a relay event. So,
and the question may be asked, how come the Class 4 girls are allowed to do 2 individual events, but the first year Class 3 boys only allowed to do 1? And folks, I know this is confused me about for many years. The ages for classes in the girls and boys is different.
It's yes.
A Class 3 girl can be 15 years old. A Class 3
2
boy cannot be older than 14. Granted, this whole September thing and all of that. So there's a 1-year difference. A first year class, 2 boys, a Class 3 girl by age. So that is why the rules may look different.
My producer just handed me a sheet with answers be provided. I'm seeing the answer here, but I'm not sure if who is the person that or one person with so everybody. So I'm seeing person saying the last time Homewood Technical would have won girls champ would have been 2006. No, that's not correct. 2011, that's also not correct. 2014 is warm, and I'm seeing 2013 here. And 2013, from my recollection, was the last time Homewood Technical won the girls' championship. So, congrats to the winner there. I didn't see a name, so I could call out on air. But 2013 is the last time Homewood Technical would have won the girls' championships. I'm going to give you another question which would make you think a bit more. And I know, as I said, we have some knowledgeable track and field fans out there who are tuning in. And we really appreciate you tuning into our coverage. And as we said, we can't provide the live feed. Nevertheless, stay with us to get the analysis, the previews, the latest updates as we go along. So my next question is, which co-ed school was the first to win both boys and the girls championship? Which co-ed school? Because you have co-ed schools who have done it, but which one was the first to win both boys and girls championships? All right, so which co-ed school was the first to win both boys and girls championship. That one should be interesting. So I am looking forward to the responses, and I hope my producer will get a lot of responses. As the
Baba, are we
coverage
looking
goes.
for the first person to give the right answer? Is that what we're
Yes,
doing?
yes. That's what
We're looking for the first person.
Mhm.
So I guess our producer will tell us who was the first
Yes,
person
yes.
to answer 2013. Very
Okay.
interesting year that year. I never forget it because in my preview I had Edwin Allen winning the sport by 20 points or 30 points. And I remember when Homewood won, Coach Maurice Wilson came across and said, Elmo, I need to have words with you. I'm hiding all now. Not facing him
But
yet.
that goes to show that the coaches, and the team manager, they really do read the previews.
Oh, they follow. They follow.
They follow the preview. And I give you a scenario with me, and this was the last time I believe because I usually try to stick with the girls, and I think that's the same
what I
position
do
that
too,
you
right.
hold because you don't find a lot of challenges and heated debates when you do predictions on the girls. And for a safe,
You're quite right. It is so, okay, so there is the excitement in champs, right? But I am sure, I know that there are times when I have made predictions on certain schools in the boys section, and you'd be surprised how certain fans especially take it. They take it personal. How could you say that school A is going to beat my school by 80 points? You have to be crazy. And then they lose by 100. You never heard from them again.
Well, I didn't know you had similar experience to me.
Yes.
Well, I went on television back in 2019. Yes, and I was invited to do predictions on girls championship, which I did. And before I left the studio, they asked me, what do you think about the boys? I said normally I stay far from that, but since you asked, and I gave my views and I explained why, and the presenter said, "But how could you?" I
The
said,
presenter?
Yes, man, the presenter. I remember one of them pulling their shirt and
Okay.
saw the colors.
Show the color. All right.
Yes,
Yeah.
but that was not the interesting part because I was doing the show in the morning. It was a Saturday morning, and I was coming to the stadium afterwards because there was a meet here. And when I arrived, Elmo, I was flanked by 10 persons
From that other school.
from that school, and they said, "How could you come on television and do something like that?" And you know that sometimes most times your predictions,
People
they
going to
go
believe,
this way.
oh my God.
So what I was happy for, I was wrong that year.
You were wrong that
Yes,
year.
and their school won.
2019.
Yes, so you
And
figure,
those fans,
you figure it out.
those fans are fans. They take it dead serious.
Yes, man. Yes.
Now I know which school they said was gonna win because I know which school won.
Yes. And that
Okay.
the school that I said was going to win, they had some challenges.
Oh yes.
Yes,
And the school that
before.
won, in boxing terminology, certainly punched above their weight that day. I saw 800-meter races. And I'm thinking, how could that school win that race? No way. But that's it. That's
the beauty, yes.
That's the beauty
of
champs.
boys and girls championship.
You've seen certain races all through the season. That athlete A is always winning, has never lost that race to athlete B. And on that day, athlete B wins. I've seen it too often.
Trust me. And that's what I like about champs. We do the predictions and we watch to see how things will pan out.
Right.
But trust me, on the day, there are some things happening which you did not foresee, while they were doing
A
it.
good example now could have been Brianna Lister,
Mhm.
because I'm sure that most of the pundits had Brianna Lister to win that 100 meters. But you're not going to hear Edwin Allen fans come screaming, ranting, and raving. I say, oh my gosh, you think she can beat Tina Clayton? Okay, Brianna lost. But all is well, we are safe when we stick to the guns. All right.
And I'm really looking forward to the 200 meters now because to see if Liston is going to come, with
Yeah.
blood in our eyes, as we
Yeah.
would say in Jamaica. But and as you said, 22.5 is possible. But who would push her to that level? Or it is just the hunger?
No, she's good enough. to do it by herself. I know she would love to see at the last minute, please, Tina, come back in the race. I need to, I need to come back to the fans. I know she's worried about those fans. But at the race that
Yes,
she
because
lost,
when they were doing the introduction, oh my, you saw that broad smile that she, when her name was announced and thing, the confidence and thing, and perhaps she was just so disappointed. But she shouldn't be, as I said. If
she ran a great race.
She ran a great race. It's just that I think both of them, to me, lost their form towards the end. But
yeah, it was a fight to the end.
It was a great race.
It reminded me of one thing, because I guess I was one of those people who said, you know what, after the semifinals, because before, when everybody was saying, listen, I was saying, people, this is Tina Clayton. I remember at the World Juniors, she didn't do much in the heats, she didn't do much in the semis, and everyone was talking about the Namibian girl,
Masilingi.
And as the race started, it ended. She just decimated.
Yes.
So I know that on the day, Tina Clayton is serious. But Liston showed me something in the semifinals. I said, oh my gosh, she's going to run sub 11. And she would have if the weather had permitted. But the problem is Tina Clayton would have run sub 11 either. You know, the heart of a champion, you really have to say, you know what? But it's good. We have all of those girls. They'll be together at the Carifta Games. They'll all be great friends.
Yes.
So we know the rivalry.
And they should be together in Cali, Colombia, when the World Under 20 Championships comes in August, during our independence celebration period. So that should be good. And I hope that, even though they are rivals here.
At school, right.
Yes. But
when
they will
put
be,
out the black, green, and gold.
Unite.
They unite, right.
So we are coming up on a break at this point in time. So I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. So stick with us, and we will be back to bring more.
One tap on the app, food reach your at. Grandma on the app, she no use no gas. So keep back, grab a chair and go and relax. Keep back, grab a chair and go and relax. I seven crave, food now go late. Seven crave, food that you get.
Purchase these and other Carlon CSEC textbooks at Sangsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlonpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlon Publishers, partners in the education process. CSEC textbooks at Sangsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlongpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlong Publishers, partners in the education process.
One tap on the app, food reach your at. Grandma on the app, she no use no gas. So kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. Kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. I seven crave, food now go late. Seven crave, food at your gate.
Purchase these and other Carlong CSEC textbooks at Sangsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlongpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlong Publishers, partners in the education process.
One tap on the app, food reach your at. Grandma on the app, she no use no gas. So kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. Kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. I seven crave, food now go late. Seven crave, food at your gate.
Purchase these and other Carlong CSEC textbooks at Sangsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlongpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlong Publishers, partners in the education process.
One tap on the app, food reach your at. Grandma on the app, she no use no gas. So kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. Kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. I seven crave, food now go late. Seven crave, food at your gate.
Welcome back to our coverage of the ISSA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Championships. I'm Noel Francis, and with me is Elmo. And I have another question for you. Burger King question with anyone who could tell me what number is double Whopper? What number is the double Whopper? Burger King question. What number is the double Whopper? All right. So the winner of that will receive a $1,000 prize gift card. So it's a Burger King question. What number is double Whopper? All right. Okay. So we are back. So the relays were just concluded. So you have the girls javelin open that is going on, and you will also have the long jump for class 4 girls, which will come up on board just now, and you will have the 800 meters coming up, Elmo. Um, Prelims. Tell me what you think of, because, and let us start with the boys, because Jamaica College um, should
They are
have
the
picked up
middle
a lot of
distance
points
gurus,
in the middle
right?
distance. Their coach is a middle distance um, specialist,
Right.
but one of the things I wanted us to talk about, and I guess we can get into it later as the championship goes on. I believe that Jamaica College were expected to pick up a lot of points in the 1500 meters, but if memory serves me right, they got 25 points and Kingston College got 33. But we discussed that a little later on. But looking at the 800 meters, what are your expectations?
Okay. Jamaica College expects a lot. They have the best middle distance runners. However, in class 3, they are weak. I think Creary, the 400-meter runner, is doing is he doing the 4-8 double? That I'm not sure, because he's the only hope they have of somebody doing something in the 800 meters. Well, from the athletes that we know, somebody may just pop up, we don't know, right? But in class 2, they still have Price and Lawson, but Price and Lawson are going to have things their own way. Port Antonio could win the event. They won it at the character trials. Now in class 1, which is where the excitement is, the JC captain Javon Blake is
By the way,
expected
that young
to
man,
break the
I
record.
think he has about 18 distinctions,
Oh yeah, I mean,
very bright.
What you call a student, right? We've heard the term student athlete, but he epitomizes what a student athlete is. He
Yes.
has, I hear, about 15 subjects. I'm sorry if it's 16, but
No, it's actually, I think, 13 CSEC and 5 distinctions at Cape. So it's
yeah,
about 18.
yeah,
subjects.
no, he's awesome. I mean, I heard the numbers, and well, I was gonna say there were no little easy subjects, but when you have 18, you have to do everything. I'm sure he did everything. Not sure if cookery and all of that is involved.
Sciences and
But
so forth.
so he has to do all the sciences and literature, everything. But back to the track and field, he will win, and I think people are expecting him to break the record.
I spoke with him last night, and he's saying that he hopes to get a personal best. If he gets a personal best, the champs record goes, because he has already run 147
Right.
and change, 147.6, I believe.
Right.
So if he does a personal best, I guess he wants to leave on a high. And he should have a lot of offers out there. But I agree with you. I expect him to win that event. And who you think would be chasing him?
Well, his teammate, Handel Roban, and Roban has a good chance of, I shouldn't say a good chance, but if anyone can beat Blake, it will be his teammate. We saw the 1500 yesterday, and the 800 will look something similar.
What about the twins from Kingston College?
One thing about the twins, they never give up. And I'm not sure if both of them will be running the 800, because I know one will be running the steeplechase. And I know it's tough to run 8, 15, and steeplechase. So I'm not sure what happens there. But Kingston College will try to at least place third in that event.
Or have 2 athletes, because that's the
I
thing,
have
you
2
want to
athletes. Yeah, if you have
nullify.
2, you're gonna score.
You want to nullify
Right.
your.
But they'll try to make it back up in class 3, where they will win and maybe come first and second. They hope that Kiprock can match with Lawson and Price in class 2. So Kingston College sits well, and Jamaica College needs to find a way to separate from Kingston College. They need to find that event. We thought it was a middle distance, but it's not working.
But I'm looking at the schedule here, Elmo, and we're discussing the 800 meters, but I'm not seeing anything for the girls. So have they revised the schedule and have the 800 meter for girls run at a different time? So this is something that we need to perhaps explore, because
Right.
I'm not seeing the girls here.
I'm going to tell you what I think could possibly happen. Maybe
Straight
the
finals?
number of M-chance, because 800 is a heat. They have semifinals. They have semifinals.
So perhaps there are not a lot of entries in the girls
so
section.
they go to the straight to the
finals.
semifinals.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. And that now, should make matters interesting, because they'll be well rested.
Right.
Well rested.
Right. Boys have to run 3 rounds, but the girls just maybe doing 2 rounds.
All right. So we'll have the long jump. Class 2 girls, and we'll be followed by the exciting 400 meters, also the shot put, and we will discuss that. So back to the 1500 meters now, Elbow. Before you, I believe that we
Do
will.
my 505, right?
Yes. What went wrong?
What went wrong with
Jamaica College?
What went wrong with Jamaica College? Jamaica College, to me, had an outside chance of winning championships. The way they would win it, Kingston College would make a number of mistakes. Kingston College would have injuries, and they do. And they made a lot of mistakes. But on the other side, they had to overperform. And I think they are underperforming. Price and Lawson had to both medal yesterday in the 1500. And I'm not sure, maybe one of them did. But they had to be outscoring Kingston College. Now, if you make Kingston College outscore you in the middle distance, you have a problem.
Exactly. And what you may find, even though you might want to see a close championship, what you may find that the championship is over before Saturday.
Right. However, let me just quickly, I love the however thing. In the class 3 boys relay, the favorite was Kingston College. When that race was run, on the third leg, the second changeover, the baton fell. And he said,
and I was explaining before you came on that the outgoing runner took up the baton instead of
made it worse.
Made
it worse.
So
even if you got to the time, but I think the time they ran 47 something. I can't see 47 making it.
No,
I'm not sure it would make it to the girls.
So you said that's 12 points.
That's 12 points gone, just there. And we have the 400s class too. We have to see if the Kingston College athletes in class 2 are fit and raring to go, or they're injured and one of them may have to just up for 1 point.
You see, these are the things that makes the championship, unpredictable on the day. That's why we run the races and we do the events. So it is, you might lose points here, pick up points here, but
right. But Jamaica College has to do something if they're going to salvage the season, because no one wants to win champs 1 year and just lose.
Want to have that sort of continuity.
Right. And they're having problems in class 3. The athletes would expect to really get going. I know, for example, in the 100 meters last night, they were expecting Hector Benjamin to be in the finals. He wasn't. Jaden Reed ran 7th. It's 2 points. And Kingston College, nobody was expecting Newby to come second with 7 points. So that is the kind of thing that happens, and you just say, you know what? Maybe it was it's destiny.
Well, I wasn't here on set when the 100 meters, were going, and I must tell you, the young man from Kingston College I was looking for to, perhaps.
Upset,
surprise,
right.
yes, cause an upset
Was
Buwaji and Krumi.
But did you see the race?
Yes, I saw the race.
Okay,
I'm just
so
saying
Buwaji
and
right.
Krumi was in the final last
That
year,
was the person we expected, right?
He got a bullet start, and he led actually for 70 meters.
Right.
But you had 2 big horses in that race.
And they cut him down
Dennis and
eventually.
Antonia Watson.
Right.
So I could understand that you would have had that late surge from them. But those 2 at least were not in the race last night. So I expected if Buwaji had gotten a similar start, they would have a hard time getting him. But if you look, he slipped in the blocks.
Right. I'm not sure if he slipped in the blocks. It's like he's crouching so low in that start, trying to get that
I don't know if
bullet
his
kick out.
spike got stuck in the ground when he was trying to,
or he just overbalanced.
And one of the things to even notice with Bolt, when Bolt runs, he drags the leg. He doesn't stick it in the ground. He drags the leg. So it's a
things can
technique.
happen.
Yeah,
but you have to know what you're doing, and
Bolt
is Bolt. He knows what he's doing.
I know that. I was at the finish line, and Buwaji was inconsolable.
I know.
He was, I think he's a team captain. He really wanted to do something, this year and to
and he's not running the 200s.
Yes, so it was a very difficult moment for him. But Jivan Newby, is new. Nobody knew about him, or we might have known about him, but didn't know that he would have performed at that stage. Because if you look at the race, he was caught at 95.
He was never on the radar. He came on the radar at the character trials when he ran 10.6, and people were saying 10.4. People were saying, who is this guy? Unattached. And then we hear the KC background. And then we say, okay, all right, well, he made the finals. he almost won the race.
Almost won
If
the
he had
race.
leaned, he'd have won.
95 meters, he was caught by level. But well, you have to go now, Elmo. I will catch up with you. I expect to have Mr. O'Shea, and I'm sure he did quite a good job in the days that he was on set. So I expect Mr. Hudson in a short while. So stick with us as we give you more coverage on the ISSA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. We have, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of finals coming up. And Mr. Hudson, welcome, sir. Good to have you, sir, on set. How has it been?
Thank you,
It's been
sir.
a while, and
And
we're
boy,
working
it's been
together.
a good day. A little bit tired, but it's always good to unwind with some good track and field.
Yes,
So I'm really, really happy to be here. A lot has happened throughout the day. I know we're clinching closer to those competitive 400 meters. I don't know. Last night I was so excited for the 100 meters, but tonight I think I'll be as equally excited for the 400 meters. There's a lot of hot rivalries we're going to see tonight. There's a lot of points up, especially among the top contenders. So I'm hoping that everybody reports for the start.
And as I asked Elmo earlier, is it going the way you saw it earlier? I know there might have been some changes here and there, but overall, has it been a very good championships?
In terms of the leaders, those who are currently leading were the ones I expected to lead. The defending girl champion, Edwin Allen, is leading the last time I checked. And it's Casey that's leading on the boys' side. They're not the defending champions, but they were dethroned at the last championship. So they're back now to reclaim what they think is rightfully theirs.
And it will be, I think, the 33rd title for them.
So there's a lot up for grabs.
Yes.
In terms of the point standing, probably a few points less than what I counted for them. But again, there are so many things that happened in terms of you guys just spoke about the unfortunate happenings of the KC team captain. And one thing I get to realize he's only doing one individual event at this championship. So he doesn't have a chance to redeem himself. And that's usually one of the sad things. That's why sometimes they're so inconsolable when you speak to them, because they're expecting, and rumors has it that he might not come back for another year. He's eligible to come back, but he might not come back. But so far, there is no surprises.
Okay. All right. So the 200 meters were run earlier. I'm not sure if you had a chance to see any of the events, but I'm sure you know about this young man from St. Jago High, Gregory Prince.
So I didn't see the events live because of the different engagements I had and the place where I was at the time. But I've been excited since I saw Gregory Prince in the 400 meter, and I was saying to a lot of persons, I think this gentleman is also equally as good at the 200 meters. So now he's coming down to join the 100 meter top athletes now. So I'm expecting now to be a different kind of show. When the 400 meters, those who they consider to be to possess speed and strength, versus those who rely on speed, and when they meet, that's where usually sometimes they say somebody has to prove who is the better man. But I'm expecting Prince to do equally as good as he will do in the 400 meters, because tonight he's coming out to try and secure that first gold medal, and it might be momentum going forward into the 200 meters.
And you made an interesting point there. And I know as you were talking about it, I'm just reflecting over the years when you had instances of the 400 meter runners coming down to the 200 meters, and two came to mind, and that was and those are Martin Manley and Donkey Man. But there was a year when they came and they ran the 200 meters, and they caused strife for Michael O'Hara.
And that's a lot of persons at the time didn't expect them to be as competitive as they were, albeit they were doing very well at the 400 meters. And if you ask me, and a lot of people will tell you that the 400 meters is now considered more than ever as a sprint event. So if you have enough, that's 200 meters in one go. So if you have enough to produce a fast time over 400 meter, you should be able to produce at least a decent 200 meter time. So there's no surprise. There was no surprise then for me, and I'm not it's not gonna be any different this time around. I expect these gentlemen that are going at 200 meters, and that's how usually one of the common combination we see at champs, and that's why I'm so happy that the organizers have thought about the combination. Albeit I think they were trying to save the sprinters, but there's a crossover between the 4 and the 2 at the different intervals. But at least the athletes who are doubling up will have a chance to finish at least the 200 meters with the 400 meters finals tonight before they go on to that sort of competition at 200 meters, which might be a little bit tougher. Yeah.
And also just want to add in the mix that we have seen this at the international level. First, with Michael Johnson coming down from the 4, running the 2, and now recently with the American there who is now running the 100 meters. His name escapes me right now. Fred Curley.
Fred Curley, who is one of the best 400 meter runners we have seen in our time, and to have transitioned, don't know, but I wouldn't have gone even that far, Noel, because we have our own Sherika Jackson who have proven to us that the versatility that existed when she was a sprinter, because back in high school she sprinted for very technical. A lot of persons thought that at the time she would have made an early transition to being a sprinter as opposed to a quarter mile, and but we have seen where she because of her sheer ability and talent, she went for the 400 meter as her professional event, and she has done well. And fast forward into 2021, where she ran the sprints at the Olympic Games, and we know the issue of it. So I'm not expecting the great Usain Bolt. In his high school days, he rode the 400 meters, and a lot of people at the time were saying that he was too tall and he wasn't fit in the part for a sprinter. But now history will show that there's none such as great as Usain Bolt. So
in that one.
and I'm really liking it. I've seen some of the younger ones who have transitioned high school, namely the young man from Petersfield, Antonio Watson. He's now Chinese and at sprinting, and he has been a quality 400 meter over his champs career. So I'm expecting these athletes to. I tell Trishana yesterday, let them enjoy what they want to do now, because there comes a point in time we'll have to decide, and
sometimes people decide for you
and that's never always the right thing to do, because the guide is necessary, but at the end of the day, you're gonna be as passionate as you can for what you desire.
And it's a good thing you mentioned that, because on track now they seem as if it's the 4x1. Is it class
It
1?
looks to be class 1. The first heat for class 1. And again, it's sort of a tight battle between St. Jago. So it's really 3 across the track at this point. States looks to be closing very strong, but there's no giving up. We see Calabar trying to power through, but it looks to be St. Elizabeth and the Colony. And I was asking yesterday, is it a disappointment or is it a surprise to you to know that last year the school from St. Elizabeth instead won all the sprints, and this year they didn't have that firepower, because I'm not sure if they medal at all in any of the sprints. So was it a surprise to you? Was it an effect, you think, because their head coach has transitioned to doing his business at the elite level? Do you think it has affected the athletes who are there?
Most definitely. He was a very influential figure, and I believe he had a good program going there, and they had some momentum last year. I mean, as I said, one thing leads to another. So when they won class 3, went to class 2, and then he had Sachin Dennis now returning to the fray of his greatest triumph, which was in 2018 when he set the record, the world under 18 best, and the record for that event 10.20. So it was just one of those moments. And as a champs, it has the ebbs and flows, And you just have these things that happen. Sometimes a momentum. But as you said, with the coach perhaps departing, it would have affected that program. So that perhaps have to rebuild and come again. But hopefully he would have left things in place so the transition would not have been so difficult
A
for the group to
blueprint,
evolve.
and of course,
Yes.
a blueprint is
Yeah.
always necessary. And as a coach, if you're thinking about forward planning and transitioning, you'd have to really think about what sort of legacy you want to leave behind. Because again, people remember what you work, but also they'll know, they'll also remember you as somebody who would have brought others to the part and allow them to do as good a job as you have done. And let's be frank and let's be fair though. I think we have heard right throughout the season some of the stories of injuries affecting some of the set sprinters. So again, that might be a reason as to why they're not at their very best. But we see a quartet coming out here to qualify and winning quite convincingly. So it probably is a case where they're just rounding into shape at championship. They probably didn't have enough to have won, because truth be told, the 100 meters have been cracking in terms of talents and prediction. So, and there's still some guys there. Sachin has transitioned to the elite ranks, and we wish him all the best. But there are still some that are there, and I know they are still hungry, still passionate, and still want to do well for the school.
And yes, and we must also factor in the fact that we had a pandemic for 2 years, and it would have affected some programs and some athletes. So, I mean, things are hopefully coming back to normal, and we would see going forward. Things, athletes putting out their best, and you'll see top class performances, and Jamaica being placed on the map once more. We never left really, but coming back to the fore, and we really need to see some young sprinters, as you mentioned, Sachin Dennis, going on to the elite level. We want to see those youngsters coming
Transition,
through.
and it is always the case, because the great Usain Bolt has set the tone for what the world expects of us. And if we should look at it from where we were before, we're still competitive as a nation, but the world is expecting us to be the sprint capital and to be always at the top of the podium. It doesn't always happen at that. And again, I think we have been spoiled over the last decade with what the crop that came through. But again, if we should look at what exists now, I think we still are going to be
bright.
there.
Yeah, the future looks bright. I
Yeah.
like the young man, Seville.
And he is one now that a lot of persons are looking to pick up where the other guys have left
It's
off.
almost like the weight of a nation is on his shoulders.
But I think
he seems
this
to
is gonna be
manage
an interesting period for him to get his footing right, because last year would have been an experience if you ask me. And he now has 3 chance at big championships coming up.
Yes.
Because of the pandemic, how things have now panned out in terms of championship after championship. So he has enough time, even if he doesn't meet his objectives for this championship coming up in the US this year.
He has a roadmap.
He has another championship right after to prove himself. Plus, there's options for the Commonwealth game, and a lot of people don't look at those games as being significant. But again, sometimes that's where you need to go and state your claim to be amongst the big boys. So I'm really not in any worry just now, because again, just like winners, we always expect winners to keep winning. But there comes a point where you might not always win. Doesn't mean that you're not being effective, but you're just not winning.
Commonwealth, I mean, Kemar Bailey Cole, he's a Commonwealth champion, so that was very good, for him. So I mean, it's still a title and nothing to scoff at.
And I think it is what is still motivating him to keep trying, because he's not at his best now, but he's still trying. And these are the things that sometimes remind you that you can. And again, we're seeing the stadium is alive, and once we hear these songs, we know that Casey is somewhere up there.
And the young man we were talking about earlier, Buwaji and Krumi, anchoring Kingston College there to victory, 40.26 the flash time. So, as I said, he would want to contribute, seeing that this might be his final season. So, a lot of pressure on him, and I'm sure that he wants to deliver 40.27. The time rounded up to 40.27. So, Kingston College.
I think he's gonna speak to the rest of his teammates to let them know that he's ready to do his share of the business. and I foresee he's gonna be on the ankle leg again for the final. So
they would want to do it for him and to give him the baton in a
to
good
get the
place.
baton to him, and I know if it comes down to the mega clash again, because we don't know where the other sprinters will. I think I glimpse probably Davis on anchor for St. Catherine. Unlikely they might put him there again. Some of the guys that were in the 100-meter finals might be under the anchor leg. We usually see some of the top ones on the backstretch, but we don't know where the others will be. But I think once Nkrumah has a chance to seal it for Kingston College, he's gonna run for himself probably first of all, and then the points for his school, because he really wants to walk away with a piece of silverware that's no longer bronze nor silver.
Yeah. And speaking of matchups, I also happy to hear you, naming them out a while ago.
Yeah.
And what if Mr. Prince is on anchor for St. Jago? That would even make it more warm.
Again, it's sweet as the deal.
To that,
It's sweet as the deal.
Event. So definitely, that is something we need to look out for. So.
And there's one thing though, Noel, I always look forward to, because I tell persons,
Check.
you can.
All right, we're here with some IMAC and Manchester High School supporters. How you guys feeling today?
Well, honestly to God, Immaculate has been doing very, very well. For me, I'm disappointed I didn't see Manchester High School in any 4x1s, but we're going to be in a 4x4. I'm excited about the finals later. The atmosphere, we're outside again, no mask. We're outside, track and field again. We're live with a coach from Georgia.
And we have the coach from Georgia, from the United States of America. What you have to say, how's the atmosphere feeling for you?
Atmosphere is great. This is my first time at Champs, so I'm just taking it all in. Really exciting, especially when the drums get going. So it's a great meet, great experience.
Do you have your eyes on anyone?
A lot of people. I can't speak their names because it's against the rules, but a lot of people. Yeah.
Right, thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Amongst the qualifiers, and he would have got silver in the bronze in the 100-meter last night. So I was expecting him to come back for 200 meters.
But it's interesting that you made that point, because it was yesterday I was thinking about. It's almost every time for the last couple of seasons when that young man comes to Champs, he's always having some injury concerns. So, and I believe he might have had some challenges in the earlier rounds.
Yes.
If you notice, I think in one of his races he came perhaps in a second or third.
He qualified a second,
yes,
and he was looking not his usual relaxed self. So we started questioning it, but we weren't sure, because we were saying to ourselves, he might just trying to get to the finals and being conservative as he can. And then again, we know these things, they do play on the psyche. When you have a bad championship years before, you're always wishing to yourself, first, I don't want to have another bad championship. And so they're going to be very cautious.
And
in the final,
I for one, and perhaps you from a not necessarily selfish point of view, but the fact that the Carifta Games will be coming up on the Easter weekend, and he's the Carifta Trials winner, perhaps he will want to risk any injury, and it's a precautionary move just to withdraw from the 200 meters, rest up, get some treatment, and be ready.
And that's smart thinking, and that's good management. Because if the athlete is not ready today, there's enough time for them to be ready next week.
Yes,
so it's probably a smart move.
And the Carifta Games definitely is in Jamaica, first time since 2011. I'm really looking forward to that. I missed the one in Montego Bay at that time, and we had some excellent athletes on display. Then we had the Sharika Jackson competing for us. We had Shawnee Miller Weebo for Bahamas. So we had some quality athletes at that time, and we're going to have some quality athletes at this one. We'll be coming up on a break, but we perhaps could segue into that when we come back and talk about the Carifta. So we need a powerful team and what to expect. All right, so we're going to have a break just now. Stay tuned to trackalerts.com for the latest updates, previews, interviews, and analysis from myself, Noel Francis, and O'Shea Hudson. Soon come.
Purchase these and other Carlon CSET textbooks at Soundsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlonpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlon Publishers, partners in the education process.
One tap on the app, food reach your at. Grandma on the app, she no use no gas. So kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. Kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. I seven crave, food now go late. Seven crave, food at your gate.
My champs experience was amazing because I got to compete with a bunch of my friends. We had fun. We just enjoyed the experience. We fed off the vibe of the crowd. I had friends at every school. So I had Elva, Dentil, my Vertec peeps, Saini, Kamika. I had friends at like Jago, Calabar, Wolmer's, Casey, JC. To this day, we're friends because champs was just where we got together and just showcase our talent. And the fan made it so special because they pour so much into us, and the vibe that they give you and the vibe that you feed on makes you want to perform and do well. And to this day, it's been one of my most valuable experiences, our most treasured memories are boys and girls champs. Because before boys and girls champs were separate, so it was kind of not as exciting. But once they merged it and we got the bigger crowd and the females got the same level of support that the guys were getting, it was just amazing. And it was just amazing to perform in front of your family, your friends, because I had like a whole bunch of people coming to support. And my sister was there, my brother Cableton, and the crew would come and he would bring all his entertainer friends, because I met Beanie Man used to come to track with my brother. So it just was a wonderful experience and I enjoyed it, and hope you guys are having fun this year. Do your best, aim for the sky, and love and blessing.
I want to tell you about my champs experience. It was one to remember. Over the years that I was at champs, I can remember, especially on Fridays when I am running the 1500 meters, there was a lot of crowds. And, like before, like in the morning, because I remember one year we stayed at Savannah Park and I could hear the KC, students coming from North Street, going all the way up to the stadium to go pack up the stadium. And when I reached the stadium, it was like, oh my gosh, it was like a festival, a carnival. It was so many beautiful music, drums playing and, persons are like, dancing, the bands, everything. It was, oh my gosh, amazing. And I just want to encourage all the athletes that are competing this year, just go out there and do your best, because listen, just go out there, have fun. When you hear that music, the beat of that music playing, just just use it as motivation because trust me, it helps me a lot when I was in high school. And I just go there with confidence, knowing that, hey, you gotta run hard to beat me. So it was wonderful.
Welcome back to our coverage of the ISSA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Championships. Noel Bravo Francis here with O'Shea Hudson. And as we return, we would like to play a feature with Natalie Gold, one of the former champions here at the Boys and Girls Championships. She was speaking about the Curfew Games, which we will talk about later on in the coverage. So if our producer could go to that clip just now, Natoya Gold.
I want to tell you about my champs experience. It was one to remember. Over the years that I was at champs, I can remember, especially on Fridays when I am running the 1500 meters, there was a lot of crowds. And, like before, like in the morning, because I remember one year we stayed at Savannah Park and I could hear the KC, students coming from North Street, going all the way up to the stadium to go pack up the stadium. And when I reached the stadium, it was like, oh my gosh, it was like a festival, a carnival. It was so many beautiful music, drums playing and, persons are like, dancing, the bands, everything. It was, oh my gosh, amazing. And I just want to encourage all the athletes that are competing this year. Just go out there and do your best because, listen, just go out there, have fun. When you hear that music, the beat of that music playing, just use it as motivation because, trust me, it helps me a lot when I was in high school. And I just go out there with confidence, knowing that, hey, you gotta run hard to beat me. So it was wonderful.
Thanks again for staying with us. As you rejoin the broadcast, we would like to look more in depth at the 800 meters and starting with the boys class 3 800 meters. We have a young man from Kingston College who is all the rave, Nahashan Ruto. O'Shea, what do you think about this youngster? Is he the real deal?
The real deal. But before I answer your question, talking about deals, I know there's a question still floating around amongst the commenters, trying to figure who can tell us what's the number for the double whopper. I was expecting this man, and I'm not being mischievous here, but I was expecting this man to bring the double whopper for Casey.
Yes.
I saw him in the preliminaries for the 1500 meters, and I was saying to myself, that record, I think it's Campbell, could be the Belfield, another gentleman from Belfield. Record
yes.
should have gone.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw this gentleman started on Monday in the prelims for the 1500 meters, he didn't live up to the billing. He came back last night again. I think he tried again at the record and he missed it. He missed out again. This time he's eyeing a record that is held by a JC athlete, a past JC athlete, and I know it's a 1:58.06. And during the preliminaries, all the seeded times, nobody have gone sub 2. Could this gentleman be the first one to do it? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that I think this might be a more suitable event for him based on how he runs. So, but I'm not really expecting him to win, if you understand what I'm saying. But I'm probably expecting him to be more running closer to the time because my winner.
You're not expecting him to win?
I'm not expecting him to win.
Okay, continue. Okay.
Because if you should ask me, his colleague from Kingston College is also of good quality. And I am looking forward.
That's Javon Robinson.
To one Jaden Brown.
Oh, Jaden Brown.
From Magati. I know the time probably don't suggest well that he's up there from Magati, but he's a good competitor. The gentleman from
who you expect to win instead of Ruto?
I'm giving it to the other Kingston College.
Oh, which is Javon Robinson. Okay, and then you're saying of the young man from Magati.
Is one of the persons I'm expecting to challenge. And also the JC athletes.
No, but hold on there. Why would you expect him to challenge with such a slow time? You're saying that he's playing possum or something like that?
I think he can go much faster than what I've seen of him. So I'm
All
expecting
of
him
14
to.
seconds, thereabouts?
He's a lot to chop down, but
Yes,
I think most of the athletes, except for those from the JC and the Calabar, they have appeared to have gone faster than him.
Okay.
But I just like the way he approached the race. He's not getting the time, but I'm expecting him to do much better.
Okay.
Again, he's in a very tough heat.
Yes.
But I'm still saying that Ruta is new to us because when I first saw him, I'm like, I'm not sure what he's carrying into Jamaica and carrying from where he's coming from in terms of what his pedigree would have been. But I'm just not giving him the favorite tag. Albeit I might be surprised because he might then have gone home and thought about how he approached the 1500 meters. Coaches would probably have spoken to him and probably asked him to think about his approach to running these events. Again, the East Africans are known for front running, fast running, strong running. We see him trying to do that. The Jamaicans are not used to that. But again, history would have suggested that a lot of them that came before, the Jamaicans found ways to conquer them. So I'm backing a Jamaican to win it.
Okay.
But if he wins, I wouldn't be surprised.
And I'm also looking at the fact that he would have had a lot of miles under his leg. A lot of mileage.
Mileage would have been, yeah.
So perhaps he could have been he could be a bit jaded. So the record is 158.06 from 2007 by Wakar Da Costa of Jamaica College. So we should watch the clock in that one. So that would have been heat 2. Heat 1 and 2.
So there's actually four
heats.
heats at this class.
If there's anyone else we should look out for.
In the third heat,
Jamaica College?
as I was saying to you, there's a Glory Clark. I'm not sure if the name is correct, but it's Glory Clark.
Yes.
With a name as Glory Clark, you're expecting to bring a lot of glory.
Yes.
I think he is the one that is best able to challenge the KC duo. Along with, I'm still sticking to say my Magati athlete. I'm expecting him to be competitive. I'm hoping that he doesn't disappoint me because I've looked at him and I've seen his approach, how he runs, but the time is just not coming. But I'm saying that Glory Clark is also a good competitor.
All right, so we have some names.
He's in a camp.
College athletes, Jamaica College athletes.
And he's in a camp where the senior
coach
persons in his team are looking to do the job at class 1.
Leading from the front, yes.
So you have enough inspiration because your captain and colleague that is coming out in the later semifinals will be looking to do their job.
Yes.
JC is trying to defend their title. So we're expecting him to try and score as big as he can for that team. There are 2 athletes from the big 2 schools. They have sent in the entries. Again, we're looking at the ones we think can challenge for that gold medal because with the gold medal, it doesn't give you extra point, but it gives you the maximum points that you can garner. So from E3, I'm expecting that gentleman to be the one to lead. Creditable athlete is Rasheen James from Clarendon College. A lot of the central athletes, really and truly, I think, when they usually come to champs, they give a little bit more. But what I'm seeing for this championship is the ones from the West. They are showing out. And I was saying to Trishana last night that the West had that disadvantage of running their major championship or their regional championship on grass, so close to in the season and so close to champs. And when the quality of the performances there were something to talk about. And I'm saying when they get on the chevron, I'm expecting them to do much better. So I'm from the central region. I would want the central schools to do well. But the schools from the West, I'm looking for them to do even better than they have been doing out in the previous meets and at their championships.
All right. So in terms of heat 4,
that's a gentleman that we're looking forward to.
Calabar as well.
Again, the top 3 plus the next 4 best qualifiers. So a lot of room for persons to qualify. Again, probably the athlete won't go out and do as the times we expect them to do. Again, sometimes the coach gives you instructions to follow. And we're the fans and we're looking on, we're wanting you to do what we think should be done, but the coaches has a plan for you. So they might be sticking to the plan. So some of the favorites might take it easy, because the 800 meter, nobody has a major advantage about lane or otherwise. You just want to be in the top three. And if you're in the next best, I know that the top contenders won't be in the next best 4 times, but they might settle for a 3rd place or a 2nd place, and allow some of the schools to feed that kind of energy of winning a race.
Excellent point. And when I look at all 4 heats, I'm thinking that this race is going to be one of real strategy. I mean, you have come the final, if all things go according to plan, you have 2 Kingston College athletes. I'm expecting the Calabar athletes to be there as well. Jamaica College athlete, and the young man from Magati, really hope that he pulls through. So I'm expecting a very, very, very good race in this event. I remember one of the most exciting races I've ever seen at Boys and Girls Championship. I think the young man was Shakon Coke.
Yes.
The young man from Belfield, I think, led for about 60 to 80
And
meters.
we spoke about that
It's
last
one of the
night.
greatest races I've ever seen. I remember even when I wrote about it for the World Athletics
Yes.
report, I really liked that little segment, and it was a brilliant run by that young man. So I always look forward to the 800 meters and to see what happens, especially on the final lap.
And not only that, Noel, there's something that has, and I'll agree with you, because we didn't speak about the 4th preliminary, and it has the Calabar top runner. It also has one from Manchester High. That's quality
So
again.
when everybody comes together,
It's gonna be a very.
final.
But speaking about the 800 meters, I don't know if you're following, and you probably would have been following the times that the Jamaican athletes in the NCAA systems are putting down at 800 meters. And when I'm seeing athletes that are running 146, it gives me a lot of joy and hope, because again, if things should go according to plan, we might see 146 locally coming from the JC captain in Javon Blake.
Yes.
And I'm thinking that the athletes in the NCAA system, they're just sharpening up for their outdoor championships.
Because it was Kimar Farquharson who ran 146.8, I believe, for South Plains
Just the other day.
I think it was the 2nd of April thereabouts.
And we know of him from Calabar days at Calabar.
Yes, and former record holder here.
Wonderful.
And do you notice? I mean, that record took so long to be broken. I think it was from 1987 until he broke it. But ever since
it has been broken.
Ever since
it has been
Kimar
broken.
Farquharson broke that record,
It has been so Shavoni all from Edwin
Allen.
Allen took the last, took it at the last championship,
Yes, and
now
as
we
we
have
said,
a
we expect
potential
Javon Blake
to break it.
Yes.
And what the point I was trying to make, Bravo, is that if they should continue on this momentum, I foresee at least one of these athletes hitting that qualification time for the World Championship.
Yes.
And that would be such a joy to know, because we just featured Natoya Gould, and she has been carrying the banner.
She's a flag bearer, for.
Unfortunate for Kemoy Campbell, who had to quit track and field early because of medical issues. But Natoya Gould has been doing it season after season, and she dominated where she was here at championships. She went into the NCAA system, and she went through junior college into the top division, and she made her name. And that, I think that's what has now allowed the world to recognize this young lady is not just a regular number in the game. She's here to compete and to compete with the best. So I'm hoping the likes of Rajay Hamilton, formerly of KC. There's another young gentleman from KC. His name eludes me. He was here, I think, Tyrese Roden. He has been doing Akeem Colley from Magati.
No, Akeem Colley is from Cornwall College, I believe.
No, man, I think Colley was from Magati.
No,
or is one of the schools.
No, it's from Cornwall.
No, I'm not sure. I'm sure it's not from Cornwall.
I'm sure it's not Magati.
But his school did well, because I saw him posting last night that he's proud of his school.
He might have started at Magati, but when he competed at Champs,
He would have finished for
I'm-
Cornwall College.
Yes.
Well, he's also there in terms of the athletes who have the potential to run fast time.
Tyrese
Roden from that's Roden from Spot Valley. Reed from Spot Valley. So there's Roden from Kingston College,
There's Reed from Spot
and
Valley,
there's Reed from Spot Valley. Again, we're seeing where these schools, who a lot of persons classify them as being less than the ideal schools for track and
community
field,
colleges, but you can
coming
do
through.
2 years there and then you transition into
And I am telling, I say to everyone I speak to, even if you're running at the junior college in America, the system is so competitive. It will aid
And
your development
accommodating
because
too,
a lot of
yes.
the East Africans, if you look at these schools, they recruit those athletes, and some of them have to come into the junior college system before they transition. So we don't usually have that sort of competitiveness locally. Because if you're dominant, you're dominant, and usually it's one or two or three that's dominant, and the rest is up far behind the pack.
That's true.
So when they
if you
get there,
remember 1 year at trials, Kemoy Campbell had to come here to, well, you have to compete at the trials.
at the
That's part of
national
criteria.
trials, yes,
And when he turned up, there was only one other person
to
in the
compete.
trials, a guy from GC Foster College.
Yes.
And I think after 2 laps, Kemoy actually ran by himself for the entire race.
Pretty much,
So,
and we saw it with Natalia Golis. Probably of late, we were able to find athletes to compete with her.
yes.
So it is a little bit discouraging. We see it with the other athlete in Aisha Protler.
Yes.
She has probably never run at 3,000 meters at national trials.
She'll have
Here
to compete overseas to get the
to get the
qualifying
time, and she'll come here and she probably runs the 1,500 meters just to run a race because you have to show up at the trials. And it's to know that we have the 2,000 meter steeplechase at championship, but we're still not finding anybody to step up. We had Madra Ayman and Corinne Hines before
yes.
Aisha Protler, and she has taken up the baton, albeit the event is pretty new, but we're expecting or we're hoping that other athletes, we have a very competitive 2,000 meter steeplechase coming up for these championships.
Yes,
and we have a
forward to that
very
as
good
well.
potential talent to transition into the system, of which we spoke, the NCAA system, and could possibly go far. But again, the fans are talking and the fans are enjoying the championship. We're going to throw to another
Yes.
interview where we hear from some of the fans
Fan
in the stand.
interview in the stands, all right? So we go there now.
All right, from all the way from Trinidad to Kingston, Jamaica, and we have some original Jamaican fans here, and they represent the defending champions on the field.
Walk in the field.
So, do you guys think you can get it back this year?
Of course, of course, of course.
How much? 100% sure?
100%.
100%?
More than 100. More than 100. It's going to be very hard, but we're up for the challenge.
All right, so what gold medal you're looking forward to coming up this evening in the 400 meter finals?
Well, I don't want to call anything, but let's just wait and see what happens. I don't like to predict anything.
Right, we weren't here last year, because of the COVID. The athletes ran in a bubble. How are you feeling to be back here cheering on Jamaica College?
Free at last!
Loving it?
Yes, man.
One college?
One college.
One uproad?
One uproad.
All right. And that's it. All the way from Trinidad, some of them, Kingston, Jamaica, and some of them originally.
So that's a JC strong that's going on. And I think Casey's trying to outmuscle them with the drumming and the noise, but
Yes.
we see JC's in the building and they're rooting for their athletes because, again, as a defending champion, you don't want to give up your title that easy. And people are saying that Casey's going to close out the championships by Friday.
Yes.
Tomorrow is Friday. And based on where we are today, I don't expect Casey to close out the championships by Friday. But there's something I wanted to ask you, Bravo. We just spoke about middle distance and a long distance event. And a lot of us were complaining that some of these top schools, they go far east to recruit athletes and to bring them to Jamaica. And it might have been a situation for a lot of people where they're saying that it deprives our athletes of a chance to represent their schools. But I was asking Oliver yesterday, does it serve as a catalyst to improve our athletes locally? Because as it stands now at the international level, our athletes are not able to compete with the East Africans. And to know that you're an high school and to compete with an athlete that's from Kenya or from Uganda and to try and beat them is probably something that you're looking forward to build your psyche and build your motivation. Because Arimane Rogers came a few years ago and we saw where Jamaican athletes I know they were pumped and they were ready to beat him.
I believe with Ari Raja's arrival, it spurred Kevroy Benson from Calabar to really work harder,
Yes,
and to improve himself. I remember going to Calabar to the McKinley Wind meet
yes,
one Saturday, and I saw Benson training, and he ran a lot of laps.
yes,
I saw Kimar Fraxer training as well, and he ran a lot of laps. And it was because solely Ari Rogers was in the events that they were going to
yes,
do. As you notice, both Kimar and Kevroy ran in the 1500 meters
yes,
with Ari Rogers. So I know that with Rogers coming, it would have, allowed the Calabar Alice to really train harder. So you can argue it from different angles, but I believe that we will pick it up after, because we're going back to the stands to hear from the fans again, because it's an interactive show. So we'll be back shortly. So we're going to the stands just now.
All right, from Christiana to Kingston, Jamaica at the National Stadium. We have some brilliant, some vibesy, some lovely Homewood Technical High School supporters. Now we hear the cheer now. All right, so which athlete you want to big up today?
Well, right now, I'd like to big up Andrew Peart, Tori and Nord, Ricky and Russell, Cedrica Williams, and the list goes on. It's a very long list.
So which position you think you're going to end this championship in?
Well, we would like to be in the first position, but right now we're in fourth position. And by God's help, trust, and everything, we'll proceed as time goes by.
So how many gold medals you're looking forward to?
Well, it's up to the athletes to do their best. I'm looking about 7, 8 gold medals.
All right, so you hear it from the Homewood Technical High School supporters. Tell me how you're feeling today to be back. Last year we weren't here, but now you're back. How you feel?
It is wonderful. It is a great, great feeling to be here, to be cheering the school, as well as my daughter is a member of the Homewood Technical High School. So we're cheering on every athlete here today.
So big up your daughter, no?
Yes, I like to say happy belated birthday to my daughter, Regina Bailey, who celebrated her 15th birthday on Monday, and all the best.
So you hear it from the Homewood fans, from National Stadium, back to you. Homewood!
Welcome back to our coverage of the ISSA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Championships. Just like to tell you that the javelin is going on. Last year's runner-up, Shanila Williams of Edinallen, is back to go one better. But Williams would need to prevent St. John's Road 1-2 by producing a throw like Shaka Zulu. Idel Sharika Christie is harboring thoughts, of creating a huge upset. This is still on the cards if she maintains her focus. But for me, St. Diego has a quality athlete in Jamara Alves. She won the discus last night, showing a personal best 48 meters. She's from Grenada, and we want to see what she can do in the javelin.
And a lot of persons were surprised because the odds-on favorite was Cedrica Williams. I'm not sure what happened. I'm hearing from the camp that she might have suffered a slight needle, and then she was taking it very easy. And when she tried to catch the field, they have already would have closed on her. But take nothing away from Jamora Alves. She won what she didn't expect to win. This is her stronger event.
Yes.
So I'm expecting now her to think that she can get the double. And as it stands, she entered the finals with the best throw.
Yes.
And we're not fully up to date with what happened in terms of the ranking, but based on the graphics we're seeing, it seems that she is in the top 2 at the moment. So challenge is going to come from Edwin Allen because they are chasing champs and they want to sweep every point that they can and maximum point. But again, and strange enough, I see that a lot of these athletes are trying at these field events. And again, we would have had our time at international level, albeit not at the top level. And if we can remember one, Olivia McCoy, who would have been the standard bearer for Jamaica for a long while. And even when she had her misfortunes, she still came to champ to meet and she tried to compete. But we have not seen anybody. I remember a young lady by the name of, it could be Sajay Stevens, that came out of States. And she had potential to be a good. I'm not sure what has happened to her. But it's good to see that there's still athletes who try to do these events and challenge themselves. A lot of them, the techniques can be sharpened. The approach. But again, it's good to know that track and field is not only track. And field is not only to jump, but there are other things that Jamaica, because we have the strength. We have the heart that, and I always say to person, if you can coach the art of a champion, that's the first thing that you need in the recipe, to know that the athlete believe in themselves and it becomes easy. But so far,
just to say, for the javelin going on, the meet record is 47.85 meters, held by Tanisha Blair of Homo Technical, and the finalists are Shanila Williams of Medunalin. She has thrown 36.6 meters so far this evening. We mentioned Jamara Alves, who we think is the favorite from San Diego. She has gone over 40 meters, and
already
the only one in the field who has gone over 40 meters. You have Natasha Burrell from Heidel. She is in the 34-meter range. You have Brianna Monteith of BB Coke, as well as Cedrica Williams should be in this as well from Homewood Technical. Saffron Lyons from Westwood High School. Guinea Pitt from St. Catherine. Chris Dale McCarthy from St. Diego. Natalie Albert of St. Catherine High. Diana Morrison of Excelsior. Sharika Christie of Heidel High. And completing the list is Monifa Edwards of Edinalin, trying to get some points for her school to remain in the lead. So we have another Burger King question. O'Shea, would you mind? Oh, it's the same question.
it's actually the same question. I'm not sure if the fans aren't frequent visitors to Burger King, because everybody that eats Burger Kings knows that a Whopper is the deal.
Let me tell you something. Jamaicans, and I know Jamaicans, you know, like KFC. If them ask anything about the combos at KFC,
they would have gotten it.
Yes, the Whopper,
but we're still trying to find out.
Because it is not a big deal. All
yes,
right.
we're still trying to find out.
Find the winner for the Burger King question.
What's the number? So you have to text the number for the double Whopper. I think this is very easy. When I saw it, I wanted to answer because I'm not a fast food person, but I would reacclimatize my taste to what Burger King tastes like, having not eaten it
for
such
some
a long
time.
while. But back to what you were saying about the shows.
But before, I just want to big up all the persons out there who had said Excelsior, because the question I had asked about which co-ed school was the first to win both boys and girls champs, it's Excelsior High. So big up to all the winners or all the persons who posted Excelsior High. All right?
That's the Eagles.
Yes.
They're right. They're still flying here. I don't know if they're soaring, but they're still flying at the championships. And again, you'll have your ebbs and your flows, because a lot of the talents from Excelsior have transitioned. And one name that comes to mind is Akira Nugent. That's doing well. And she was just here 2 years ago.
Champion.
And could potentially be representing Jamaica at the World Championship this year. Not the Commonwealth game or the other lesser games, but at the World Championship, because of the kind of pedigree that she is.
And actually being on the circuit and on the NCAA circuit.
Yeah.
And perhaps I think she competed at the Hayward Field recently.
She was
NCAA.
She was there.
The schedule that she had, to be honest, was a bit taxing because from one final to the next, no rest in between. I think she was like within 30 minutes to prepare for each, but it was very good. I think she ran the 100 meters and she ran the 100 meter hurdle. So yeah, and then the relays as well. So it was a hectic schedule for her, but she'll be able to manage. And I expect a lot from her. I mean, seeing her going to Nairobi, Kenya to win the world under 20, beating the sister of Kambunji, the world 60 meter indoor champion. Her sister was in that final, and I believe it was because of the fast start that Nugent got in the final, which distracted her and had her clipping the hurdle, losing her focus and things. But nevertheless, very good run by Nugent, and as you said, expect some big performances from her in the future. We're going to go back to the stands to hear from our fans fun experience. So soon come.
Woolmer's girl, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling really good. Really good to be back out, at Champs. The vibe is really nice out here.
Are you enjoying the championship this year?
Definitely am. Yeah.
Proud of the Woolmer's girls?
Always and forever.
On the track and also on the field?
Yeah, especially the 1-2 in the high jump and Natrice last night in the 100 meters beer things. Yeah, it's hype. Yeah.
Big up Shaniqua Williams, the winner of the high jump, and Danielle Noble, second place, 1-2 for Woolmer's. You feel good about that?
Very, very good.
And you're proud of them?
We're doing very well, and we can't expect anything more. I'm elated. The first time back out after COVID, and they're doing a very strong showing. I'm very proud.
You think top 5?
Maybe not this year, but it's coming. It's coming.
You say next year, top 5?
Next year, corporate area champs and top 5. Yeah.
You hear it from the Woolmer's farmer girl, right here at the National Stadium.
And I also want to big up my brother. He's a Woolmerian as well. He's in the decathlon. Big up Malik. Yes. So we're looking forward to good things from him too.
All right, Malik, make your sister proud. She's watching you and cheering you on. All right, that's it.
Okay, welcome back to our coverage, and you can see in the stands, the fans are spirited. They're talking with a lot of energy and thing, and we like that experience. And I was to ask you about it earlier because for me, it's one of the best feelings to come back and see people that we would have been seeing throughout the years, and know that there were no fans last year at the championship, and persons who have been starving to come back to the stadium. Because if you're like me, I know some persons would say that they don't like crowds and so forth, but I'm one of those persons. For me, I just can't watch the boys and girls championship at home. It has to be something really that I can't avoid. I have to come to the stadium. So it is good to see the fans. What do you think about the fans getting the chance to come back and view boys and girls championships?
There's no argument about this as regards to fun, because the fans make champs what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the athletes are here to compete, but again, the difference between breaking a record and going all out is the fan support. Again, we speak about the big 2 and the big 3. They have the fans in from early, and they are cheering them on, whether they're in.
You can hear the drums right now.
Even if they go far less than what they expect them in terms of throwing, or go slower than they expect them in terms of the track events, the fans still keep that roar and that momentum going. So there's something that we need to understand. The fans make champs what it is, and that's why we have the fun experience here, because everybody has an opinion, and that's one of the things I like. You can share your opinion. You don't have to agree with what I agree with, neither do you have to agree with what the predictors say. You have an opinion, and again, it shows that you have a vested interest in track and field. So it's good to be back. I see the vendors in the stands. I see the security personnel. And for the most part, when the events are hot on the field, everybody's eyes are glued on the field somewhere. So people are enjoying champs again. Last year, the athletes did perform, but you saw the difference when you saw empty stands and just competitors. So it's good to be back.
Even one athlete trying to, to ramp up the entertainment and doing something that he got a lot of stick for. But usually when we see those events, the hand will be pointing at a different section of the stands instead of on.
You're talking about the exuberance.
Yes, youthful exuberance, Mr. Watts.
Again, and sometimes it is just the high that the fans take you to. Sometimes you do it without even, because when they're appealing to you, you want to respond. We're always, the purists will say, respond in such a way that it speaks a good decorum. And but again, when things are hot and buzzing, you can forgive them sometimes for the things, because it will make them do better and enjoy the moment. And of course, they are winning, they're doing well. We can't take away that from them. So I forgive them sometimes, and there's nothing that they do that is there for me to crucify them.
No.
Because the fans expect them to show up, and when you show up, you can show off a little.
I agree. I remember that and we were speaking about the young man earlier. He had an extraordinary experience back in the day when he won a race, and then
show this shirt. Speaking of Mr. Hara.
I mean, he believed then that he was extraordinary.
Yes.
And winning makes you extraordinary.
Yes, yes.
So if you think, albeit it caused a lot of send a lot of
Uproar
tongues
at the
wagging,
time,
but
yes,
again,
but-
these are things that you forgive athletes for, because
Yes.
again, you might not live to regret it, but again, those are moments you look back to, because
Yes.
you and I are still talking about
Yes,
it to this day.
exactly.
So it has its place, even if it's for the temporary, it has its
Yeah,
place.
man. So it's just a chance experience,
Yeah.
And we hope, I mean, I don't know what the numbers are, and I don't know how the ticket sales are going, but we really hope to see. We're looking at the bleachers right now, and in lots of empty spaces, or lots of empty spaces in the bleachers. Really hope to see, a lot of persons there on
Filling up those
Saturday,
stands on Saturday.
for the final day of the championship. And we really hope that it goes down to the wire. I like when the championship go down to the final event, which is a 4x4. Not sure if it will be the case on the boys' side, but certainly I'm encouraged with what I'm seeing on the
girls' side.
So, and I expected it to be the other way around, where we would have seen a runaway victory for Edinallen, but this year it's a bit closer.
Than we
The
expect.
Predictions say it would be 24 points, but we know that with 24 points, that's not really a comfortable gap. So
No, that's
that is why
two
I'm
really miss up, and you have lost your championship. So we expect the athletes to do well. And again, there is a sort of feeling that you feel on a Saturday night when the crowd is unable to move from their seats, because nobody wants to leave. They want to see to the end. So when it is competitive, it's advantage for the fans, and also for those who are tuning in, the viewers and the fans. And again, the fans are here in the stands, and they are raring to go and to share their moments. We're going to show to another fans experience interview, and then we'll come back and we can talk a little bit about the effect of the fans.
Yes, okay.
All right, we're here with Miss Richards, Woolmer's girls and boys team manager. And how are you feeling today?
Feeling elated. It's a wonderful day for Wilmer's family.
Are you proud of Shaniqua and Daniel?
Very, very proud. We've been working at it all season. Coach Marshall has been with them from the inception of them high jumping at Wilmer's Girls School. They did it last year and they came back this year. And to actually in the championship do their PBs, it's a wonderful experience for the coach, Olivia Marshall, as well as the fans that are watching.
Noble going to the Carifta. How are you guys feeling for that?
Daniel has been working very consistently this season. In fact, she has been edging out Shaniqua the entire season. But showtime, Shaniqua is the taller one, the one with, I wouldn't say bigger heart, because Noble has a big heart as well, but she wanted it. And, she pulled out all stops, and Daniel made it for the under 17 Carifta team, which representing your country is a big feat. And wearing the black, green, and gold is now where she's headed. And Shaniqua, we'll see her again. We'll see her next year. She won Boys and Girls Champs 2022, and we'll see her in 2023.
So you think Wilmer's girls will finish in the top 5 this season?
I don't think so, based on the what we have left and what has been happening with the relays and stuff. But I know we'll put on a good showing as usual. We'll remain in the top 10. It's our hope that we don't come less than 7th. But progress and being a student athlete is a big deal. Exams coming up next week. So Boys and Girls Champs is right in the middle of everything in April when exams are May. And for Wilmer's Girls School, it's just always Agekoda Geese. Whatever you do, do it well. And I can say Coach Carr has been working with the team over the years, over this year, especially with the pandemic just being over and girls just coming out to training. We can't ask for more when you come to a championship and PB.
Right. And you have Gary Card of Woolmer's boys. How proud are you of him?
Girls, boys, the Woolmer's family cheering Gary on straight, 100%. Gary is young. This year is his happy year. Next year, we're putting some more work. So what you're seeing is the work of Coach Osborne and the Woolmer's family that has been behind him. Gary has a strong team of persons behind him, and the other athletes are cheering him on. We have other athletes, especially in the jumps as well. Mark Phillips came second, and we're very proud of him too in the long jump. So as the championship goes on, just look for the Woolmer's Day. We're dots all over the place, but we're getting there. And we hope everybody enjoys it.
How about next year? Do you think top 5 for the boys and girls? Is it possible next year?
We'll see about that when it comes. But it's in our vision. It's in our vision for that to happen. Let's see what can happen during this year. If all the chips fall where it may and athletes come out to training and things happen according to plan. We have been having some niggling injuries which has held us back. for this year. But coming into next year, let's see what will happen.
Team manager, Miss Richards. I see how you cheer on Shaniqua and Danielle. Fantastic. I love the vibe and all the best for the rest of this year's championship.
Thank you very much. Woohoo! I'm a professional cheerleader.
Yes, must say an excellent interview there a while ago with Miss Richards. She knows the women's team inside out, and give us a lot of insight, as to what is happening and now and what will happen in the future. Very, very good interview. So I think she has some connections with University of West Indies.
She is an ardent track and field fan,
Mhm.
and she supports sports. So that's what I think about Miss Richards. But I like the fact that she is representing Wolmer's,
Mhm.
regardless of what
Mhm.
we expect them to do.
Mhm.
We know of the history of the Wolmerians, both and she did represent both the boys and the girls. And I was asking you if they regard themselves as one school for championship, because you'll never hear they speak about themselves. That's the girls alone. They also represent for the boys. So it's good. And Wolmers have been doing what they can do so far. So really and
Yes.
truly.
Looking at the screen now, Jamara Alves of San Diego.
So that's
She
double.
won the javelin, so that's 2 goals for her. And I say it's a young lady from Grenada. And I just wanted to touch back on the topic we were talking about with the Africans.
Yeah.
We also need to touch on the Caribbean athletes who are coming here, and they're really, in terms of when I travel to the Caribbean islands, they really don't have all the resources that we have.
Yeah.
And so for them to come here, getting into our schools, performing at the Boys and Girls Championship, it's a great experience for them, and it will even help the countries in terms of developing those athletes. And we will see quite a number of them here at the Carifta Championships. I remember, I think it was when I went to Cayman Islands, I think it was in 2019, the Carifta Games there. And there was a young man who won the 200 meters out of lane 8.
Yes.
And while interviewing him, I asked him if he has ever heard about Boys and Girls Champions. And he said, yes. And I hope to be performing there next year. And I said, really? And he said, yes, man. He told me a school that has contacted him already and thing. And I said, wow, that is good. It just shows that the recruitment level is not locally, is, regionally and internationally. So the only challenge I have though with that happening, and it's not necessarily because the athletes are coming here. The only challenge I have is that when an athlete transfers from one school to another school, a Jamaican athlete, because of the high school transfer eligibility rules, they have to sit out the next championship. However, when an athlete comes from the Caribbean or from Africa, wherever they are, they just come right into the school system and be able to compete. So that's the only issue I have with our rules here. The fact that somebody can just come from a Caribbean island or African country and just compete right away, while our athletes have to sit out a year. I guess
I personally
people-
don't like it,
Mhm.
because I was telling Trishana yesterday that sometimes a change of environment is necessary.
Mhm.
It's needed, and we don't know why the athletes sometimes they opt to change institutions. I'm not sure as to. Well, I'm privy to why the rule came into place at first, but I'm not sure if that rule still does any good for the athlete. And I was talking yesterday about the program that's now happening at William Nib. And we know of a young lady that came and she was representing Russies last year, that's Lavania Williams, won at Boys and Girls Champs.
yes.
But because she has opted to move along with her coach over to William Nib, she now has to sit out. And sometimes those things break that athlete's momentum, because you're looking forward to compete next year. And again, sometimes you want the athletes to maximize and to do their best. But then we restrict them. And again, you say the athletes from the Caribbean, which I am happy for, because the profile of the Caribbean improves.
Yes.
And one of the things that are going to be interesting next week to see, a lot of the athletes will compete for the same schools here. They're going to be competing for different Caribbean countries next week.
I'm just looking at this same young lady here.
So it's very interesting.
Who won the
Alves is one
discus
for
and the javelin.
San Diego.
Jamora Alves will be competing for Grenada.
And she'll be competing against the Jamaicans next week. So it makes for good competition, because again, she'll be familiar with the
Yes, the
territories,
surroundings,
with
the
the same
environment.
athletes, and again, it stands to benefit everybody. Of course, Jamaica is the hub
Yes.
for track and field in the Caribbean. And I think it's easy for the athletes who live in the Caribbean to travel to our borders and acclimatize easy than probably somebody would come from Europe or from United States. So it's really, if I was looking for an option and want to stay close to home, one plane ride home, easy as that, I would come to Jamaica.
And you know, I mean, you know, as you were, you know, just explaining a while ago, I was just thinking back of some of the other athletes who would have come before, and one person that comes to mind, well, two actually, I'm going to name both of them, is Zarnel Hughes, who is now representing Great Britain, but when he came to Jamaica, he was from Anguilla.
Yes.
He came to Kingston College. He has the class 100-meter record of
To this
10.12
day, yes.
seconds. The other one who I was very impressed with is Delano Williams,
Yes.
also representing Great Britain. But I believe he's from
Turks and Caicos.
Turks and Caicos.
Represented
And,
Monroe College.
Exactly. And he was the one who went closest to the 200-meter record that boat has of 20.25. He ran 20.27, I believe, at one point. So, I mean, they have been coming here and have been doing extremely well.
And even post championships and competing at high school. I'm not sure what's happening with Delano Williams because I've not heard much of him. And the last time I heard he was at MVP. But I know that Zarnel Hughes is still in Jamaica training. So it shows that he'd have benefited from the high school system. And even though he's competing for Great Britain because Anguilla doesn't have an Olympic association, he's not able to compete independently on his own at the major games. He has honed his skills here. And really, when we see him compete at the international level, we feel good for him because even though he doesn't run for Jamaica,
I always want Zarnel to do well. And you know, even when they won the medal recently, which
the
they
4x1, yes.
which they had
Unfortunately,
to
they lost it
because of Uja's drug
violation.
positive test. You know, I really felt it for him because Zarnel was one of the athletes that you really want him to do well. At another point in time, I think he false started.
Yes, had a miss up in the
trial. So you know, because he trains here, you know, with races, you really want him to do well. So we are on the same page in terms of assisting our Caribbean neighbors, you know, and being happy for them. You know,
as you say,
they do well.
we're not selfish. We're not selfish about it.
We're not.
Because at the same time, the ladder of success is never crowded at the top.
Yes.
And again, you can't win everything. And again, sometimes when you see persons who would have been able to, when they speak in their post interviews, because a lot of these Caribbean athletes, we saw recently a young lady from Bahamas as Anthony Strawn.
Yes.
Who have been doing well as a junior, and she came to Jamaica.
She was the 2012 World Under 20 champion. Yes.
And she has now found her footing. And when you hear her speak about the kind of coaching that she gets here and the kind of motivation she finds here, it speaks volume. And so these are things when you hear talk about Jamaica and talk about coaches who are Jamaicans, you can't help but be happy because again, Jamaica wins.
Yes. So happy for Anthony.
So we have a winner. I think we have a winner.
Yeah, we have a Burger King winner. Big up yourself, Ronaldo. Rodney.
Yeah.
The answer is number
2.
All right.
I would not know because when I step in, I've not gone into Burger King for many months.
Please send your email to the chat.
Yes.
Please send your email to the chat.
To retrieve your prize, sir.
Yes. So we have gotten that one out of the way. I have another question, Champ's question. When was the last time San Diego won the girls' championships? When was the last time San Diego won the girls' championships? All right, so you could send. We have an online fan, and you know we try to have all type of experience. So it's good that we have persons from all angles tuning in. So we have an online fan. So we're gonna go to that person just now.
Wow.
Just you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
I can.
Yes, you can go ahead, sir.
Hi, good evening. How's everybody?
I think we're not hearing him.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, go ahead, sir.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I can. I cannot tell you when last time
Yes,
St. Diego went
we're
to the
hearing
game.
you. We're having a little feedback in the studio here, but just go ahead and share your experience with us.
Well, I've been. I'm watching from the Bahamas, and I've been watching. I'm trying to catch up on the races, and it's been hard to catch up here, But I've watched a few races, and it's really good, especially the one with the sister. That was a really good race. Hello.
How are you enjoying the championship so far?
It's really good. It's really good. It's really been very good.
There anyone in particular that you're looking out for? Are there any schools in particular that you're supporting and hoping to win the championships this year?
Well, it's hard. It's hard, but that's that's hard because they're all good. We have quality athletes from
Mention that
all
you're
these.
from the Bahamas. What interests you more in Jamaican track and field, especially at the junior level?
Well, I have a daughter in Jamaica. I have two daughters, but one is here in the Bahamas and one is in Jamaica. And she's finished school. She was in school in Clarendon. So that's why I always watch the track. I follow the track. I was actually watching from the days of
Do you want
Imola
to tell us
Davis.
the name of your daughter and which school she attends in Clarendon?
Well, she's finished school. Her name is Shanice Satchwell, and she's finished school. And I think it's Garvey. Garvey, is it? Hey, Tia, what school is Shanice going to land?
What happened?
We're just having a little bit of problem with your connection. We're hoping to get you a little bit clearer, hopefully soon.
Sorry, we seem to be having a little difficulty with the connection for that fan. We thank him nonetheless from Bahamas. Again, we're speaking up to Bahamas just now and about how they're benefiting from having athletes in Jamaica. But whilst we were speaking about that, Noel, we saw the first heat of the Class 3 boys, 800 meters, got off on its way. And the winner, no surprise, Ruto.
Yes.
he wasn't so ruthless until
Yes.
about the last 150, where he pulled away from the rest of the field and won comfortably. Again, 2 minutes 02.68 is just enough to qualify. Again, the top 3 qualifier plus the next 4 best by times. So really and truly, he has done what he needs to do. We're still waiting for the others to come up, but I think it could be the young man from Jamaica College that came through for second. But we're still waiting for that official time. I know he was challenging, and the young man looks like Charlie Mount from our vantage point. But we know the winner is Casey's
Definitely.
Ruto. And that's what sometimes you need to understand, because the athletes behind him, when they saw that he went, they didn't go with him.
No.
And that's something we want athletes to learn. Sometimes you don't always need to run somebody else's race.
Exactly.
If you're not as good as the athlete that's before you, you should be willing to run your own race enough for you to qualify. So we have the other results coming up. We have Samuel Curry of Jamaica College finishing second. I think that's 207. Again, JC's chasing championships.
Yes,
And every move that KC makes, JC wants to replicate. Same.
Yeah, there's a song that was done by a group called Police. The lead singer was Sting. So every move you make, every step you take, I'll be watching you. So that's what we're seeing happening right here.
And you can't expect to be in battle and not sure what your competitors are doing.
And the thing is, they don't have to win all the races, you just need to have finalists.
Because
so in the home straight, now you need to have finalists. So that's how you match up and nullify each other's strengths. So
points count. So it doesn't matter how many athletes you have at the championship. If you can't get them into finals, you're not going to score. Exactly. And for some of the events, they have to be in the top 8 to score, because that's where the last point is given out. Yes. So really and truly, we're expecting those athletes from the big schools to be in the finals. Again, we say the second heat is on the field, and the competitors that we started were Raheem.
Gentleman from Makati?
That's the one I spoke about.
Wow.
This is how he runs.
He is running a blinder.
He runs, and I'm hoping that he probably.
It seems as if he will go under 60 seconds.
And that will be much faster than what we saw in the first heat. So now, can he hold it to finish in the top 3?
That's the question. He's leading by about 15 to 20 meters. Can he maintain this pace?
So he's heading on the backstretch now?
I am keeping my fingers crossed, because for your sake, I really want him to qualify. Jaden Brown is the
and he's a little man,
name. Yes.
Small in stature.
Small.
But I think he has a big heart for you to front run, because that's how he does it at his championship. He front run the crowd there, and he's now doing the same thing. And I think the KC at least is not too interesting, because with each stride he's closing on him.
Yes.
So he doesn't need to change much of a gear. But again, he's heading
of
into.
Stets, wow, this is very interesting now. The young man is faltering.
The
young man from Magati. Seems as if he will be caught in the home straight.
It's a wall.
Kingston College.
But he's now swinging his arm.
Yes.
And that's what
Robinson goes by him.
Yes.
Yes. The Wolmerian athlete, the athlete from Stets, I must say. Sorry about that. And wow.
And that is Port Antonio. So another school that is coming
young
from.
Man has come through for 4th.
He might have a chance.
Spirited effort. I'm sure that
There's
he
still
ran faster than the 2 minutes 15.
Yes.
That he came in with that seeded time. So quite an interesting run. He knows that he doesn't have the legs or the speed
like the others.
On the final leg. So he tried his best to take it out and to hold on for dear life. But he was caught. But
sometimes,
nevertheless, a spirited run.
The objective is to run your personal best. It might not get you into the finals or into the semifinals, but your objective is to run your personal best. And sometimes you'd have to devise a strategy that might look foolhardy to us. But again, it's a strategy, because we see him holding on for 4th. And there's 4 time qualifiers to come. So, who knows?
So for the 800, it's the top 3 from each heat plus the next 4 best times.
And the winner was Javon Robinson from Kingston College.
Yes.
I think it's 209 that was as a flash time ahead of them.
So
Port Antonio's
Kingston
Dante
College, the 2
Simpson.
Kingston won their heats comfortably. And
it was expected.
Yes.
Because based on the seeding time
coming in, yes,
they were the top contenders. And such, we didn't expect them not to make it. But we're also expecting in the other heat that Jamaica College is going to respond.
From Jamaica College,
so
glory. Let's just see if he's going to bring glory to Jamaica College. As you say, Jamaica College are in a position right now where they can't afford to make any more mistakes.
Yes.
They have to ensure that they make all the finals and hope that Kingston College will be the one making the mistakes.
Yes.
So, very interesting race coming up. Should be a cracker in my view. The young man from Clarendon College you mentioned, I think Rushy.
He is good quality.
Is also there, and we always have good runners from San Diego. So,
and San Diego might not be challenging for championships, but I'm happy they still have numbers and the athletes are coming out. And again, for a school that has the distinction of being one of only two
The
co-ed
co-ed,
schools
yes,
go to have
yes.
one champs. They're still expected at every championship, regardless of the numbers and regardless of where they are in their preparation, that they are gonna come out and do well. So let's see. Calabar is there.
And I know that you are a school challenge, man. What you thought about that final with San Diego and Calabar?
I'm still talking about the young lady that
Yes,
captain San
yes,
Diego.
yes, yes.
And again, I said it to Trishana last night, to be on a team where it's predominantly males and you're the youngest, you're the female, and you're the captain.
You're the captain, yes.
It speaks volume. And she's very confident, and that's a classic example to a lot of young ladies and gentlemen alike that age is not a factor. When I was in high school, the school challengers usually are the ones that are in sixth form because they usually have more time on their hands, and they're always the ones they go for, because they're saying that for preparation and to skip school and to weekend camps, it's better to have those because their schedules are lighter. But to see somebody that have started, because their third year, I think she just started from this her first form here at San Diego, and to be at her third year when you have 3 more years, could be 4 more years to compete, that you're still doing well. So it really speaks volume. And again, San Diego may not win championship.
Yeah, I was just saying that that might have spurred the team to do well.
I think they have what is called Spirit Week this week at San Diego. Spirit Week, it means that you're coming off a week of celebration.
Yes.
And you're coming in a week of championship.
Yes.
And they have some quality athletes, albeit most of them are on the female side. But we talk about Gregory Prince. He could be the crown prince of 2 gold medals here. So really and truly, the momentum that takes them from all of the celebration could spill over.
And you just raised an excellent point again.
Yeah.
We have Jamara Alves.
Yes.
Also of San Diego, who has gone
double.
So
so she is representing.
Success. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
So really and truly,
So leading this event just now
is a Clarendonian.
Very interesting. The
And we-
Calabar athlete sits comfortably in third, just tracking them,
But
as if using them as a GPS. So,
but Rhodes all young man has decided that he's not gonna stay at the back.
yes,
He's
So-
trying to challenge, and again, sometimes I said the strategy might not make sense to us. But if you know that you're not as strong as you feel, sometimes you might just be running for a personal best.
But what I just saw a while ago with the footage there, the young man from Jamaica College is struggling.
He's struggling. So
Struggling.
we're not sure if he's not
This is going to be a major upset. He's
feeling
trying
it.
to come back.
He's now trying to close,
But you
which
still see he was about to come into fourth position,
and he has been
was shrugged
overtaken
off.
by what looks to be the Demby High School athlete. So now the top 3 are clear and dry, home and dry in terms of the winners, and
So
Calabar is closing fast as well. So it's Clarendon College away from Calabar.
Jamaica College is in trouble, so he would not. Let's see who's gonna come through for fourth.
That's Demby High School.
Yes, so he perhaps may struggle to make the
To
final.
make it on time. So
Wow.
again,
Wow.
that's why they run the races.
Yes.
Because he came into this race with the fastest qualifying time or seeding time. So it's a little bit of a disappointment to know that he wasn't able to replicate what he had done, because the winning time, we're still waiting for the official time, is nowhere close to where he has run all season. But again, you have to be happy for Rhodes All High.
Okay.
They had a champion in the 400-meter hurdles, I think 3 seasons ago, that's Rovane Williams. And to know that there's athletes that's still coming out to perform and to represent their school. Your school can't win boys and girls championship, but you want to compete.
And Rovane has an interesting story, he didn't have any hurdles at the school.
I remember that story.
Yes. They had to use from the woodwork class to build some stuff, and
And sometimes that's why you need somebody that is creative in their doing, because again, the height is what you need. And once you can clear those heights.
So the winner, Russian James from Clarendon College, 2 minutes 10.55. The man from Calabar was second, Anthony Clark, 2 minutes 11.20. Rhode Island's Richard Fario, 2 minutes 11.80. He claimed third. And the young man from Denby, Davian Barrett, he was fourth. So
And I'm seeing 218 for Glory. And I
Yes.
think that might land him out of the finals. So again, when Casey
that's an
gets it right,
unceremonious exit, yes.
JC
Gets it
will
right.
have to try and get it right consistently. So
Though what we're seeing now, in case he gets it right, JC is getting it wrong. So
getting it wrong, and
so
again,
we'll-
when you are chasing championships, every mistake is to somebody's advantage.
Yes.
So we're waiting for the final heat that's coming up. We have a feelers of it looks to be 6, 7 athletes. We have Port Antonio represented there. We have St. Jacob represented here. We have Calabar represented in this race as well. Manchester with Troydian Flemings. And I'm looking to see if I see him. And yes, he's there. And he's the one I'm expecting to take this one. There's Matissa representing, that's Jabbar Matissa from William Nib, the school of the great legend Usain Bolt. And Mushetai also been represented. So right now we're seeing the running fairly decent pace, but nobody's pressing it because they're all bunched together. And we're seeing the man from Calabar who's now deciding that I'm not gonna sit with this pace and I'm gonna push the pace. And again, he's not pulling the athlete from St. Jago with him, but everybody's tussling for that front spot because when one goes around, another goes with them. So everybody wants to be there when that bell sounds, and it has sounded already. So they're on their final lap.
Looking at the positioning here of these athletes, you will definitely know that the non-automatic qualifiers will not come from the heat before.
Couldn't,
because
that's why I said Glory might be in trouble.
Yes, because you have 6 athletes here,
and they're still bunched together, and they're looking to. This is the
Calabar man who made the move has been passed. He's looking around, looking over his right shoulder to see, who is.
Flemings is leading, doing the business. He has the fastest time coming in, but again, he's not far away because it could be a sprint to the line. And again, if you're in the home stretch and you have a chance, you better take it.
Yes.
So right now we're seeing.
And here comes the dash.
William Nib.
Yes.
Could this be?
So this is for the hard way now. Lined out. There's a file. Calabar man again.
Calabar has
stolen a march on them.
And he's not relinquishing that. But Fleming's probably doing just enough. You know that the first 3 qualifies. Why bother to chase? And again, that's youthful exuberance because this young man, Carson Fraser, is probably not one of the favorites. But if you have your moment to win a race and to show off, why not do it? Again, you have already done the business of qualifying. So, and he's still showing some symbols. I don't know what that symbol is, Bravo, but he's happy that he has won that event. Again, it's Calabar ahead of Manchester High and what looks to be St. Jago in the former Lambert. We're still waiting for the time because now it's all about the non-qualifiers, automatic qualifiers, waiting to see if they have a chance at that final.
Just reminding
tomorrow.
our viewers, and I understand that you'd want to see the live feed, but remember that TVJ has exclusive rights. So we're just here to give you updates, previews, reviews, and analysis. And we just like to take this time to big up our sponsors again, and like to remind you of who those companies are: Royal Computers, AppVision, Loud Fashion, Burger King, Popeyes, Little Caesars, Honey Bun, Continental Bakery, and Total Hardware. So on commentary, I'm Noel Bravo Francis. With me is O'Shea Hudson, and we're here giving you live coverage from the National Stadium. So the results.
So based on what we're seeing on our screens, we might have one of the time qualifiers from this in Jabari Matassa from William Nib. The other athlete from Port Antonio, it could be Port Antonio, might not be able to make it in with the 2:18. But again, that is why sometimes we run the race, because if we're going by just the seeding time, we would have expected Glory Clark to have been in the finals. But unofficially, as it stands, we're still having to wait for the official results. St. Jago has won another medal.
Yes. So.
And that's in the field.
Yes. So.
Spirit week.
Yes, definitely.
So momentum is that's sometimes you build on what your teammates have done. I'm probably sure while the javelin throw was being completed, she was competing her probably final or 5th jump. So to know that they have now secured 2 gold medals and 9 points times 2 now to push themselves up, because the last time based on the ranking, I'm not sure what the last standing was, but St. Jago was in 3rd.
and Alexia Williams,
Of St. Jago.
from St. Jago,
As one.
perhaps creating an upset there.
And of
But she
course,
did go into the final with
didn't go in at all.
the longest
I
jump.
think the Edunal and young ladies had
Yes.
had some very good distance coming into. But St. Jago is known for its technical events, the jumps, the throws,
The hurdles.
they are known for those events. So it doesn't surprise me when you find those athletes coming to the fore
Yes.
and being able to step up, because again, they have a good coach and they have a good program in terms of support. So again,
Maybe it's not a surprise to them. It might be a surprise to others.
to us,
Yes.
and sometimes we see them on this in the circuit, and throughout the season they may not look the
the
par.
part, yes.
But again, champs is not points accumulated from the season. It is what you
Yes.
do over the 5 days of
Keep telling
championship.
persons, because sometimes when you see them at the Gibson McCook relays,
Yes.
and you don't get any points there.
Yes.
So persons might see teams and say, "Oh, based on what they saw, they're going to win champs." No, they're just relays, and sometimes everybody don't come out at that point in time. There's a young man who I have not seen. Speaking of, coming out late, a young man that I've not seen in the championship so far, from Jamaica College, Christopher Scott. Perhaps he got an injury.
Christopher Scott was the one on anchor today for them in the relay.
Okay.
And it was obvious something was wrong because Edwin Allen athlete ran him down and ran past him, and I'm almost certain, I'm not seeing official result, the camper down high school athlete might have caught him close.
As well,
Was
so-
close. So he was an anchor for
So he's not
Jamaica
back to his
College.
best.
And this is not the Christopher Scott we know.
No, definitely
So
not.
when we see these things, you're the fan probably not sure what is happening, but we are sure as they that something is probably wrong with this young man. We wish him well, because again, I said it to Trishana yesterday, we're here to see athletes not being able to give their best because of injury. And sometimes a lot of them take it easy, some will not take it so easy. So we hope that insufficient time, he's still young, he still has time, but if that team comes back out, he probably would want to do a little better if he can, to at least secure a medal podium for Jamaica College.
Okay, so the 800 meters are still on track.
And for those who are curious to know, the girls are not competing today.
Tonight, yes.
And I think it's probably because of the numbers. Usually the young ladies, and there's
Lack of
3
entries,
rounds.
yes.
So if you don't have enough athletes to run in the first round, they usually advance it to the next round, which is a semi-final round. And then from there into the finals, usually for the girls. But the boys are out. And we're seeing this looks to be the first heat in class 2. And the man from what looks to be, is that Edwin Allen? Well, Edwin Allen looks to be in second, but there's another athlete that's leading the field. We're trying to figure out who it is, but they are closely
Could be
bunched.
Franklin Taylor from Fogo Road.
Fogar Road, because it almost looks a blue suit that he's running in, but again, I think they run in a purple suit.
Mhm.
So probably it's the camera lighting that is
That's
sort
Fogo,
of tricking
yes,
us.
yes.
But that's Fogar Road, because the other schools are obvious who they are. We have St. Jago, Calabar, and William Nib in that race. So the athlete from Mushet High doesn't seem to be there. Nonetheless, we're expecting, based on the ranking, that the athlete from Edwin Allen is expected to win. But again, Fogar Road, years ago, they had one athlete that came to champs and shocked a lot of us.
Did well.
I didn't know that there was a Fogar Road High School. So I learned something then. And to see that there's athletes from that school still trying to represent their school, it's commendable. So he is in the home stretch and he's still leading, and it doesn't
Yes,
seem
low, he's
that
still
he's
leading.
gonna miss out, because again, the top 4 from each, it plus 4 best times.
And he did something a
He
while
had
ago
something in the time.
with a lot of athletes I noticed doing nowadays, like when you're in lane 2 and somebody's trying to pass, you go wide.
There's
Person go wider
no rule
to say that it is
you
illegal.
can't drift
Yes.
to your right, because again, it will tactically throw the athlete off that's trying to close, because you have to evade traffic by going wide, and you want to run in a straight line.
And there was a famous incident a couple years ago, the Carifta Games. If you remember, there was a 4x4, I think, between Jamaica and Trinidad. Christopher Taylor was on anchor for
Yes.
Jamaica, and he was trying to pass a Trinidad athlete.
And they brought him wider.
Went so wide.
Yeah.
I think Chris almost ended up in lane 8.
Strategies, there's no rule there's no infringement against that.
That was a very
But we've seen 204 as a flash time for this young man from Foga Road. So,
so that's a very good
he's
time.
into the next round.
Yes.
So, and Edwin Allen athlete and the Calabar athlete, they have all made it into. Looking at it again, at and we glance over because Franklin Taylor is the name.
Yes.
And when we just glance down, I wasn't saying that he's the best ranked athlete. He's the only sub 2 minute runner in this event, and he came in with 150.
He looked quite
And
easy
that
there.
is what told us that he knows what he was doing. He knows
The
what he
man
was
who
doing.
came fifth in that event ran 2 minutes 11.
Yeah, we see it.
2 minutes 11, and so you know 2:18 is not going to make the cut. So
Well, this is a different class.
Oh, sorry.
This is a different class, but again,
2:11.
they have the luxury of the 4, the top 4 plus 4 best. The class 3 had top 3
and then
plus 4 best. There is another name coming up. I know when you glance through the names, there's one surname that looks very familiar. You'd wonder where that athlete is from. You can make one guess, Noel.
This is what, E3?
This is E2.
E2. Okay. I'm seeing a Brian Kiprop from
And Brian looks very Jamaican in its name, but
yes,
Kiprop
but Kiprop is a Kenyan.
doesn't look like
It's an
anybody.
African name, so it's a Kenyan name. I would say Kenyan.
Is he
Ugandan.
a relative to Asbel? I asked Oliver last night and he wasn't sure. I'm not from Kenya, but I'd want to know. Is he any relative to the one Asbel Kiprop?
Well, I'm not sure, but that would be
Word
something.
as it on the street that they're relatives. And if he's anything close to as even one strand of genetic makeup, I'm expecting him to do well. But again, in the 1500 meter, he didn't shock me. So he looks to be the less of the two.
Wow.
So he might
keep
struggle
an eye.
here again.
So-
but again, this is a shorter distance. So
let's keep an eye on
let's see.
Kiprop.
He runs with an African sort of
Yes,
display.
yes.
Our athletes are not used to that upright bouncing move by the Africans. So he
He's
probably
making his move already. I mean, he's
just ran the 1500 meter for
He's trying to
point and
go to the front.
representation, but now this might be his better event. So they're trying to finish that first lap. Again, they're tightly bunched. Some are moving a little bit more fast and exerting more than the leaders, but again, nobody wants to be left behind. And Port Antonio, what looks to be Ainsley Brown, is trying to stay with Kiprop.
Yes. We also have Fogo Road in this one as well.
Another athlete from Foga Road.
Tall.
But this one doesn't look the part
No.
like Taylor.
No.
So it's now the top 3 have separated themselves, and that looks to be Belfield with Port Antonio and Kingston College. Or it's actually, it doesn't look to be Belfield.
It could be Magati.
It looks to be because they wear the similar maroon and gold strip, because the Belfield athlete is now all the way in 5th. So it is now
Magati.
KC for the lead, and this gentleman is probably hearing what I was saying and deciding to let me know that he's of quality, because now he's leading. But guess what? The two other athletes, they're on his heels and they're not giving up. And the athlete from Port Antonio
He's looking across at him
and he's
running
jogging
back
and taking him
My
easy.
goodness.
So and he's exerting more. That's the case athlete to finish. So
Kiprop.
he has qualified, but he's
On the
not
looks of
looking
that, I'm not
as
sure if he's related to whosoever you think
as
he
well.
is.
I don't know if all, because they
If he was
say
playing possum a while ago, could be, but he didn't.
he
really
didn't look that he was doing that.
He, was
He
conserving
wanted
energy
to
at
win
all.
because he went for the break and he kept striding.
Yes.
But as soon as the athlete pulled up to him, he couldn't
All right,
change a
so
gear.
we will go for an interview with the coach of one of the coaches of Excelsior High, Mr. Riley. So we will go to that interview just now.
Here with Philip Riley, one of the on the coaching staff of Excelsior High School, Eagles, Mountain View. How are you feeling today, and are you proud of the Excelsorians that came out for this year's championship?
I mean, I'm feeling very good. When champs comes around, you always feel good. It gives you a buzz inside. And this week goes by so fast. And other weeks take so long. But champs, because it's exciting. You're seeing all the students from all over the country participate. Well, all over the world now. It's always good in terms of Excelsior. We're doing well so far. We're picking up some points in some key areas so far. We have our athletes, most of our athletes going through to the finals. So we haven't scored it on the boys' side, but we expect to score because we're in some of the finals. The girls have scored and are doing, relatively well so far, and we're feeling good.
Yeah, I remember times when, Excelsior 20th, 19, 18th, but over the years, probably about 4 to 5 years, where Excelsior have been in the top 10, right? How are you feeling about that?
But of course, I remember maybe back in 2012, 2013, I was wearing my Excelsior gear in the stands, and somebody asked me, what are you doing in Excelsior gear? I said, well, I'm doing this now because in a few years you're gonna see us start scoring points, and we scored a lot of points over the years. We've solidified our teams in the top 10, and we're looking to go further. I mean, for a few years now, we've been trying to get into the top 5, but that's not an easy thing. But the plan is still to get there and to get beyond that, because we're not interested in just participating.
So what's the program like in its current form, and have the program been affected due to the COVID?
We're in a rebuilding phase because we had some, people like Akira, Nugent, and people like those left us during the pandemic, and they've gone to bigger and better places, Baylor and Arkansas and places like those. So we're rebuilding now. Of course, with the traveling situation with the kids being online, it has affected everybody, and we're no different. It has affected us, and you can see it. We are rebuilding now, and certainly next year and the years to come, we'll be doing good because we're doing well in the class 4, we're doing well in class 3. You see us, picking up those important points. We had a girl finish 3rd in the 100 meters last night. That is creditable. We're in most of the finals on the girls' side, and the boys' side we're doing well.
So Janelia Williams 3rd last night. Were you guys expecting her to medal in that event?
I can tell you, I wasn't expecting her to medal, but we saw her get a relatively bad start and ran through the field. We're just looking forward to the 200 to see what she can do, because we believe that she may be able to win that 200 gold medal.
She get gold medal for the 200 for Janelia Williams. That's your prediction?
Yeah, don't tell her. I'm not predicting. We're hoping. I don't predict, but we're definitely hoping to see what can happen. Because if she comes out that bend and she's close to any of those girls, or if she's ahead, she'll definitely stay ahead.
Yes, her future is bright, and under the Riley brothers coaching staff, under you guys' protection and guidance, I believe Janelia Williams can go far. We have seen Akila Nugent, which overseas is doing brilliantly well. Do you know other Excelsorians that are overseas that are doing good as well? Can you name them?
Yeah, my mind is failing me now, but I'm looking at the pictures. I'm trying to remember Demar's last name, but he's doing very well. He won his conference the other day, 400 and 200 indoors. So we're looking forward to the outdoor season. And I mean, we get updates from the Excelsorians. All of them are doing well. They are top colleges over in the US, and that says a lot about our program. We're not just here to win champs. We're here to make people into real strong eagles that can change the landscape, not just of Jamaica, but of the world. So for those who just want to scrape up the 300, I'm not throwing stones. For those who just want to pick up those points and not, get their athletes into top programs overseas, then I think they're a little short-sighted. But we have graduated and sent maybe 90% of our student athletes to top colleges in the US. So that's credit to the program. That's credit to David and Mr. Vassal and all those guys who have been working and pushing to make sure that they continue to do well. People like Shanice Love, who graduated, she didn't just do well in this course, but she did well academically. She won scholarships to the UK. I mean, to do our master's program. I mean, she made the Olympic team last year, but some changes with the IAAF. She was left out, but that's good. It shows that the program is not just sticking at the high school level, because in Jamaica, we see the high school as the biggest thing. Nowhere else in the world, high school is the biggest thing. So we are happy that our student athletes are doing well after school.
Right, you hear it from Philip Riley. Eagles, Excelsior High, and shout out to all Excelsorians that are competing in this year's championship. Thank you.
Purchase these and other Carlon CSET textbooks at Sangsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlonpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlon Publishers, partners in the education process.
One tap on the app, food reach your app. Grandma on the app, she no use no gas. So kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. Kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. I seven crave, food now go late. Seven crave, food at your gate.
Purchase these and other Carlon CSET textbooks at Sangsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlonpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlon Publishers, partners in the education process.
One tap on the app, food reach your app. Grandma on the app, she no use no gas. So kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. Kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. I seven crave, food now go late. Seven crave, food at your gate.
Purchase these and other Carlon CSET textbooks at Sangsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlonpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlon Publishers, partners in the education process.
One tap on the app, food reach your app. Grandma on the app, she no use no gas. So kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. Kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. I seven crave, food now go late. Seven crave, food at your gate.
Yeah, welcome back to our coverage of the ISSA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Championship. We just saw the Class 2 800-meter heat with the young man from Jamaica College, Price. The price was right. Nice running style. He reminded me of Carl Lewis from the United States when I saw him on the back straight. Same motion and stuff, and he looked quite comfortable there. O'Shea.
He looked quite comfortable. There's something that was surprising to me. He almost came to an halt, a jog at the end of the last 100 meters. I'm not sure if he remembered something that the coach said. But he had presence of mind to know that if he didn't, he couldn't have slowed down any. He was had to be aware of what's happening around him. But and it did just in the nick of time while the Clarendon College at least was closing on him. He managed
But to shut
to
it
him.
down and to pick up again can even cause
It can be
injuries. And
challenging.
you would have even known about that as somebody who is a physiotherapist, and you know about injuries and all of those things. So something like that, you don't encourage it.
You don't encourage it
Just
because
run
even
through.
if you're gonna take your foot off the brake, he was looking around and looking sideways. That's something again you don't want to see from
Yeah,
your
that's a no-no.
So you have shut it down, but you still need to keep going because the line until you cross the line, you could have run out 720 meters. You have to finish. If not, you're not gonna make it in. But another good win for Saint Jamaica College
Jamaica
because
College,
in the
yes.
previous year we saw one of their top athletes in Tyrone
Tyrone
Lawson
Lawson.
barely making it in, and
Laboring.
he's not having the best of championship. He looks injured, if you ask
Yes,
me.
yes.
So I'm really happy to know that Jamaica College is still there and competing. In the previous heat, the winner would have been neither Casey nor JC, and that would have been a young man that came all the way from Magati, Port Antonio High School in Ainsley Brown. So now we have the winners been mixed. It was Foga Road, Magati, went to Calabar, went to JC, and we have one E to close. Now
Heat
we're
five.
hoping that the points chasers can make it in, but there's an two athletes that we need to look out for, and that's one Rashid Green from
St. Elizabeth Technical.
and Siobhan Jarrett from Titchfield.
Titchfield.
Based on their seeding times, they're expected to be in the running, but there's Casey there and Daniel Gale. And again, Casey is here to win champs, so they're gonna be expecting to load the numbers in the finals because that's where it matters. Campion College is also represented there. Belfield High,
As
the school of
Davidson.
Kemoy Campbell.
Campbell.
And sometimes I know he gives back and he reaches out to schools locally. And I'm sure he, for one, would want to see school at least pick up close to what he was doing at Champ. So really and
And
truly,
I've never shared this before, but our producer would have known at the time. I was in New York at the Melrose Games covering it for Track Alert when Kemoy had that incident. As a matter of fact, we were speaking before the race, and he said that, as soon as the race is over, he gave me a bump fist and said we're going to do an interview and things. So I went into the room now and I was interviewing Sharika Nelvis, who had won the 60-meter hurdles. And the gentleman came to me and he said, Francis, the Jamaican is down. I said, who? He said, the one you were talking to a while ago. I said, no, man, who? He said, the one you were talking to a while ago. I said, come on. And when I rushed out and I was walking around to the other side and I saw Sanya Richards Ross. And her eyes were full, and she hugged me and we're there talking, and she said, boy, she can't believe what happened. So I was trying to get around the other side now because I had my workstation around that side because you have how the place is set up for the journalists. You have 57 workstations, but you have like 110 journalists who go there every year. But because I'm a staple there, I have my workstation, my name is there and everything. So I was going back to my workstation because that's where he had fell. And because the air was kind of secure, so I had two strapping security there, and they were saying that I can't pass, so I turned back. But the thing is, the what you call it, the manager for the property for the armory is a Jamaican.
Yes.
And he also went to Camperdown High School, so I had met him at the press conference. So when I was walking back and he saw me and he said that he said, what's happening? I said, boy, I wanted to see what happened because I heard that Kemoy. And him say, yeah, but you can. I said, no, the gentleman stopped me. And he took me around there. And, it was kind of funny because I was behind him because I didn't know what was going to happen. So he came to the two security and he said, you know who this is? And him said, no, sir. Him said, you don't know who this is? And they said, no, sir. Him said, get out of the way. I can't believe you turned back this young man. And I was never saying anything. So when I was passing, the biggest one who told me said, I'm so sorry, sir. I said, that's fine. And I went around there. But to be honest, my heart almost stopped as well because I saw him more motionless. Yeah. And the paramedics, everyone was there attending to him. And there was a hush right around the armory. Nobody, because we don't know what was going to happen, and we were there for like about 15 minutes. But the good thing is that the Armory, there's a hospital across the road. It's in Washington Heights, 168th Street. I never forgot about the incident, and they made sure that he was okay, and then they took him across the hospital, and so he was treated. And it was really one of those moments that the world just stood still. And I remember telling Foster, even though I was there, I couldn't write the story.
Yes.
I could not write the story. I wrote about everything else because Brianna Williams was competing at the time too. I wrote about everything, but I couldn't write about that story. So it was one of those moments for me. As I said, I'm sharing it here with all of you. But
and it's not to put a gloom or damper on what we're having a chance, but everybody knows Kemoy, and everybody had high hopes because we saw where on the female side, the likes of Kenya Sinclair and, as I said before, Madra Imans in the past, Corinne Hines, those young ladies were doing it for Jamaica. And then we had somebody that stepped up on the male side that was doing well. I remember the time that Kemoy competed there with Mo Farah.
Yes.
He's one of the
proudest
we were at,
moment, yes.
I think it was a Jamaican Invitational, and I was really excited for a lot of events. But when I saw that a Jamaican could stay with a champion or compete with a champion such as Mo Farah, I felt
it was the Grand Prix. It was the
the Racers Grand Prix. So I
yes.
was really happy for them because one of the things we need to understand, we don't always have.
No.
Well, in my lifetime, I've not seen any Jamaicans going beyond 400-meter hurdles. So I was happy when that gentleman was stating his claim as a competitor and not only there to make up numbers, but he had the heart of a champion.
He had the heart of a champion.
But to know that
Never say
in a
that
moment we
attitude.
could have had another story.
Yes.
Because those are the things even though sometimes we want athletes to do well, we are still humans and we are still considerate that they are out there and anything can happen.
Yes.
An injury can come and it can be the end of your career. And that's not how you want to write the closing chapter. And his closing chapter, unfortunate, has to be that he ended it right there in that unfortunate way. But he has, thankfully, God gave him another chance and he's still contributing. And that's why we were talking about what he has done. He has made a pledge for all the schools I know back then to have defibrillators because it's necessary. Again, medically, I think a lot of the high schoolers in Jamaica aren't giving the best that they should get. We will bask in their talents and we look at what they can do and we expect them to do. But again, just like the adults, they have to be protected.
Yes.
They have to be treated with that sort of kids club kind of approach because they can suffer illnesses, they can suffer life training. And sometimes an athlete with a lot of hopes and dreams, it can be a thing that shatters them mentally. So really and truly, to know that Kemoy Campbell did it for Belfield and he represented well. He left a legacy at least at Belfield High School. He did it for Jamaica, so let's take nothing away from that. But at least he did it for Belfield, and a lot of athletes are left to walk in his footsteps or try as best as they can.
Yeah. All right. So next on track is the boys class 1, heat 1.
And we might be missing it because if again we implore our viewers to because we can't show the races live, and that's the disadvantage we have here. But if you're watching on free to hear television, that's Television Jamaica, they're probably taking a break now. So we ask you to join them over at TVJ SN or on One Spot Media or on KLS. We're doing radio coverage, but we can still talk about it because we're inside the stadium. Again, we can't show the race. There's no fault of ours. Again,
TVJ has
exclusive rights. And again, you don't want to run yourself into troubles by doing what you're not supposed to do.
Attracting an illegal
ramifications because it might be to your own.
So I understand why some of the viewers would want to see, and you might be upset to say, boy, you see two gentlemen here, we're doing a lot of talking and thing, but that's how the situation is. So we, as I said, we give you updates, previews, reviews, and analysis. So that's what we could do just now and bring you up to date with the point standings on all of those things. So please bear with us. And as I said, we read the comments from time to time. We respect and we take your comments on board, but we ask you to be respectful at the same time.
And we want to hear from them because that's why this is a fun experience. And a lot of persons might not be here because a lot of diaspora fans and overseas from other countries are tuning in. and you want, we can share your comments, but again, you have to keep it at a certain level where we'll be free to share it. That being said, we're going to give you an update as to the results for the girls standing after 12 events scored. We had the Edwin
Start from
Allen
number 10.
is,
Number 10.
well, we're going to go from number 10, Petersville High School. They're in 10th position with 10 points, and we have in 9th position, that's Excelsior High School with 13 points, and St. Catherine High School are in 8th position with 17 points. Camperdown High School is in 7th place with 19 points, and in 6th position, that's Immaculate High School, Conception High School with 27 points, and the top 5 are as follows: Wilmer's Girls in 5th on 35 points. Omen Technical, they're 5 points clear in 4th with 40 points. St. Jago, they are now up to 67 points for 3rd, just 1 point behind Idel, who is in 2nd with 68. And opening the gap,
Sizable gap.
that's Edwin Allen High School with 105 points.
And I believe there are 45 finals, so some ways to go.
Still a lot of points
Yes,
to
about
score. We're
35
saying
events to be scored. So
300 points.
Yes,
so there's,
definitely.
yeah. The results for the javelin, for those who are following, we have in the form of Jamora Alves. She's from
Grenada.
That's the Spice Island.
Yeah.
And
Grenada, yes.
it's a Spice Island. That's Kirani's country, and they have some good deck
And that's
athletes.
where Fred Curley is training now.
It's actually training.
Yes.
So she's representing St. Jago, and she has won that event with a throw of 40.38. That's a little bit off the record held by
And a bit off her
Tanisha
personal
Blair.
best because she has
She
shown
has gone
42
farther than
meters
that
before, yes.
for the season. Nonetheless, she has secured maximum points. That's 9 points for St. Jago. Money for Edwards.
Monifa Edwards was predicted to come further down, about 7th or so.
Again,
so this is
when you're in the camp
good
of
points.
champions,
Exactly. Good
you have
points
to
for
show
Ellen
up.
Allen, you know. She claimed 2nd.
And she did 38.90. That's 5 points. Again, the points is what matters. Sometimes you may not win the medal because everybody wants a piece of silverware, but you also want to secure points. Natalie Albert of St. Catherine High School said that Spanish Town, St. Catherine,
John's Road.
sweeping all the points. Central Champs schools are here represented. St. Catherine High School came in 3rd with 37.14. Omen Technical Cedrica William finished 4th.
Who should have done better in the discuss.
And I hear that she was sort of inconsolable yesterday. But
Yes,
the
definitely.
coach, when I spoke to him, he told me that he said to her, "This is your first time losing in over 4 years.
Okay.
So you can move on."
Okay.
The beauty about it, she has terrific games.
Yes.
And the beauty about
make a
it,
bench.
she has 1 more year to take down that, because she wanted Fiona Richards' record, and she has been training all season. I was thinking at one point, I'm not sure if it's a combination, because she's doing all 3 events here for women technical. She does the shot put, she does the javelin, which is her least favorite event, and she has scored 5 points for her school. So credits to her. She had an injury yesterday, based that she had to get medical attention. So to see her coming back out to finish the championship, even when she's now gonna walk away for first in a long while without a medal, but she's still representing for the women technical team, and that's commendable. Williams, Shania Williams.
Yes, from Edwin
A
Allen.
lot of person have her to be further up in the ranking, but again, she has done the business
That's 4 points
of scoring.
to go with the 7 from Monifa. That's 11 points.
And
so that's
St.
no
Catherine
further
has scored again in 7th, in 6th rather. Sharika Christie of Idel in 7th, and Chris
Michelle McCarthy of St. Jago
is there.
rounding out the top 8. So are we gonna throw it to our persons now in the stands for an athlete, not in the stands, an athlete interview down by the mixed zone?
Right, we're here with Blake from Jamaica College. You just qualified for the semis in the 800. You won gold in the 1500 yesterday. How are you feeling? And are you pleased with how you executed your race?
Yesterday or today? I am. The goal is really just to qualify onto the finals, and then the big one.
So what can we expect from you in the semis?
Another qualification. I'm unlikely automatic, but that's the goal.
Going for any time?
No, we're not.
All right, and all the best on your semis.
Thank you so much.
Yes, so hearing from the impressive Javon Blake, captain of the Jamaica College team, he knows that he still has some business to do. Wrapped up the 1500 meters last night, and he's going for the 800 meters, and we really want to see him do well. As I said, we want him to run a personal best because that's one of his goals. And if he runs a personal best, definitely he should win the goal. So,
And
very confident young man, and we really want to see what he will do in the come the final.
and he says it's all about qualifying, and he has qualified into the final. And it's time for those who are listening. He did 1:59.12 seconds, and that's really 1 minute 59.2 seconds. That's a pretty decent time to qualify with, and it was ahead of Calabar's Javor Murray, who did 1 minute 59.30. Of course, I'm seeing based on that that a lot of the athletes probably
Almost all 7 of them qualified from that heat.
I'm not seeing that and it looks to be the same thing that we're having here in terms of at least knowing that they have a place or a chance at qualifying.
But,
So
but
you
what
go out and
happened?
run.
What seemed to have happened here today is that it should have been 4 heats.
Oh, so
And then
probably
it was reduced to 2.
reduced to
So
2.
everybody qualified.
We'll
All
at least have a
14
chance
athletes.
to make it to the
Yes,
other round.
So you would have should be a pretty interesting semi-final because
It should be.
we only have
Because
8 lanes. So if you know, sometimes in the 800 meters, 2 persons being lined up in
Yeah.
the same lane. So it's going to be very interesting. So.
and again, probably it would be a good time to even try to get into your competitor's mind, because a lot of athletes, some will take it easy, and that's according to the coach's instruction, but others will get out there and try to run a race that will have their competitors thinking or worrying if they can do exactly what they do. And sometimes it's a tactical approach, and sometimes strategies are employed, and sometimes it works for you, sometimes it works against you, but you can't beat somebody for trying. But I'm hoping all the time that when they try, it yields a success.
And let me just give you some point standings for the boys. You heard about the girls earlier. So in 10th position is Magoti with 9 points. In 9th position, Clarendon College with 10 points. In 8th position, Edwin Allen with 13 points. In 7th position, Herbert Morrison Technical with 15.33 points. Where the 33 came from. Anyway, in 6th position, Woolman's Boys with 18 points. In 5th position, St. Elizabeth Technical with 23 points. In 4th position, Calabar on 27 points. In 3rd position, St. Jago High on 34 points. And Jamaica College is in 2nd on 56.33 points. So it seems as if we need to find out which event Jamaica College, Herbert Morrison, and I'm seeing Campion now in 20th position with 0.33%.
And that usually
33
comes
points,
down
sorry.
to events like the high jump, because where they're unable to
Yes.
separate them, the points has to split.
Yes, and when they especially
And
on
because
comeback.
everybody gets a share of the points.
Yes.
And you might find that a lot of athletes for those events, they might be clearing the same height at the same number of attempts.
Yes, and
so
so
you're
when
unable
count
to
back, you
separate.
can't even
There's no
separate
separation of them at that point. So it's all about sharing the points. So but 0.3 can win your championship,
Yes, we have seen half a point
wins your championship. So
And
every
just to
point
say,
count.
leading is Kingston College on 83 points. So Kingston, and that is after 9 events scored. So still early days, but Kingston College is still ensuring that they are
Keeping
ahead
pace.
of Jamaica College. So Jamaica College has a lot to do, a lot of catching up, and so it's going to be a very interesting championship for them. So they are under pressure. Kingston College right now is just ensuring that they position themselves and ensure they have a lot of.
I wouldn't
individuals in the
even
final.
probably say it's about pressure, it's about expectations. And the KC fans are very ambitious when it comes down to championships.
Yes.
They pride themselves as being the king of boys and girls championships. So but as you say, it's early days yet. Even though it's getting dark in Kingston, we still have the 400 meters to come.
Yes.
And there are a lot of points there for the taking. And KC will want to fancy their chances at winning. JC will want to fancy their chance at winning. But there are other schools. And we could call some of those names that we know will be coming out for those events and are hoping
Yes, and we could have.
And again, my favorite.
We could give them the lane assignments as well.
We can, but let's take it from the smaller boys up to the senior ones, or let's go with the girls, because
Go with
again,
the class 3 girls. Yes.
they are here and they are still doing well and excited championship on the girls side. We see fans traveling all the way from Manchester, from St. Elizabeth, already on day 3.
Yes.
So we can expect what will happen on Saturday. So in class 3 we have a field of 8, and we're expecting all 8 to show up. And I think this final is gonna be a very good one. There's one school that sits on the hill. They say their motto is deeds, not words. And they're looking for a Quinlan that's Omen Technical. Traditionally known for their fast quarter milers. The records, I think, at all classes are held by an Omud, a past Omud athlete.
And she's perhaps one of the greatest athletes I've ever seen perform at the
high school
level, boys and girls. It's a pity that she.
And if you're wondering, we're speaking about
career that we wanted her to. And if you wonder what we're speaking about, we're speaking
Anisha
about
McLaughlin.
Anisha
McLaughlin.
McLaughlin.
And strange enough, of all the 3, just one has transitioned. Because the most impressive of my days, and I said it to Shoshana the other night, this young lady allowed me to be attracted to Omod. And to this day, a lot of people think I'm an Omod past student, and that's Sonita Sutherland.
Okay.
And she has run fast times. I think her record is 51.13.
Yes. Yes.
That's a time a lot of professional athletes struggle to run. Unfortunately, she didn't make it beyond championship. So they produced a lot. Kristen Garner is the only other one of the 3. She's still running.
So it was Anisha McLaughlin, Sonita Sutherland, and Kristen Gordon.
And those records were challenged by some past Omod greats, Bobby Gay Wilkins. Those athletes would have challenged those times, albeit they didn't get them. But nevertheless, I'm not expecting that record to go tonight. Because these athletes, they're running good times. I expect probably a 54 high to win the finals, but I'm not expecting 52.
Yes, that's the time that Anisha McLaughlin 52. ran. 52.5
That's girls
seconds.
13
between
to
13 and 14
years old.
At that age, she was running 52 seconds.
Well, let's just call the names for those who are wondering, because there is a school, and I'm gonna throw that trivia to you and see if you can guess it. I asked Oliver last night, where is Lacovia High School? Which parish?
It's in St. Elizabeth.
Okay, so you seem more confident about the answer, because
I was gonna tell you
I wasn't gonna trick him, but I wanted him to know.
Well, outside of doing my track and field on this side, I'm an auditor, so I travel all the parishes.
Oh,
yes,
so you're affair with a lot of what's happening in the rural sides.
All the parishes.
But that school is doing well. So let's go from lane 1. We have Alia Mullins of Ideal, and she's chasing points for her school. She qualified with 57.40. We have Chrisan Byfield from St. Jago, qualified with 57.570. Sabrina Dockery from one school, Lacovia High School. She has qualified with 55.59 seconds. And in lane 4 will be Brianna Wright, who from Owen Technical, has qualified with 56.10. There's a fun fact that a lot of fans probably don't know. This is the niece of one Lorraine Graham Fenton. Does that name ring a bell?
Yes, she was one of our best quarterfinals.
And she happens to be the national record holder to this day. So Brianna is the niece of Lorraine. So you'd want to believe that 400-meter runs close in the family. So tonight she'll be banking on making her aunt proud. So it's Brianna Wright from Omo Technical in with 56.10. Rosalie Gallimore, which is my favorite, is in lane 5 with 55.84. And I'm expecting her, even though she is the second best qualifier behind Dockery, I'm expecting her to challenge for that gold medal. Again, it can come down to either two young ladies, but Rosalie Gallimore looks good. Alia Morgan of St. Catherine High School is in lane 6, and she qualified with 57.101. Brianna Brown of Excelsior, we just saw one of their coaches speaking about what's happening at Excelsior. They're in lane 7 represented, and she qualified with a time of 57.08. And their technicals, Siobhan Thomas, is in lane 8 with 56.57. That should be a very interesting
Yes,
finals,
it
the
should.
start of the remaining finals for the night.
And to be honest, Sabrina Dockery was not a name that I had on my prediction
A
list.
lot
I
of
had
persons were
Rosalie
surprised
Gallimore. I had the two homo technical athletes.
for 1-2.
Yes, for 1-2 finish. So it should be interesting. Siobhan Thomas, who was run up last year, so she's also
She's there.
in.
She's
Yes,
running from lane 8, but again, we know and we know because we follow track and field, we have seen it where the greats would have done the business from lane 8 and
and one of the greatest, the world record,
did it
Wade van
from lane
Niekerk
8.
from
So
South Africa.
let's take nothing away from the fact that she's out there, might be running blind. But again, sometimes it's better to run your own race when you're not sure what's happening behind you. You run your own race, and it works dividends for a lot of athletes. Again, the athletes are speaking, and we like to hear when they share their stories. So we're gonna be throwing before we move to the classroom, girls. We're gonna throw to another athlete interview, and then we get right back to speaking about the rest of the finals.
All right, we're here with Adrian from Stets. You just qualified in the 800 meters for the semis. How are you feeling about your race today?
I'm feeling pretty great. I'm just ready to go out there and do my best.
What can we expect from you in the semis?
Just expect me to go out there and qualify for the final and to just do my best as of always.
Are you aim to getting a medal in the 800 meters?
Definitely.
All right, thank you and all the best in your semis.
Welcome.
Welcome back to our coverage of the ISSA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. The 800 meters are still on track. Just seeing one of the twins from Kingston College.
And that looks to be Gianni.
Yeah, Gianni Henry.
Giovanni, rather. I think that's Giovanni.
Giovanni Henry. He
Yeah.
will run in heat 4
Yes.
of the class 1 boys 800 meters. Should be
St.
very
Jago has
interesting.
Tafari Hines, and that young man has always shown that he has great potential.
Yes, but it's just something that it seems as if he's not being pushed, or he's not pushing himself to really show what he can do. Every time I see him, and I feel that he can do more.
He can do much more. And this could be the changing point, though, because again, when you do it over and over, and I'm sure that his handlers have been saying to him, probably something needs to change. And this could be the turning point. And I'm hoping because, again, St. Jago has been having a good championship on the girls' side based on where they were predicted to be. So he could also be taking inspiration from the fact that they just won 2 medals from the girls javelin and from the girls class 3 long jump. And now he'll be looking to qualify. But this is just qualification into the semifinals. So again, he should be easily into the semifinal based on his pedigree. But again, we have to run the race. So we're waiting for the race to get going. Again, because it's our deepest apologies that we can't bring you live feeding and a live racing because we have said it repeatedly that exclusivity of rights belongs to TVJ, but they're showing the meet on their sister channel, that's TVJ SN.
Network.
And if you have the one spot up, you can go to the App Store if you don't have it and download, and you could also view the live action that's going on there.
You could also go to your Facebook page and you put in One Spot Media.
So they have a stream
not
there.
ONE1.
The numeral
Spot
1.
Media, and then yes.
And you'll get to see the action. So
That
you
is
can
going
watch
on
there,
too.
and then you can come across and let us know what you think. Your comments are welcome. So we'll read them and we'll talk about them, and we'll share an opinion as we move through the remainder of day 3. Day 3 has been really exciting. And who thought that we'd be at day 3 when it seemed just like we started yesterday?
Exactly.
So time is moving fast, but the championship is already excited.
Yes.
So that's one of the beauty of having. And I said to Trishana last night, we have to give credit to the organizers because a Thursday night is usually almost a dress rehearsal for Friday night, which usually we see more finals and a lot of people show up.
Including the 100 meters, which a lot of
It's called Flying Friday. I think it was the last night.
Yes.
It was Sal style. So to know that the organizers have spread the finals out, it means that fans would have to come out from the very start of the championship and stay to the very end. So it's probably a good marketing strategy, but I think it was in the interest of the athletes because if you're gonna position yourself as a powerhouse in track and field, you have to do it not only on the track, but as an organization and as leaders, you have to look what the international standards are and the operations are, so that you can preserve your athletes. You can give them the best chance to maximize on their abilities and their potentials without injuries.
Just to say, it's an outstanding run here
Yeah.
by Giovanni Henry
He
of
has
Kingston.
stepped
Looks
out
supremely confident.
and when you have the likes of Netta Soul behind him,
And Tafari Hines
Yeah.
is, is giving up and is coming through for fourth. But an excellent run there by the man from Kingston College, Giovanni Henry.
and I think this could be his final year. I'm not sure, but it seems like he has been around this championship forever. That's the twin, Gianni and Giovanni. And despite what a lot of people sometimes say about them and their predictions to do, they always come out and give off their best. So we have to commend them for that. I think they were third and fourth in the 1500 meters last night, and again they were behind JC's Jovan Blake and Andel Roban, which are two quality athletes. To take nothing away from them, they always represent, and the points matter. So they top 3 plus 4 by time qualifies, and he's doing the job of ensuring that he is into the finals. And I mean, we see other athletes, Javon Blake and those doing it confidently and reserving as much as they can. They were much faster than him in terms of their times, because his time is 2:01.
2 minutes, 01.0.
But
3.
He can tell you tonight that I've done what the coach has asked me to do. Tomorrow is another chance for me to step it up. So kudos to Giovanni Henry. And as I said before, he led home what looks to be
Rodri Robinson of Stets. Second in 202.27. Then Andre Hammond of Bustamante High was third.
managed to out the Tafari.
Tafari, as I said, backed off. I don't know why, from San Diego, and he ended up fourth.
And that might
Hopefully
cost him a place.
Hopefully he will qualify for the final. But it comes
Yeah.
back to the point that we were alluding to earlier.
Yes.
That every time we see him run, we just feel that he can do more, but he's just not.
He looked comfortable in second place, to be
Yes,
honest. We
with
just
about
about
50
meters
meters
to
to go.
the line. But then I'm not sure if he wasn't conscious of what was happening behind him,
At one point he glanced to his right, so maybe that's
where the
point.
athlete was closing in
Maybe
from
that's the point
Stets.
the athlete passed him when he looked, across. So.
And you said it before, sometimes it's hard to change gear. When your momentum breaks, the one that's
Yes.
coming with the momentum gets to react faster than you.
Exactly.
And the line is as close as it gets. So you're left now to wonder, did I do it right?
Exactly.
And did it cost me a place? And so one thing I was telling Oliver just yesterday, that there's something about Jamaican athletes that I'm not a big fan of.
Okay.
Where they tend to run super conservative in the preliminary round sometimes, and it's to their own detriment, and they take it to the international meets because they think they are so much better than the athletes they're competing with. But yet still, the athletes that are there that they're competing with know that they're not as good as the Jamaicans, and they're gonna push as hard as they can to outrun us. And we have seen it in the past. I was reminding him of the last incident with Veronica Campbell Brown, when she lost out and not qualifying from the East by countries with athletes that were slower than her. Sharika Jackson, the misfortunes, albeit she was looking at the camera, but the Jamaicans
Which was
delayed and slowing down. And I'm saying to myself, if you're in a position to win and still go conservative, go for the win, because the winners are guaranteed a spot into the next round. But we tend to ease off the pedal, and sometimes you're easing off the pedal, not understanding what's happening behind you. And when it comes down to numbers and places that qualifies or guarantees you a spot into, you have to be careful. So yes, the coach will tell you be as conservative as is possible. But again, if you're gonna be super conservative, be mindful of what's happening around you, because you might be able to change gears, but not all the time, because the athlete that's closing is closing fast.
Okay, so on the track, on the runway, still
We have a very interesting question. So the long jump is going on, and that looks to be at class two girls. So we are expecting a very competitive final again between San Diego and Idel. But there's a very interesting question,
seems as if she has
and that's what you don't like to see when they step out of these pits. You see them hop out. Sometimes you wonder
landed badly on
if
her
the
ankle,
mechanics And she's hurting because she's crying.
hurt, yeah, she's
She's
crying.
hurting because she's crying. So something has probably gone bad. And sometimes it's just unfortunate because this is just beginning, and to know that you would have lost out and
Looks like
not finishing,
looks like Jawana Whitehorn. So
and she was not showing any signs of any issues. But again, we saw where she felt something because she was not.
landed on one leg.
Yeah.
Oh, she landed on the right leg.
And she was trying to break the jump while the jump was going on. So there's a question though, Bravo, that's been asked, and this is a very thought-provoking question. Someone is asking, on one of our fans is asking, should the Caribbean track and field compete as a nation, aka just a West Indies track and field team, just like the Quickers do it? Do you think that will ever happen for the Caribbean?
That's a very good. That's a very good question, but I think it's a bit different for cricket as it is for track and field. But it, it is something that we perhaps could try at the Commonwealth level.
Where there's multiple events
Mhm.
for representation. Because I'm saying, if we were gonna speak about track and field, I think my short answer is no.
Mhm.
Because when it comes on to the sprinting, when it comes on to the quarter milers, when it comes on to the technical events, I think the Caribbean, a lot of the countries, they do possess
And when they say
good
Caribbean,
talents.
they mean English speaking Caribbean.
I want to believe
I want to be English
they're
speaking
speaking
Caribbean.
to all that falls under the banner of a Caribbean country.
On like, well, it could be all that falls on the CARICOM, seeing that.
Well, we'll hope that. So we'll ask the viewer to clarify that. But
Because I was thinking, because Cuba is very good in the jumps. So I mean, with a Cuba, it will be a stronger.
I would go for probably a continental championship. And I think that will, I think IWF tried it for the World Athletics Finals. They usually do it that way. We'd have the Americas against Asia versus Europe versus Oceania.
4 years ago.
And we would have seen athletes not competing in their national gears, but competing in the color for the, and they usually pick athletes from different areas of the Americas, which includes Jamaica and the United States. But to say compete as a CARICOM unit, just like the cricketers do it, for track and field, I think some athletes will suffer because let's think about the sprinting. Which country would have the sprinters going into to represent the Caribbean?
To be Jamaica,
For argument's sake,
Jamaica, Trinidad, and Bahamas.
they have quality. But if it comes down to a trial, you might find that Jamaica could produce the top three to represent the Caribbean.
In some
When there are
events.
other athletes in the Caribbean that, when it comes down to the global championships, they can also go into the finals.
hold
For
their own.
argument's sake, for years we had people like Kellyanne Baptiste from Trinidad been in finals.
Yes.
Michelle Lee Ayi is still in finals. Shawnee Miller Weibo is now one of the best athletes at 200 meters and 400 meters. We have Anthony Strawn, we just spoke about, that's coming through. So there are athletes out there that can potentially make the finals to compete with the Jamaicans. A few years ago, we had the likes of Taisha, Aragon, those countries that came from the lesser countries that we know of, but they were making the finals.
Yes.
So I would not want it to become an issue now where the athletes, it all comes down where the majority of the team is Jamaicans. Carifta is a microcosm of what how Jamaica is dominant in the Caribbean. And if we should pick a junior team, probably no other Caribbean country will have an athlete. Even the technical events, they might be able to pick one or two there. But Jamaica will be so dominant over the different events that we'll have a Jamaica team on the face of it representing the Caribbean country. But again, I'd go for it at the continental level.
Okay, point taken.
But I would not agree. But we'd like you to clarify, because
If it's
as Noel
English
says,
speaking.
the Caribbean is so wide.
It's diverse.
And Cuba produce some of the best technical athletes. They produce them aplenty. And we do have some ourselves. And just to piggyback on it, I know you're probably seeing it because you're a man that follows these athletes that do well. Jaden Ibert. See, I saw breaking news last night where he has now signed for University of Tennessee.
Yes.
And he's now gonna join the likes of Kieran McLeod and Wayne Pinnock. So,
And Pinnock, yes.
so Casey seemed to be the shopping ground for the University of Tennessee as it relates
And
to
I'm
them?
really happy for Jaden. I actually spoke with him last night. As he's an athlete that the World Athletics, they have an eye on him, and really interested in how
Yeah.
he's going to progress from ever since he won the silver medal in Nairobi, Kenya last year in the triple jump. So and he's young. Yeah, he's going to compete hopefully in Cali,
Yeah.
Colombia, for the World Under 20 Championships there in the first week of August. And he was saying to me last night when I spoke with him that he really had a point to prove in the long jump.
Yes.
Apparently, he was at the Curve Trials and he didn't make the team in
He didn't.
that
He
event.
lost out in that
And
event.
he was saying a lot of persons were doubting his abilities.
Yes.
And he said that he just came here to prove a point. And I mean, to jump
8.7.
7.87,
Yeah.
which was the record a couple years ago with
Yeah.
Leon Gordon before
Before
Pinnock
Pinnock
himself
extended that
moved it
record.
twice. So that was an excellent jump for somebody who perhaps was probably a 7 low.
Coming into
Yes,
championships,
so
and you could point out that that's not his favorite event.
exactly.
That's
So the
favorite
triple
event.
jump is coming up. And this morning he just came in the preliminaries and he jumped over 16 meters, albeit with a little assistance from the
The
wind.
wind, yeah.
But the fact is, he has jumped 16.5 this season, a personal best. So we know that he's in that type of form and in that sort of range. So I expect a lot from him. Excellent young man, speaks well, very confident, and believes in his God. And I really like that about him.
And Amabi is going into a camp now where he's gonna join two of our potential Olympians and world champions. We have Tajay Gale, but we also have Wayne Pinnock and Kerry McLeod.
Yeah.
McLeod was at the Olympic last
And
year.
McLeod, yes, I did a feature on McLeod. McLeod was one of two athletes who qualified for both the long jump and the triple jump at
Yes,
the Olympics.
at the Olympics,
So
yeah.
that was a major feat for him.
Good stepping
So
stone.
we're going to go now for another fan interview. We'll be having some excellent fan interview. And as I said, we like the interaction. So we'll go to that right now.
We're here with Mount Alvernia athletes. The big bad Mount Alvernia, and we're here with their team captain, Tia. How are you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling excited.
Are you proud of what you guys have achieved up to this day 3 of championships?
Yes, we're extremely proud. We're very, very proud because we know how hard we have to work every day. We're at training and we come here to show everybody what we're capable of. And this is not the end. Trust me, you're going to see us more and more. We're coming.
So Tia, will we see you next year?
Yes, you will.
Sure?
Sure.
And tell us what event you participated in.
Well, I am a 1500, 800 runner. And I will go in and out of the 4x4 sometimes.
All right, and what's your favorite event?
The 800.
800. And where's your 800 teammates? Show us a lot of men. You're the only one. Oh, so you're the star for the Mount Alvernia star, the team captain Tia. And Mount Alvernia and have a cheer for we, right? So let us hear it.
We will walk them and stop them, amen.
One more time.
We will walk them and stop them, amen.
One more time.
We will walk them and stop them, amen.
And how are you feeling tonight? You feel good?
Yes, I'm feeling good.
You feel good?
Feel good.
You feel good?
Yeah.
One more cheer. One more cheer. 1, 2, 3.
Awesome. Alberta, are you feeling?
Mount Alvernia, how are you feeling?
We feel good. We feel so good. Hey.
Mount Alvernia, how are you really feeling?
We feel good. We feel so good. Hey.
All right, that's it. The Mount Alvernia cheer. You hear them loud and clear with their team captain Tia. Champsy. You ready for give me a dance, Champsy? Yeah. Bossa dance. Bossa dance. So no Mount Alvernia dance another year? Come on. Ready? 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 No, come on, ready?
Which song?
Bang Bing song. Bang Bing? Let go the bird. 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 All right now. Dirt bunks. 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 Yeah. 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 That's it. One more cheer. Come on, Alvernia. Nice. Mount Alvernia, how are you feeling?
We feel good. We feel so good. Hey.
How are you truly feeling?
We feel good. We feel so good. Hey.
Well, the first cheer, I like that one there. So we're going to do it again. You ready? Yes. One more. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
We will walk them and flop them. Amen.
One more time.
We will walk them and flop them. Amen.
You hear it from the Mount Alvernia athletes, wishing them all the best throughout this championships. Yeah, them full of vibes and them nice. Women in power, because we're going to see them next year too. Tia, we'll see you next year, right? All right. Team captain speaks. Thank you.
Welcome back to our coverage of the ISSA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championship. Very entertaining.
Boy, if cheering could win you a trophy.
Yes, yes.
So see, some athletes are here for the enjoyment of the games, while others are here to focus on competing for the school. So they don't have much time for the cheering. But boy, what did they say? We will whop them, man. I couldn't even figure it out, but that's a good group there to know that they are so confident.
Yeah, it was like I'm at a sports day.
Yeah,
that's a sort
but
of
that school has done pretty well here because they had a medalist in the class 2,
yeah,
100 meters.
Coletta Bernard, I was so happy for her. I mean, she had been battling injuries and all of that for the past couple of years, and to see her coming back, getting third in the 100 meters and really going to do well in the
20, which seemed to be
supremely confident to me, and really hoping that she will improve and finish this championship injury free.
Yes.
So that's the next thing.
And again, it's on the heels of the fact that they have an athlete now who's going and doing good things overseas, Kemba Nelson, that they can look forward to see that she represented Mount Alvernia very well while as she was a student here, and she transitioned to the collegiate system here locally, and now she's in United States of America, and she's doing well. So there's a lot to look forward to, not just now. So they're still saying they're gonna whop some schools in the future when they transition, but nevertheless they're here to compete, and we have to give them credits for what they are doing. We're drawing even closer now to the start of the 400 meters. So for those who are not watching live, you're not missing anything on track, because the next event that comes up is the class 3 400 meters finals, and
we're giving you the start list there. We said to look out for the young lady from Lacovia as well as
to challenge the duo from Omo Technical.
And we need to look at the class 2 now, which I believe
the class 2
is going to be a humdinger.
But a record that I don't see that record going 51 61, and that is a record that seems untouchable. But there's an athlete in that final that looks untouchable, and she's not from Edwin Allen. No, she's not from St. Diego. Yes. She's not from Mobile Technical.
Yes,
she's from
traditional schools that you would think. She's from Frankfurt.
And Frankfurt
is in
produced an athlete that we know and love to this day, and that's Novlene Williams Mills. And we still remember that Erex that she did in bringing
on
us
that anchor, on that anchor.
And I want to believe that these athletes saw that. I want to believe they probably saw that and realized that Frankfurt is not only a school in St. Anne, but is a school that's known on international stage. But this young lady, Abigail Campbell, is looking superb, and I don't think she can be beaten tonight. I don't know if you agree with me, but I don't think she can be beaten tonight.
I agree with you. She is capable of running well. She has run under 54 seconds. Nobody else in the field has touched those dizzying heights, and I expect her to really go faster than the
Tonight.
43.9 that she's coming into this final with.
Tonight.
Excellent runner, so look out for that name, Abigail Campbell. She did well last year as well, so and it's good that Fern Court. She's bringing Fern Court.
First year too, she has stepped up, so she's now in a new class. But again, sometimes you see you come into the class, you have to pay your dues. I think she's not willing to pay any dues. She's coming to take all the dues. But we're gonna give it a full lineup. But before we do, we're gonna throw to our fan interview again. The fans are where we're here to celebrate with them, so we want to hear from them. So let's throw to our fan interview and come back with us as we give you the lineup for the Class 2 girls 400 meters.
From Trinidad to Kingston, Jamaica, and the lone man from St. Vincent. How are you guys feeling today? Excited. You guys have a favorite school you're cheering for?
Calabar.
JC.
KC.
JC.
So we have some JC, we have the Calabar, and we have the KC, the top 3 teams, And they're here all the way from Trinidad and St. Vincent at the National Stadium supporting these all-boys schools. So who do you guys think gonna win?
KC. Calabar.
Right, she's still on it, Calabar. They said defending champions JC will be winning. KC not winning?
Yes, KC is winning.
And she's in her purple and white, supporting. So how are you guys enjoying the day so far?
It's good. Excited. It's been exciting.
Are you guys always into sports, track and field?
Yes.
Are any of you are runners?
I used to run, yes.
What event?
I used to run 800 and 1500.
Oh, that's nice. So are you enjoying the 800 meter?
I enjoyed it.
Tomorrow the 800 meter girls will be running. Will you be here?
I'll have to see, but most likely.
All right, you heard from them all the way from Trinidad and St. Vincent to Kingston, Jamaica. They're here to support Calabar, KC, JC. Let's see who will cry or who will cheer.
Okay, welcome back to the ISSA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championship. We were discussing the 400 meters class 2 final for girls, and we were talking about the young lady from Fern Court, and I was saying just as she did last year, Abigail Campbell, she's got to grab, everyone's attention, in the one lap event, she's just blessed with tremendous power and speed, and she's just on course to run extremely fast, as you were saying.
And she runs with a level of confidence that I like, because a lot of athletes know their abilities and some will get a little bit ahead of themselves. But she is so confident yet so humble. She executes, not taking anything away from the other athletes, not saying that they're not humble, but I just admire how this young lady carries herself and how she does the job. And even when she wins by a mile and a half, a reaction on her face says to you, I'm just here to compete. So she's gonna win, in my view, tonight, and win probably easy, but she'll have good company.
I was going to say that, we are talking about an athlete from Faircourt, and in this event, you have the young lady from Hydel.
Ideal is there,
Baker.
and she has the experience of being at the World Juniors for Jamaica, and she would have seen what had happened to her colleague in the senior class, that's Dana Dyer. I understand she didn't finish the 200 meters, and obviously it's gonna be a big blow now to the Idols 4x4 team, because they had a super team coming into this championship. So Alia's gonna want to step up and want to give herself a chance at winning a medal, because a lot of people, even though she's of this quality, a lot of people still believe that she's gonna be off the podium, meaning they're gonna be medals for one Rashika Byfield, that's from Lacovia. I think she's gonna medal as well. And a lot of players are going with Deandra Kelly of Excelsior, along with a potential spoiler in Natasha Fox. And again, we're just talking about athletes who would have traveled from the Caribbean to Jamaica. We see it where the boys tend to come to the JC, the Kingston College. But of late, the young ladies are traveling to St. Jago. They're traveling to Edwin Allen. Some have traveled to Omad in the past. So the Caribbean athletes are looking at where they can maximize on their potentials, and Jamaica is where it is, and they're not coming to Jamaica to just go to a regular school. Years ago, we had the likes of Sidonia Mothersill that was
From
at
Cayman
St.
Islands.
Andrews.
Yes, she's from Cayman
But
Islands.
now you have in Procedure joining up with the champions, and Natasha Fox has found herself in big company of Edwin
Just
Allen.
let them know Natasha Fox is from.
She's from Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay.
So you might hear her next week wearing red and white. Don't ask why, because tonight she's gonna be representing the blue and white. But then again, that is something that we need to be mindful of. There are two athletes from Edwin Allen, so they're looking to score big points.
Yes, I'm expecting Tonya and Beckford to do well. As you say, the championships that we're in. and
She's-
we're in the we're in the business area.
Lane
now.
8 is not a bad lane.
No, it's
We
not.
established that because we are looking for Siobhan Thomas from Class 3 to do something from lane 8. I'm expecting Tony and Bedford to challenge the field from lane 8. But let's just run quickly through the rest of the field. We have Jamara Pattison from St. Catherine, qualified with 55.46. Dejanique Cato from Port Antonio, another Port Antonio standout.
Yes.
And who thought that Port Antonio would have athletes in the 400-meter finals? But she's here tonight, 56.05. Rashika Byfield of Lacova is in lane 3 with 54.61. Abigail Campbell, as we say, from Ferncourt is in lane 4 with 53.94. Alia Baker from Ideal is in lane 5 with 54.48. Deandra Kelly of Excelsior runs out of lane 6 with 55.29. Natasha Fox of Edwin Allen runs out of lane 7 with 55.64. And to close out the field, that's Tony and Beckford, 55.08. A very good field.
Yes, a very good field. I was just and I'm thinking that Abigail is in lane 4. It's a perfect lane for this final. However, lane 7 and 8, you have Edwin Allen pair. They
Yes.
might try to do something by taking it out very fast, and maybe having others in the field adjusting their race strategy. So this is very interesting. I mean, Alia Baker is in lane 5. She's ahead of Abigail, so she will see her all the way. But also the athlete from La
That's Abigail will see her. So Abigail will be chased,
Mhm.
and she also be chasing. But there's one thing which you know,
Rashika Byfield
runs
from
hard.
Lacovia.
She will run a very storming 200 meters and try to hold on. So you might find that she might be leading coming off the curve.
Mhm.
And at this stage now, that's
what
where Abigail will see her. Baker will be seeing her. And if the two from Edwin Allen decide to conserve going into the last 200, they'll see her as well going ahead of them.
But I don't think that they can afford to do that, seeing that they're in lane 7 and 8.
I'm
They don't
hoping
want to
that
come
they're-
off and to be running down. At least one of them, I expect.
At least
to be
one.
going,
At least one. At
going
least one.
tilt.
Yes.
So it is, to me, it argues well for an excellent race, and I'm really looking.
So the
forward
winner
to
will
it.
be Abigail. There's
I-
no question about that. But again,
There's
there's
a-
a reason why I run the race. I think she's the
Yes.
only class, the first tier 2 that's in this race. I think all the others, I could be wrong, have been in class 2 before. So she steps up now to join the big girls, and I think she's gonna take some scalps tonight. Let's move quickly to class 1.
Class 1.
A lot of people thought this race is a very compact race. Before we had the qualifiers to the finals, but this event has lived up to its billing. It is a very compact race. We have past champions, we have past medalists in this event, and now we have athletes who are not gonna challenge 51.13, but I think 52 low will win the gold medal tonight. And you probably ask why we say that if you're not already aware of what the finals look like, we have in lane 1 Ricky and Russell. She has won it before in the lower class, but now she gets into this final as the slowest qualifier, so she gets lane 1. We have the Jonas Simpson of Excelsior,
Formerly
of Idel.
Okay.
And she looks like a Sarah running with a strapping on her leg each time she runs, but it doesn't mean that she's not competing because she has made the finals. She's running from lane 2. There's one Anika Makanoff that is carrying captaincy pressure or responsibility from Idel, and I think she has a point to prove tonight.
She was my favorite going into the event before
Yes.
I learned of a young lady. You will call her name later on
Very
in the list.
shortly.
Um,
Kelly from there. That's dark horse.
Okay.
Kelly, I just admire her form and how she executes. But she's gonna run from lane 4. Safia Hines. A lot of persons have forgotten that Safia has quarter mile of pedigree. She's the odds-on favorite for the 400-meter hurdles, but Safia Hines is as equally as good if you ask me at 400 meters. I expect her to be there to challenge. We have Oakley
This is the young lady.
being very silent all
Yes,
season.
she surprised Makonoff last year. Surprised almost everyone inside
Yep.
the stadium when she beat her in that Class 2 final. An excellent run. I mean, she started out like somebody trying to outrun her shadow.
Yes.
And she maintained that pace. I couldn't believe that she didn't fall away into the straight. Even though Makonoff came on at
Yeah,
the end.
she held her own.
Yes, so but and then no, we didn't see much of her, but we see her now, and she's gone 52 seconds already.
I
So
was hearing that she has a back injury, but based on what I saw last night, whatever injuries or niggles she
did
had,
it well.
she's over it because she's the only one that came in and managed to run below 53 seconds, and she has not run a lot of races this season. So I think she's now the favorite. In lane 7, just to close out the field, there's Toria Node of Wormwood, which is the athlete they're expecting to challenge, and the athlete that I think if she does it right again from lane 8, Shanaki Anderson of Bustamante can challenge from medal. She might not win, but she can challenge from medal. So we're hoping that she acquits herself very well so that she can represent her school.
So an excellent final. Is on the
This is
card.
my favorite event, by the way.
Yes.
The 100 meters, and I think it went according, and it only had the big 2 and the big 3, but this has potentially 5 winners. Anybody can win this race. So we're gonna take a fun interview again. The interviews are lively; they're keeping the vibes going. So we're gonna hear another fun interview, and when we come back, it should be just time enough for us to start the Class 3 girls 400 meters finals.
All right, we're here with Tamara and Satara, and they're here to cheer for Calabar. Which school is the best school? Calabar. Who's gonna win, champ? Calabar. All right, you're here from Satara. Tamara here. Calabar. Calabar. Is the best school. Calabar. Best school ever. All right, you hear it from her. She knows it. She said Calabar. So Calabar. That's it. She says number 1.
A little child shall lead them.
Yes.
Calabar.
Yes. Another sprightly interview there. Welcome back to our coverage of the ISSA Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. So we spoke about the lane assignments and the usual suspects, the main protagonists in these events of the girls 400-meter finals, right through from classes 3 to 1. And we should have the first one coming up on track soon, but based on what we have seen and our analysis, it's going to be 3 excellent finals.
It should be 3 excellent finals. And again, this is what you want. You always want, when you come to the championships, the best of the best lines up in the finals. It doesn't always happen because there's injuries and there are other misfortunes in terms of poor race execution. But when the best of the best lines up in our finals, it might be a lot of pressures for the athlete to perform, but it makes for a very intriguing and mouth-watering anticipation. Because right now, there's not a lot happening in the stadium. So that's why we're not talking about races, because the field events what's taking place. And it's now a dress rehearsal
It's like the calm
before the storm. And really and truly, I know no records, because a lot of people, when we talk about firing events and big events, they talk about potential record breakers. But at this time, we're expecting that all the athletes should come out. All 8 lanes should be filled, and we should have a good time. But before we get down to the finals, you can grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink. You don't want to miss any of the finals.
Definitely.
And we're going to just take a break and get back to you, and hopefully in time to at least share with you. Again, we cannot bring you live racing because that's out of our hands for this championship. But we're talking as best as we can about the races, so you can know of the athletes, you can know of your school, and you can support in the comments. So we treat to a break and then we come back to you shortly.
Purchase these and other Carlon CSEC textbooks at Samsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlonpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlon Publishers, partners in the education process.
One tap on the app, food reach your at. Grandma on the app, she no use no gas. So kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. Kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. I seven crave, food now go late. Seven crave, food at your gate.
Purchase these and other Carlon CSEC textbooks at Samsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlonpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlon Publishers, partners in the education process.
One tap on the app, food reach your at. Grandma on the app, she no use no gas. So kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. Kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. I seven crave, food now go late. Seven crave, food at your
Now on the runway, Omarian Constable of Excelsior. She started.
All right, socks purple, tie purple, shirt purple. Mr. Senior, Kingston College. How are you feeling tonight?
Feeling very good.
Kingston College Championship?
Of course, no doubt.
You sure?
Sure, 100% sure.
So you're coming back for revenge from last year?
No, it's not a revenge, but you know, we have to separate the men from the boys. And that's what we are all about. The championship so far is very good on all sides, both the girl sides and the male sides. I mean, you have the good runners from Jamaica College, as well as from Kingston College, as well as from Calabar. And of course, there are other schools, but KC is always a school to beat. And so we are up for the challenge, and we will, I know, without a doubt, that we will win.
Right, and Krumi didn't medal in the 100 meters, so he was one of the favorites. So how you feel about that?
A little bit disappointed, but Krumi is a student that never say die. I mean, it's unfortunate that he stumbled in the blocks, but had that not happened, you could see a very competitive race.
Right, and you have Jivon Newby medaling for KC. How you feel about that? Were you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised. I'm never surprised after KC guys, because that's what it is. You know, the brave may fall but never heal. Whenever one of our boys fail to represent the way we expect them to, you can always depend on the other group to pick them up.
Right, 400-meter finals coming up tonight. All gold medal?
Well, I'm never gonna count my count my chickens before they hatch. But we can look for some fireworks, and I think it will be very exciting. And it's something that we'll be talking about for years to come, especially in this time.
You can know a KC supporter. You can know a KC old boy. Them socks, shirt, tie, even in them watch purple. North Street, big up, say Kingston College. Them say the one college. As Mr. Senior said, they will be winning. Let's see, 2 more days to go. Here with Philip Riley, one of the on the coaching staff of Excelsior High School, Eagles, Mountain View. How are you feeling today, and are you proud of the Excelsorians that came out for this year's championship?
I mean, I'm feeling very good. When champs comes around, you always feel good. It gives you a buzz inside, and this week goes by so fast. And other weeks take so long, but champs, because it's exciting. You're seeing all the students from all over the country participate. Well, all over the world now. It's always good in terms of Excelsior. We're doing well so far. We're picking up some points in some key areas so far. We have our athletes, most of our athletes going through to the finals. So we haven't scored it on the boys' side, but we expect to score because we're in some of the finals. The girls have scored and are doing, relatively well so far, and we're feeling good.
Yeah, I remember times when, Excelsior 20th, 19, 18, but over the years, probably about 4 to 5 years, where Excelsior have been in the top 10, right? How are you feeling about that?
But of course, I remember maybe back in 2012, 2013, I was wearing my Excelsior gear in the stands, and somebody asked me, what are you doing in Excelsior gear? I said, well, I'm doing this now because in a few years you're gonna see us start scoring points, and we scored a lot of points over the years. We've solidified our teams in the top 10, and we're looking to go further. I mean, for a few years now, we've been trying to get into the top 5, but that's not an easy thing. But the plan is still to get there and to get beyond that, because we're not interested in just participating.
So what's the program like in its current form, and have the program been affected due to the COVID?
We're in a rebuilding phase because we had some, people like Akira, Nugent, and people like those left us during the pandemic, and they've gone to bigger and better places, Baylor and Arkansas and places like those. So we're rebuilding now. Of course, with the traveling situation with the kids being online, it has affected everybody, and we're no different. It has affected us, and you can see it. We are rebuilding now, and certainly next year and the years to come, we'll be doing good because we're doing well in the class 4, we're doing well in class 3. You see us, picking up those important points. We had a girl finish 3rd in the 100 meters last night. That is creditable. We're in most of the finals on the girls' side, and the boys' side we're doing well.
So Janelia Williams 3rd last night. Were you guys expecting her to medal in that event?
I can tell you, I wasn't expecting her to medal, but we saw her get a relatively bad start and ran through the field. We're just looking forward to the 200 to see what she can do, because we believe that she may be able to win that 200 gold medal.
She get gold medal for the 200 for Janelia Williams. That's your prediction?
Yeah, don't tell her. I'm not predicting. We're hoping. I don't predict, but we're definitely hoping to see what can happen. Because if she comes out that bend and she's close to any of those girls, or if she's ahead, she'll definitely stay ahead.
Yes, her future is bright, and under the Riley brothers coaching staff, under you guys' protection and guidance, I believe Janelia Williams can go far. We have seen Akila Nugent, which overseas is doing brilliantly well. Do you know other Excelsorians that are overseas that are doing good as well? Can you name them?
Yeah, my mind is failing me now, but I'm looking at the pictures. Demar, I'm trying to remember Demar's last name, but he's doing very well. He won his conference the other day, 400 and 200 indoors. So we're looking forward to the outdoor season. And I mean, we get updates from the Excelsorians. All of them are doing well. They are top colleges over in the US, and that says a lot about our program. You know, we're not just here to win champs. We're here to make people into real strong eagles that can change the landscape, not just of Jamaica, but of the world. So for those who just want to scrape up the 300, I'm not throwing stones. You know, for those who just want to pick up those points and not, you know, get their athletes into top programs overseas, then I think they're a little short-sighted. But we have graduated and sent maybe 90% of our student athletes to top colleges in the US. So that's credit to the program. That's credit to David and Mr. Vassal and all those guys who have been working and pushing to make sure that they continue to do well. People like Shanice Love, who graduated, she didn't just do well in this course, but she did well academically. You know, she won scholarships to the UK. I mean, to do our master's program. I mean, she made the Olympic team last year, but you know, some changes with the IAAF. You know, she was left out. But that's good. It shows that the program is not just sticking at the high school level, because in Jamaica, you know, we see the high school as the biggest thing. Nowhere else in the world, high school is the biggest thing. So we are happy that our student athletes are doing well after school.
All right, you hear it from Philip Riley. Eagles, Excelsior High, and shout out to all the Excelsorians that are competing in this year's championship. Thank you.
My champs experience was amazing because I got to compete with a bunch of my friends. We had fun. We just enjoyed the experience. We fed off the vibe of the crowd. I had friends at every school. So I had Elva, Dentil, my Vertec peeps, Saini, Kamika. I had friends at like Jago, Calabar, Wolmer's, Casey, JC. To this day, we're friends because champs was just where we got together and just showcase our talent. And the fan made it so special because they pour so much into us, and the vibe that they give you and the vibe that you feed on makes you want to perform and do well. And to this day, it's been one of my most valuable experiences, our most treasured memories are boys and girls champs. Because before, boys and girls champs were separate, so it was kind of not as exciting. But once they merged it and we got the bigger crowd and the females got the same level of support.
Purchase these and other Carlon CSEC textbooks at Soundsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlonpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlon Publishers, partners in the education process.
One top
So welcome back, viewers and those who are with us. We are just in time for the 400-meter class 3 finals on track. And just quickly, I'm gonna run through the lineup. We have in lane 1, that's Alia Mullins of Idel. In lane 2, Kristen Byfield of St. Jago. In lane 3, that's Sabrina Dockery of Lacovia High School. In lane 4, Brianna Wright of Omo Technical. In lane 5, another athlete of Omo Technical, that's Rosalie Gallimore. In lane 6, Alia Morgan of St. Catherine High School. Running out of lane 7, that's Brian Brown of Excelsior. And in lane 8, Siobhan Thomas of Veer Technical High School. Oliver, you have now joined us just in time for this event. I was saying to Noel that I'm expecting a Quinella for Omo Technical, but there's a potential spoiler in Dockery. Do you agree with that?
Totally agree. Sabrina Dockery, she is faster than the two Homewood girls. Is she stronger? And therein lies the problem.
She has shown a tactic where she runs a very strong 200 meter and tries to hang on for the finish. Do you think it will work this time around?
No, I think Gallimore will win.
Gallimore will win.
But as far as the Quinella for Homewood is concerned, I think that's a tough ask.
Lane 8 has Siobhan Thomas of Veer Technical. I think she was a run-up last year. She's running from lane 8, and I spoke to Noel just now. We're saying that the world record holder did his business from lane 8. Could we see a potential spoiler for the minor medals coming from lane 8?
It's possible, but I can't really see anybody separating those three girls.
All right, so the starters call them to their marks, and there's a quiet hush in the stadium because this is going to be a big one. Again, if you're not watching on TVJ or TVJSN One Spot Media, you'll be missing out, but we're going to just tell you shortly who is it. Again, the racing are starting, and the favorite, she has stepped out.
Depends on who
Doctor
we
is
call
now
it.
showing what she has done all rounds, but it looks like Rosalie have changed on her as well because Rosalie is going out fast as well.
She knows she has to go out. And is it the strength of Rosalie or the speed of Dockery that's going to do it?
But it seems that Doctor is dictating what she wants to be done, and it seems from our vantage point that she is pulling away from the Ormond pair.
Yes, looks as if she
And
is going to
with
win
every step
easily.
now, she's not laboring, and Rosalie's trying to close, but now it's Oman drive for Docker.
Roman Drive, 54-7, massive PB.
Massive
Homewood
PB.
girls have not gone.
She
on
had
55
something
if I'm mistaken.
because I was saying to Noel earlier on that at the end of the other events, it's 54.76 as a flash time, and now coming up, very good time for this young lady.
Very good time. I expect her to challenge Terry Long for the 200 title. The 400 I thought was going to be the one that she would have more problems with because Gallimore is very strong. But that 54-7 tells us that this girl is the real deal.
But 400 meters are sprint, so it's now considered a sprint. So you need speed.
Oh,
so
certainly you need
so not
speed.
only strength.
Right. But we're not sure if she had that required strength to hold that speed, and actually she does. She seems to have been shortening in the last part of the race, but the race was already done because she won by about 5 meters.
And she looks much better than what she did in the heats and the semifinals because she closed in those 2 rounds and looked very exhausted, if you should ask me. But this time around, she held it together and she was able to keep that lead and all the way to the line. So again, no surprises here, but it's big points for Oman Technical because they have secured second and third places.
Yes, we expected the 2 Homewood girls to medal. We weren't exactly sure how it would.
In what order? So the time comes up for them. We have Dockery from Lacovia, 54.76. If you haven't heard that, Lacovia, Omud Gallimore in second with 55, and her teammate also comes home in 55. Good running for Class 3 girls.
Great running, and I think for Wright, is that her PB 55? I'm trying to remember if she ever ran on 56.
So she is coming out of the championship with new PBs. And again, this is new territory for her, but she's doing the business as is required by her team and by her coaching staff. And I know they're really happy for her. We're going to give it official result as soon as we get it in our hands. But we want to also point out, we saw the Mount Alvernia troops cheering on just now in the fans interview section, and they were very, very vivacious and energetic. And literally minutes afterwards, they have emerged as class 2 long jump champion in the form of Alia Foster. She did 6:03, and she was out of her skin. She was running all over the place, and that shows sometimes what the supporter fans can do.
I tell you, I was wondering if those are really her fans or were they just her teammates?
Cheerleaders.
Because Mount Alvernia is in St. James, right?
Yes.
How would they get here? But they were loud. They were loud. And she responded to that.
And brought them the satisfaction they need.
6 meters is no joke for a class 2 girl.
And she did it on her last attempt, if I'm not mistaken. So that's what you call a clutch jump. When it matters, that's when you have to pull it out.
Because the St. Jago girl Dawkins had just was the leader at that point in time.
From the Lacovial eyes,
Yeah,
it
we
seemed
know-
that they have
we
been
know
coached to
Byfield
run
is
that
going-
way.
Right, Byfield is going to go out hard.
Yes.
We know that. Can she hold it? She looked very good. She looked very good in the semifinals.
And the starter have literally sent them off if you're watching. And again, this is what we expect. But Baker has really put down her foot on the pedal from early. So she is stepping away and trying to open her a gap. But again, behind her is the two that she knows are going to come back at her in the last 100 meters.
Yes, but Baker has run a couple of 200 meters.
She
So
has
we know she
experience.
has the speed. She has the experience. And she has the school. She has the training behind her. She'll be hard to beat.
And she is trying to hold. And now we're seeing where Campbell will need now to turn on the afterburners because Baker is tying up, but Campbell is now closing, and that's the strength of Campbell. She will cover you in that last 50 meters. When you are dying, she's closing. Again, this is why we have to run the race. Guess what? Lacovia has been run out of it. Lacovia has been run out of it.
And Baker, who went out hard, did not come second.
It looks like Fox picture, and that's Natasha Fox, we said from Trinidad and Tobago,
Right.
representing Edinburgh High School. Again, lane 8 and lane 7 is no disadvantage in the 400 meters now.
Absolutely none. But the lesson one could learn from this race is run your race. I think Alia Baker was scared. And she decided that, listen, I want to win, but I can't be anywhere close to Abigail Campbell. So guess what? I'm going to go out hard and hope I can hold it. And she couldn't.
But she could be surprised as well, because probably she was thinking that Byfield would be closing that stag on her, and probably with her coming off the curve. That didn't happen. So she had all the running, and most of the running was coming from her outside, where Fox was trying to put herself in a position to strike, and she did achieve that in the end. So all in all, our winner is Abigail Campbell, raising up for the official time. I think I saw 53 as the flash time, and that would be a very excellent run because she was the only sub 54 athlete going into the finals. And she has repeated her victory again. She stepped up in class, and we usually say when you come up in class, sometimes you have to pay your dues. She's now collecting instead of paying.
She's collecting instead of paying. Abigail Campbell is a real deal. I mean, she has a heart of a lion, and that is one of the things you have to respect from an athlete like Abigail Campbell. Think Alia Baker should have. She plays third.
It
but
looks
Natasha Fox was really
the Fox
surprise silver medalist.
for
The
Eddie
Fox
Allen.
outfoxed
You're
them.
chasing
Outfoxed
points.
them.
That's what you
Outfoxed
do.
them.
So it's Alia Campbell that looks to be 53.75, and Natasha Fox that might be a PB. I seen 54. So really and truly, we have really gotten a good finals thus far.
Great finals so far. Not too many. Well, no surprises with the winners.
I think we're expecting.
Well, we were expecting Gallimore to win, but we knew that
Dockery had it in her to win.
Dockery had it in her to win.
So no
Gallimore
surprises
has been the
there.
leader all year.
Could we see an upset in class one?
Well, it depends. If upset means can McAnuff be beaten?
Class one now has a very strong field.
Very strong
McAnuff is
field.
there, but let's not forget the fastest qualifier is Dejane Oakley. We're gonna quickly have an athlete interview as the seniors are on track. We know we're gonna give you the lineup as soon as we get back and the results if the event has been done. But we're going for an athlete interview at this time, and you join us back for the results.
From Homewood, second place. How are you feeling about that?
I feel good about my run because I picked up a silver medal and I did my best.
So you feel like you executed the race that you needed to run?
Yes, miss.
Right, and congratulations on your silver medal, picking up points for your school, Homewood. Feeling good about that?
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for staying with us. You're on the fans zone, and you're just in time for the class one 400 meters. I'm gonna go quickly give you that lineup because this one promises to be very exciting as well. We have 8 athletes, and all 8 have reported for the start, and that's Rikian Rostov over technical in lane 1, Dejona Sims of Excelsior in lane 2, Onika Makanoff of Idel in lane 3, Kelia Kelly of Very Technical in lane 4, Safia Hines of St. Jago runs from lane 5, Dijane Oakley is running out of lane 6, and she's from Clarendon College. In lane 7, that's Toria Node of Omen Technical, and in lane 8 from Bustamante High School, Shanake Anderson. I am expecting this one to be a fast race. I'm really sweating, palm sweating. I'm very nervous because this one could be an umdinger. We have potentially 3 athletes who could win, but based on the times going into the finals, we have Oakley of St. Clarendon College to be challenged by Makanoff of Idel, and the starters calling them to their marks and getting ready to send them off. And within 55 seconds, we'll know for sure who wins this race. 2 from Ormwood, 1 from Idel, 1 from Idel rather, and the rest is from Clarendon Very Technical, Clarendon College also in Clarendon. Those are the athletes that we see that are chasing at the medals. Oakley has stepped out very quickly, and Kelly has decided to go with her, but Makanoff is not leaving anything for chance. She's also coming back at them. So it is a battle to the finish. It's a repeat of what happened in class 2 last year, Oakley versus Makanoff. And it seems that Oakley is gonna repeat as champion, and she repeats flash time 51.81. That is a brilliant time for this young lady, Oakley. And this is what happens when you turn up and you're ready to run. That's a new personal best, if I'm not mistaken, for Dijane Oakley. Did it in class 2, and now she has done it in class 1. Take nothing away from Onika Makanoff. She tried her best to chase her to the line. So the top 2 were as we expected them to be, and it looks like it was Kelia Kelly of Very Technical that came in for the bronze medal. So very, 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 very
competitive finals, and it lived up to its billing. We're waiting for the official results to come up, but while that is coming up, we're gonna just share with you the class 2 girls results, and that saw Abigail Campbell front court winning in 53.75, ahead of Natasha Fox of Edwin Allen 54.26, and Aliyah Baker of Idel hanging on for third in 54.44. Edwin Allen scored again through Tony and Beckford, who came through in fourth in 54.51. Rashika Byfield, rather Deandra Kelly it is, that came in fifth in 55.33. Rashika Byfield of Lakovia, one that we expected to finish a little higher than she did. She managed to finish sixth in 55.49. Dejane Cato of Port Antonio High School finished seventh in 56.55 seconds, and St. Catherine Jamara Patterson was eighth in 56.81. So that's the class 2 girls 400 meter final. And just to give you the point standing after 14 events scored on the girls side, in 10th position, that's Lakovia High on 12 points. Camperdown High School in 9th, now in 19 points. There's a tie for 7th, so that's between Excelsior High School at 22 and St. Catherine High School on 22 points as well. Immaculate sits in 6th position on 27 points. Wilmer's Girls is in 5th on 35 points. Ormond is still in 4th on 53 points. St. Jago in 3rd on 68 points. Ideal has now moved to 76 points for 2nd place, but out and running and leading still by some distance. That's Edwin Allen with 117 points. So the championship is really eating up. We're down to the business end of day 3, and so far it has been 3 good days of championship, 3 good days of running, and we can't thank the athletes enough for showing up and showing out, because this is what we ask them to do year after year, to come and to do your best, and they have done that. So now the girls have done their business. It's now going to be the turn for the boys, and they're excited finals as well. And we're expecting a lot of the schools, especially the champs chasers, the title chasers, to come and to represent here. And just looking at the lineup for the Class 3 finals, we see where the leading team at the moment, Kingston College, has 2 athletes rather, as opposed to Jamaica College, who has 1 athlete. Again, sometimes it doesn't matter how much you have, it's just where you score. And I know Kingston College will be looking to score big points through Tajanil Gordon and Siobhan Brown, and Jamaica College will be relying on Samuel Query to do the job for them. This overall should be a good final, because Excelsior also has a representative in DeMarco Bennett, who qualified with 50.83, and he should also challenge here for the medals. I want to just run through the lineup quickly for that final, and that sees Taj O'Neill Gordon of Kingston College in lane 1 qualified with 52.16. In lane 2 is Shabari Matheson of William Nib with 52.47. Dante Simpson of Port Antonio is in lane 3 with 51.68. In lane 4, that's Samuel Query of Jamaica College with 50.87. In lane 5 rather, DeMarco Bennett of Excelsior in 50.83. That's what he qualified with. In lane 6, we see Trodian Flemings. I think he was in the 400 meters. We saw him earlier running the 800 meters. He's now back for the 400 meters, and he's gonna be running from lane 6. He qualified with 50.96. I'm hoping that 800 meter didn't take much out of his legs, because he have on his outside Siobhan Brown of Kingston College, who qualified with 52.66, and Kadajori Dare of Manchester represented in lane 8, who qualified with 51.66. So Manchester High School has 2 athletes represented here, and so too Kingston College, and the others are competing with Port Antonio, William Nib, Excelsior, and Jamaica College. So whilst we await the start of the Class 3 boys 400 meter final, we're going to throw to our athlete interview, as we have to take them in between the races, and we'll get back to you shortly.
Kelly, 3rd place for Very Technical High School. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very elated. I'm very happy because it's my first real big championship to come third in a 400 meter.
Are you proud of how you run?
Yes, I'm very proud because I know that even though I run the 200 earlier, I still have to prepare myself for this. So I'm very proud of myself for doing that.
You'll wear that bronze medal high with your head lifted high.
Sure.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All the best on the 200.
Thank you.
So thank you for joining us. Yes, you're still on the fan zone, and we're expecting you to still be representing your school as you get ready for the finals of the boys class 3 400 meters. They are still being introduced to the crowd, and we again, I say, we expect this one to be a very competitive one. They're all 8 good candidates, but we know we can only have, well, not one winner, but we expect at least to have a winner from this event. Again, I will quickly run through the listing for you. We have one athlete from KC, that's two from KC, rather, Tajonil Gordon and Siobhan Brown. We have one athlete from Jamaica College in Samuel Query. Jabari Mattis represents William Nib. Dante Sims of Port Antonio. Manchester High has two athletes, Trodian Flemings and Kadori Dare. And the other athlete that is represented is the Marco Bennett of Excelsior High School. The starter is calling them to their marks, and the stadium goes into a hush, as is always the case before the gun is fired. And the gun is now raised, and the starter sends them off. Already, we see we're traveling nicely. The Manchester High, that's Trodian Flemings. He has stepped out early. Port Antonio is still there for those who are looking on. And it seems that Manchester High is gonna do something special here because Trodian Flemings, we spoke about him being in the 800 meter and coming back now, but there's no sign of him looking fatigue or anything because he is motoring. Even though the field is catching to him, he's still holding and trying to hold all the way to the line. And it looks like he's going to take that victory. Flash time 50.21. So that is Trodian Flemings of Manchester High wins the class 3 boys 400 meter. There was a tight finish for second place, and we await that official results. But it looks from my hand, it could be between Dante Sims of Port Antonio and the JC athlete in Samuel Creary. But the winner for sure, 50.25, Trodian Flemings of Manchester High School. So we're still awaiting the results, official results for the Class 1 girls finals, and we'll tell you as soon as we have that with us. But the races are living up to its billing. We expect the athletes to perform well, and they are doing so thus far. We still have 2 events before the curtains come down here, and those 2 will also be very good as well. But Manchester scored a victory here on day number 3 at 400 meters through Trodian Flemings. I am thinking that Samuel Creary has sneaked in for second spot ahead of the athlete from Port Antonio High School, who happens to be Dante Simpson. So we're going to throw to another interview. We have the athletes post-race interviews, and we do them in between our discussions here. So we're going to throw right to another interview.
DeMarco Bennett, Excelsior High School, 3rd place. How are you feeling?
Well, it wasn't planned that I was going to come third. I was going for the gold medal, but unfortunately, I came third. So I'm still happy that I came third because it's my first champs. So I'm excited.
You give Excelsior some points to boost them up more into the top 10. How you feel about that?
Yes, I feel really great. I put them on the point standing.
Right, and all the best in your other events. You know, making Excelsior soar high, the Eagles. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
So welcome back to the fans experience. We're still in the National Stadium in Kingston. We have two events to close day 3, and that is the boys 200 meters finals for class 2, 400 meters finals, pardon me, and the class 1 400 meters finals for boys. I'm going to quickly give you the lineup for that event, and it should be a very interesting one as well. We have 8 athletes represented here in the form of Travoy Smith of Herbert Morrison Technical High School. Raquel Reed of Calabar runs from lane 2. He qualified with 50.85. Smith came in with 51.02. In lane 3, that's Antonio Powell of Edwina Lane, 49.30. He should be one that we should look out for. Enrique Webster of Stets qualified with 49.95. Marcina Rose from Kingston College is in lane 5 and they qualified with 49.05, and he should be one that we should look out for close to the finish. Zachary Wallace of Magatiri, that name is one that we need to pay keen attention to. He's from Magati and he is in lane 6, qualified with 50.11. Taj Marcus White of Kingston College. Again, KC has 2 athletes in his final. JC has none. So Kingston College will score here, and JC will have a chance to score. Marcus White is in with 50.74, and Rashawn Smith of Lacovia is in lane 8 with 50.53. So should be another interesting one. The record is 46.33 by the outstanding Christopher Taylor, set back all the way in 2016. I am not sure if any of these guys will challenge a record, but I'm expecting them to go better than the 49s that would have qualified them into the final. Again, the stadium has been brought to a quiet hush as the starter calls the athletes to their mark. I know a lot of them are going through their minds, but they have the job to do and to have it done right now, because this is where the points are scored, and maximum point is what they're hunting for. So the starter has them on their mark. Casey represented, States represented, Edwin represented it, Calabar is represented, Herbert Morrison and Magati High School is represented here along with Lacovia. So they have already gone out, and that's the Stets and Kingston College athletes both have stepped out really quick. They're looking to challenge for the lead, and it is between Stets, it seems, and Kingston College. Let's not count out Edwin Allen. They seem to have a talent here in Powell, who is now putting in a fight, but it looks to be Kingston College's Marcino Rose that is striding all the way, and it looks to be a Quinella for KC, because I'm seeing now where Taj Marcus White sneaks in for second spot. Still not a good look for Marcino Reed. He has won 48.03. That's a flash time, but he's down on the track, grimacing, holding onto his hamstring. So something probably has gone wrong there for him. But nonetheless, he has done what Casey expected of him to do, and to score, and score big. And Quinella for Casey, again, I said JC was not in the final, so they couldn't have scored. So it means that Casey capitalized on their absence. So the official results for the Class 3 boys just completed before this
event won by Trodian Flemings of Manchester High School, 50.25, ahead of Jamaica College's Samuel Query, 51.06. Third was the Marco Bennett of Excelsior Eagles in 51.12. Dante Smith of Port Antonio sneaked in for fourth in 51.14. Siobhan Brown of Kingston College scored here, picking up 4 points again for Kingston College in 52.12. Kadori Dare of Manchester High School was sixth in 52.94. Taj O'Neill Gordon, the second of the KC athlete here, scoring 2 points with 53.05, ahead of Jabari Mattison of William Nib, who finished at the back of the field in 53.41. So excellent running from Manchester's Troydian Fleming. We're waiting the official results for the Class 1 boys. As soon as we get it, we'll share it with you. But for sure, for the Class 2 boys rather, we're sure the winner was Marcina Rose ahead of Taj Marquis White. Class 1 is the last event for the day. And again, we're seeing where the champion in the Class 2 boys 400 meters being taken away from the track on stretchers. Not a good look. Never like to see that happening to any athlete. But again, thankfully and fortunately, he was able to finish before he suffered that injury, which looks to be an hamstring problem, and it could be a cramp. Let's hope it's a cramp for the sake of him coming back to finish the championship, probably helping KC at 4x4 duties. We would like to know that he is well, but he has done the business, as I said before, by winning that gold medal and leading his team in that Quinella. We're still awaiting the times for the girls in the Class 1 400 meters finals. We know that Dejani Oakley of Clarendon College won the event in 51.82. I think that was a flash time I saw. Unofficially it was, so we're awaiting the flash time for that event. And Makanov of Idel was the one that chased her home. Okay, so the result has now been brought to my attention. So it was Dejani Oakley of Clarendon College, 51.81, ahead of Anika Makanov of Idel. That's how they finished last year in Class 2 in 52.38. Keeler Kelly of Very Technical, that's somebody that I had a lot of time for. She managed to sneak in for bronze in 53.59. Safia Hines of St. Jago, favored to do better in the 400-meter hurdles, managed 54.25 for fourth. Shaneke Andes of Bustamante High School, 54.38 for fifth. And Ricky and Russell of Oman Technical finishing in sixth in 54.90. The Jonas Sims of Excelsior High School finishing seventh in 54.98, with Toria Node of Oman Technical in eighth place in 58.01. And we're just going to quickly give you an update on the point standing after 16 events scored, because as the events are closed, they try to score them to keep us abreast of where the point system are. We'll just quickly run to the top 10 again before we speak or go to the Class 1 boys, because they are coming up next on the track. So it's Mount Alvernia now in 10th position with 15 points. Camperdown High School is now in 9th with 19 points. St. Catherine High School now is in 8th, so they have separated themselves from Ideal. Where Ideal have separated themselves, they are now 6th, rather, with 27. To join Immaculate at 6, so there's a tie for 6 with 27 points. Wolmer's Girls is in 5th with 36 points. Oma Technical still sits in 4th place with 57 points. St. Jago in 3rd with 82 points. Ideal with 83, just a point ahead of St. Jago High School. And Edwin Allen still out front and running with 123 points. So it's now down to the big one. And again, Oliver's joined me now for what should be a mouth-watering finals. And I was saying just earlier, and I saw unfortunately, it was for Casey. They did the job in class, but we see where Marcina Rose went down at the finish, and he had to be stretchered away, and he was clutching onto his arm string. But again, that was a quinella that Casey had prayed for, and the athletes came to Marquise Rose came through for them to sneak in for second spot. I think they are now waiting now to celebrate also in class 1, but there is a Prince.
There are many problems in class 1.
And he's looking to crown himself Prince of 400 meters.
Right. Prince will decide that he won't be satisfied with being a prince. He wants to be the king of this event.
So let me
it's not going to be easy. It's not going to
be easy. And I'm going to quickly share with you why it's not going to be easy, because joining him in the final is DeAndre Watkin of Jamaica College, qualified with 46.73. In lane 2, that's Emmanuel Rotamaya from Kingston College with 47.40. Shamar Palm of Manchester High School. I know you saw his teammate winning in class 3. He comes in with 47.93. Gregory Prince, of which we spoke just now, is in lane 4 with 46.60. And in lane 5 will be somebody you'll watching keenly and trying to follow. That's Delana Kennedy, who qualified with 46.66. Shamar Utah of Stets of Kingston College, my apologies, he is in lane 6 and is looking to also score big points for KC. He is in with 47.10. Derek Grant of Fern Court, a person expects him to do well. He's in lane 7 with 48.14. And Kamara Bygrave of St. Jago, 48 flat in lane 8. The starter calls them to their mark. Again, the stadium comes to an hush, but now they're going to be roaring and cheering on their athletes as they seek to propel them home. Even break so far, but KC looks to be wasting no time. But Prince is already showing why he is the one to beat here.
No, he is the front runner.
Looking comfortable.
And we're going to find out if his 46, because he's run 46 in 2 sessions.
He has done that
That's
twice.
a lot of energy. Let's see if he was conserving and he is the real deal. And these guys are going to test him. He's leading the race, though.
And it's all or nothing now for the other guys behind him. But he looks like he's not going to give up. But Watkin from JC is out in lane 1 and is pumping hard and fast. But if we look, Prince is home and that's 45.97. That's a flash time. That's a fantastic run.
That is a
fantastic run. 2:46 in the preliminaries and to come back with 45 tonight. That's a fantastic run.
And Watkins from lane 1.
Yes.
Remember, he ran 46. He just got a very hard semi-final.
Yes.
He ran 46. Normally a time that would win a semi-final, placed 3rd, and therefore had to get that terrible lane 1.
Yes.
But he showed that, hey, you want to give me lane 1? That's all right. And
races can be won from any lane. You just have to show up and run your own race.
Run your race, and you will get your rewards.
And we see where Prince is jubilant, celebrating, and that looks to be either a big fan or could be a parent, because he stormed over to that person.
But just quickly to say that this is Prince's first individual medal at Boys Champs.
Yeah.
He got the gold medal in the relay when St. Jago won the Class 1 relay last year. He had suffered some injuries and therefore was not able to do the individual event. So they said, you know what? Just since you're coming back, just do the relay. And the same kind of thing he did. Ran past the statesman.
Yes. And sometimes you see when you have an athlete that who have demonstrated that they're ready to do the business for you, when their time comes, you have to expect a lot from them. I think Prince is here to do himself good, and already has secured one of potentially 2 medals. A lot of people are thinking that he could also upset the apple cart in the 200 meters. Do you agree with that?
I agree that he could upset. I'm not saying I agree that he will win.
Yeah.
Because one thing I know about Brian Level, he runs at a very hard corner. And he's usually, last year, Brian Level was like 5 meters ahead of Antonio Watson. Watson had to chase him. Now, we know Prince can chase.
We know that.
So we'll see how that works.
And again, Level, for a lot of people, is pipped to be a better 200-meter runner than he is a 100-meter runner. And I've already secured the 100-meter title under his belt. It could be enough motivation to say, let's close it out, because this is my more favored event. But wonderful championship it has been for day 3. The bacons would have been shared between the different schools, especially on the boys' side, where we see the winners coming from Manchester winning in Class 3. And when we got over to Class 2, we had Kingston College winning. And now we get into Class 1, where it was Prince and 45.99. Again, that's a good time. Take note away from these young men because they have been showing up and showing off. Despite not running for records, they are running for time and points. And so far, I'm not disappointed at all. Some of the athletes I predicted to be in different positions. But again, once you show up for a final, you're able to score at least a point. You're school because a point can win your champs.
Right. But Ashane, I need to ask you one question. You notice that Utah placed 8th and last. Was he injured? I have to, because he ran something like 48 something. Now Utah can run backwards and run 48.
That's what we know him to do. But again, from the start of the race, it didn't look too interesting at the start in going out.
He had some medical
and probably something.
This event, you know. And I'm wondering if something had crept
something
up on
has
him.
happened. Something has happened. This is not the customary Utah that we're used to. And again, Kingston College is chasing champs. They got the Quinella before, and now they would have tried to build on that momentum. And such. It's rather unfortunate to know that he wouldn't have scored the maximum points. And again, I don't know what this will do for the 4x4 because the winner from the previous, it went down. But we're going to talk a little bit more about that as soon as we come back. We are going to throw to an athlete interview because the interviews are now is the time for the athletes to celebrate and to speak to the fans. So we throw to an athlete interview and then we'll come back.
Onika Makanov, silver medalist in the 400 meter. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I got a personal best. That means I did my best, so that's all I could ask for.
Were you going for the gold?
Well, of course, all 8 persons in the race are going for a gold. But as I said, I got a personal best, and it was a good race. So.
And what's next for Makanov?
Well, I have 3 finals left, so hoping to get some more personal best.
Captain for Hydel High, many events, more to come from you. All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
So that's it. The captain of Idel didn't manage to get the better of Dejanay Oakley of Clarendon College because Oakley ran a very stout race, if you ask me, and 51, that's what she crossed the line in. And we were questioning all season, will this young lady be ready for championship? But she came out just 2 rounds of 400-meter running, and she came out yesterday with 52 to qualify as the only sub-53 athlete. And today again, she's back to be the only sub-52 athlete. So she was sub-53 yesterday, and she's sub-51, 52 today. We have to give it to her because this is what happens when you show up for championships and you perform, despite what others might speculate of you. We still have more athletes at trackside that is willing to speak with the team. So we're going to throw to another athlete interview. And we'll come back. Hopefully we can get the final point standing at day 3.
Shemar Palmer, Manchester High School, 3rd place with a personal best. How you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. Just came out to do my best. Listen to what my coach told me to do, and just do my best, and that's good enough.
Was your aim to go for a personal best?
Yes, it does. Just run and do a new PB, and that's, yeah.
Were you going for the gold?
Yes, I was trying to, but in the home stretch, I get tired up, so couldn't make it.
What was your preparation like coming into this year's championship?
Well, it's been a rough road. Coming from a school, different school, Michael High School, doing 6 form at Manchester. Just only got 1 year out of training, and yeah, just come here and do my best. So.
And what's next for Shemar Palmer?
College, to run and get a degree or something in college, and a new personal best again, and beyond.
All right, congratulations, Shemar Palmer, on your 3rd medal, your bronze.
Big up to the entire Manchester High School. Also, my boss school, Michael High School. I want to say a big thanks to my coach and the staff of Manchester High School track and field team. They helped me to get where I'm at now. Thanks.
Congratulations, Shemar, and all the best.
All right, thanks.
So thanks for joining us back. We are pretty much wrapping up day 3. I think there's a decathlon final event on track, and boy, after so much events, they might be laboring, but then it's 16 points up for grab. You want to finish well. And I think it's
1500.
KC that has points here to try to secure. But again, I couldn't. That is one event that I would wish not to be in the decathlon.
And those guys wish they didn't have to run the
To run
1500
after
either.
toiling
After
2
toiling
days.
up, right.
But then
When
again,
you're fresh and running is one thing.
it's not just starting, it's about finishing, because there's points to be scored here. And I'm not sure what the standing is now, but sometimes this is even that push an athlete 2 places up or push it 2 places down. So you have to come out and to do well. But let's just give you the boys 400 meter class 2 official results, and that's Marcina Rose of Kingston College, as we said before, won in 48.03 ahead of Taj Marquis White of Kingston College in 48.39. That's what they call a quinella there. And Enriquez Webster of St. Elizabeth Technical in 3rd in 48.90. Ahead of Antonio Paul of Edwin in 48.98. Zachary Wallace of Magati High School finished 5th in 49.64. Raquel Reed of Calabar 6th in 50.30. Trevoy Smith of Herbert Morrison in 50.46, and Rashawn Smith of Lacovia in 50.62. So after 13 events scored on the boys' side, it's in 10th position. That's Clarendon College with 13 points. 9th is St. Catherine High School on 15 points. In 8th, that's Herbert Morrison Technical on 17.33 points. In 7th, that's Wilmer's boys with 21 points. 6th is St. Elizabeth Technical on 29. 5th is Edwin Allen in 33 points. 4th is St. Jago in 4th with 34 points rather. Calabar is in 3rd with 43 points. Jamaica College, the defending champions, are in 2nd with 77.33 points. And Kingston College is looking to open up as much room and daylight as they can, and they are now leading with 115 points. 13 events is not all anywhere close to the amount of finals that's left to go, but KC with this lead is probably looking more confident now.
They're smiling,
to secure
they're smiling, and I'm wondering if the 400 meter races have been scored.
I'm not sure if class 1 has been added to this.
But you think class 2 is in there?
I think class 2 is in this one. So therefore, they're expecting to extend that lead a little. And again, we are looking on and seeing where the closing of the 1500 meter of the decathlon is on track, and they're looking to score big. So again, Calabar, I think, as the stronger athlete in the decathlon compared to the big 3, but Calabar is far off the pace this time around with just 43 points in 3rd. So KC will be smiling coming out of the stadium tonight and coming back for day 4 on Friday, which is tomorrow. They're expecting to now put the first nail in the coffin, and Saturday would be the final nail, as we proverbially say that. That's when you drive the final nail on Saturday. But we have to be really happy for the athletes when they perform. And again, this is my thing. I like it when athletes are able to finish. Just now we saw in the 1500 meter athlete, it looks to be from Port Antonio High School, that went down before completing this final event. And it seemed, though we have been having a good afternoon, the boys aren't able to evade the injury bugs. And that's never a good sign.
Never a good sign. Every year things happen.
Yeah.
And this year, a lot of injuries have happened before champs.
Yes.
And we're noticing a lot of them happening during champs. Not sure what can be done about it. Not sure if it's a training thing. Not sure if, hey, this is just how it is going to be.
Yeah.
But, I guess somebody's going to have to do something. Look at the whole thing, see what we can do, because we have too many athletes going down.
Sometimes you see a lot of these athletes would have been patched up to come and to perform at champs. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened, but sometimes your bad days come at the wrong time, because they might be doing well all season, but just now when it should matter. And let's go back to the class 1 girls 400 meters. I know one athlete that finished at the back of the field as would have been Torian Node. She was expected to challenge more than she did, but we saw her from the start barely going, and she ran 58. That's the slowest time she's probably ever run in her career. And it seemed, I've not spoken to the coach just yet, but it seemed from my indication that she has picked up probably a needle or something, because that's not typical of her to be running that slow and to be finishing at the back of the field. So the injuries, they will come, and those are what you're unable to predict, to say when it will happen or where it will happen. But we all have to hope that it doesn't affect much more of the championship. Already I spoke to Idel losing one of their athletes that should have been a part of their that strong 4x4 team. That's Dana Dyer. She's usually a part of that big 4x4 team that they have over the years, and this year they were looking to bank on her, but she has already suffered what looks to be a champs ending injury. I'm not saying that there's nothing can be done of it, but having been in 2 events so far and she had to pull from one, I don't see her coming to finish the championship. So the ideal, they do have depth as well in terms of the 400-meter runners, but they probably were counting on her to ensure that that was a safe gold medal for them and maximum points. So all in all, the championships have been going good, but these are the little things that we're not liking at all.
Right. And it's something that we have gotten used to. You know, injuries happening all around. There's certain, well, I don't know. I don't know if it's just a part of chasing champs and that big day when you have these things happening. Hopefully these athletes will be back. I know, but like for Dana Dyer, trying to figure out who Idol is going to use to substitute, but they will find somebody. We saw Marquina Rose. He was bending over at the end of a class 400 meters.
He actually went down, clutching his hamstring. So not only was he bending over, it was the case that he was exhausted. He looked to have suffered something severe because he couldn't have, even after the finals, he was still unable to rise to his feet to walk. So something went wrong. And my thing about it is that sometimes these athletes might be seeing, sometimes these athletes may be feeling something throughout the race. But adrenaline will take you home.
Yeah.
And again, a gold medal is this close to you.
He's not gonna stop.
And it means if I even can't continue after this, I'm going to push all the way to the line. I figured something, he probably felt something, but he was desperate to finish and he was determined to secure a gold medal. So really and truly, we really have to hope that these athletes will be fixed enough to at least have a chance. Because I think some of them should be coming back for Caribbean next week. Eva's really a squad member. So to have suffered here is really heartbreaking. But we're going to take a break. And once we come back, we'll give you the final point standing just to run out the day and to just tell us what we probably enjoyed the most out of this third day. You're watching the fans experience. Come back with us.
Purchase these and other Carlon CSEC textbooks at Sangsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlonpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlon Publishers, partners in the education process.
One tap on the app, food reach your at. Grandma on the app, she no use no gas. So kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. Kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. I seven crave, food now go late. Seven crave, food at your gate.
CSET textbooks at Sangsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlongpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlong Publishers, partners in the education process.
One tap on the app, food reach your at. Grandma on the app, she no use no gas. So kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. Kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. I seven crave, food now go late. Seven crave, food at your gate.
I want to tell you about my champs experience. It was one to remember. Over the years that I was a champs, I can remember, especially on Fridays when I am running the 1500 meters, there was a lot of crowds. And, like before, like in the morning, because I remember one year we stayed at Sabina Park and I could hear the KC, students coming from North Street, going all the way up to the stadium to go pack up the stadium. And when I reached the stadium, it was like, oh my gosh, it was like a festival, a carnival. It was so many beautiful music, jumps playing and, persons are like, dancing, the bands, everything. It was, oh my gosh, amazing. And I just want to encourage all the athletes that are competing this year, just go out there and do your best because, listen, just go out there, have fun. When I hear that music, the beat of that music playing, just use it as motivation because, trust me, it helps me a lot when I was in high school. And I just go out there with confidence, knowing that, hey, you got to run hard to beat me. So it was wonderful.
All right, Enrique Webster, 48.9. St. Elizabeth Technical High School, a personal best, third place. How you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling quite great. Well, didn't expect to come third, but I trained for it, so yeah.
What were your expectations?
Well, I expected to come fourth, but to God, I came third. I'm thankful.
And how was your preparation coming into this year's championship?
Well, I had few injuries with my knee, and I go through them. I'm happy.
Yes, recovering from knee injury, third place, something to be proud of. And you have give Stet some points, won yourself a bronze medal, personal best, more to come from you. What's next?
Well, I'm looking forward to go to knockout trials and see if I can get a medal there too.
All right, all the best on your future.
Thank you, miss.
Congratulations.
Thanks, miss.
So welcome back to the fans experience. It has been an experience today. We were anticipating some good times in the 400 meters and we got some good times even though we had the few mishaps. But just to round out the day, because we're drawing to a close, just to give it a point standing on the girls side, as after 16 events scored, we have sitting in 10th position, that's Mount Alvernia, who after their cheering got a surprise win in the long jump. Camperdown High School is in 9th position with 19 points. St. Catherine High School, they sit in 8th position with 21 points. Excelsior, the Eagles, are in 7th position with 27 points. Immaculate is in 6th position also with 27 points. And Wolmer's Girls now into 5th position with 37 points. Omo Technical are sitting in 4th position with 57 points. St. Jago, they are 82 points, and that is one shy of the 83 that Ideal has to be in second. And Edwin Allen High School is out and running their 123 points in the lead. For the boys, at this time, we know that probably not all events have been scored, but after 15 finals, from what we're seeing, it is St. Catherine High School that's in 10th position. Herbert Morris with 16 points. Herbert Morris Technical High School is in 9th position with 17 points. Manchester High School, after their victory at Class 3, they are now in 8th position with 18 points. Wolmer's Boys with 21 points in 7th position. States is in 6th with 29 points. Edwin and Allen High School, that's for the boys, they're in 5th position with 38 points. Calabar High School is in 4th with 45 points. And St. Jago looks to be in 3rd position with looks to be 49 points. Jamaica College is now what I seem to be is 80.5. Again, these are unofficial as soon as we get them. But KC is still leading champs with 119 points. The top three are what we expect on either side at this stage. Probably what we didn't expect is the points that we're seeing here. Do you agree?
Well, for the top three for the boys, I somehow expected Calabar to be in front of St. Jago.
Yeah.
But as we know, the Calabar team isn't the team of yesteryear.
This is more obvious than ever that Calabar is under strength this year. I'm not sure if it's the departure of the coach. I'm not sure what has happened. But sometimes there comes a period where you have to rebuild. They are still competitive, so we have to give that to them. They're still able to compete. And I'm foreseeing that they're going to be in the top 5, if not in 4th position comfortably. But they will still have to put out a lot more effort to accumulate more points.
Right. They were expected to actually come to be in 3rd position. And again, we have a lot of we have a lot of finals to come, so we're not sure exactly what will happen there. Let's see, because St. Jago, as we know, is usually strong on the track. So Prince gave them some good points and so on, right? Not sure what. Well, Kobe Lawrence and Calabar play second in the discus, so we know they've been scoring.
They're scoring, so they're slowly scoring points. But again, these finals are spread across the days, so there are more finals to come, and they might have the stronger events still not yet contested. So they're looking to capitalize on those. Nonetheless, we're not expecting them. Experience and you're a true fan, you want to join us then, and you'll not be disappointed because champs should be exciting 5 days, not just 3 days. And the way the organizers, we have to be saying it over and over. They have set it up in such a way that you have something to look forward to every day. And if you're a real fan, you're going to show up at, might not be able to afford the costs if you hadn't bought a season pass, but at least you can tune in at the different media entities. You can tune in here because we speak about the events, we speak about the chances, we speak about the results, and you're engaged because there's something to interest you. The girls are doing what we expect them to do in terms of the Edwin Allen is leading the charges. KC, the favorites, have really announced themselves. To this point, they have suffered miss up, but again, the other schools seem not to be capitalizing on it, and that's sometimes the fortunate thing about having injuries, but your competitors aren't able to close the gap on you.
And Jamaica College, I think, is not sure if you could say a disappointment, but one would think that defending champion would be saying, the only way you are going to take this crown from me, you're going to have to
wrestle it
hard for it. You're going to take it from me. But if the first couple of days, is an example of what will happen.
Of an indication, yes.
It's indicating that Kingston College will have a fairly easy time of it.
The coaches have been quiet, but nevertheless, it's a good day. And we anticipate that tomorrow is going to get even better. But we want to just thank, as we wrap it, we're going to thank our sponsors who would have made these broadcasts and these days that have gone already possible. And today's broadcast has been brought to you by Royal Computers, AB Vision, Loud Fashion, Burger King, Popeyes, Little Caesars Pizza, that is Honey Continental Bakery, and Total Hardware. So right now, we really want to say thanks for tuning in. Join us tomorrow again. I think we get going again at about 2 p.m. And there's a lot to enjoy. And from myself and from Oliver that's sitting and the rest of the team, we wish you a good night and see you tomorrow.
Purchase these and other Carlon CSEC textbooks at Sangsters and other leading bookstores. Visit our website at www.carlonpublishers.com and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for more updates. Carlon Publishers, partners in the education process.
One tap on the app, food reach your at. Grandma on the app, she no use no gas. So kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. Kick back, grab a chair and go and relax. I seven crave, food now go late. Seven crave, food that you get.